Hello. BGR for today, ER13, Open Prologue. But, as per usual with these story read-throughs, before I get into the story, I'm just going to do a few miscellaneous things here. Daily and whatnot, and because it's Discord's chapter, I'm going to go through her, the Celica's class for her, since I've not played her yet. So dailies, and then her Celica class trial thing, and then we'll do the story. So let's just get through all this first. Ooh, what is that? Oh yes, it's Sophia's activation date. Soon, I believe that there will be an expansion on Actilec, I believe. A new Sophia frame. I believe. Alright, let's clear through all this. Do all that. Damn it. The track freaking looped back to the beginning. Pick this up. One day until the next round for Guild Expedition. Top up. Grab these. What is this? Pick up these. And then I got full serum, so those are gonna expire in 14 hours. Gotta use them up. Boom, boom, boom. Spend all that. Obtain all of that. Consumables. Use all of these up. Do 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 do. Anything else? No? Oh, Battle Pass. Alright. Now that dailies are done, let me do the Celica's class for Discord, and then the story. I've not seen, or I've not done anything with Discord here, so this is all going to be brand new to me. Cool. Not like it's not paying yellow orbs to cast. Okay. Has Silk Serum. Press and hold dodge. Auto ping 2 sets. And the basic attack. Okay. That's just the core stuff, okay. Then combat practice is ultimate slash. Press and hold. Oh, that was unexpected. That laugh I didn't expect out of her. And effect practice. Ultimate slash.
無価値な野良犬じゃない。ソーイングエリアへようこそ。
Press and hold signature to auto ping signal orbs.
カットシェアリング。
Huh. Hang on.
ごきげんよう。隅々まで話になりません。仰せのままに。裏切り者の結末は一つのみ。
I see, okay. The Ultimate Slash, okay.
お客様のために仕立てた詩。ご満足いただけましたか？
Simple enough. Tutorial mode done. I did all those. The challenge stage I can just do in my own time. All I needed was just the tutorial there. Alright. That's everything, right? Yeah, that's everything. Alright, now I can get to reading this. Woven Prologue. 17 nodes. No idea how long this will be, but considering previous chapters, probably 4 hours, maybe 5 hours long. But if it's longer than that, then definitely I'll be splitting this into 2 streams. Woven Prologue. Oh, it's a cinematic.
自由とは上位者が巻く安っぽくも高価な餌。私はあらゆる服従訓練にもなれ、命令を完遂した。私に従いなさい。いつも通りに。
Oh, that was short and abrupt. Alright, Godfather. And the reading begins! Damn it! Those bastards grabbed every scrap of food and trashed whatever they couldn't carry. What, are they trying to starve us? Crumbs of compressed biscuits are pressed into the dirt, too small to pick up. Even the pigeons can't find anything to peck at. The old scavenger keeps scraping at the ground with cracked hands, trying again and again to gather the crumbs, cursing under his breath. Thank goodness these old legs can still walk. Just wait, all of you will be limping one day. The torn sofa spills its rotting stuffing, with broken ceramic plates scattered beside it. The air stinks of fermenting fruit peels mixed with a sharp burnt odor. A biting wind blows through, sweeping the stench away for a moment before it's gone. Ugh, snow again. He grips his aching leg and tilts his head back, gritting his teeth like he's forcing himself to stand through sheer will. Hunger and the dizziness from standing after crouching so long leave him breathless and exhausted. Hey, what about you, brat? You stinking old man. I told you to stop calling me a brat. The boy's voice comes from somewhere inside a heap of junk. Moments later, a dust-covered figure squeezes out from between 2 warped wooden boards. Hey, I've asked you your name plenty of times, but you just keep it to yourself. Just don't call me that. Dust in my mouth. Rotten luck today. I walked all that way and only found a dented can someone had already picked over, under a collapsing building. At least it's so empty it can't make us sick. We'll split it later. That building used to be part of a lively little town. They've cleared it out too, huh? No value, so they abandoned it without a thought. Probably Sinclair again. Hard not to know his face. It's plastered everywhere. The benevolent tycoon who saved this tiny speck of a desert city. Even dogs are sick of hearing that story. Fred Sinclair. So what? Works out for us, doesn't it? As long as we stick near those glowing gates, there will always be food and clothes getting tossed out. You fool. The more of those gates they build, the more people like us there will be. Los Prados Entertainment Hall. Never-ending party. Forget your troubles, step into paradise. Sing, dance, you thieves and scoundrels. Dance yourselves to death in your gilded cage. Oh. Take it easy, old man. If you'd swallow your pride and applied for Los Prados aid sooner, you wouldn't still be dragging that bad leg around here. What do you know about aid programs? All lies. They're nothing but filthy hyenas in fine clothes feeding on corpses. And you, stop with the big talk, kid. The words hit a raw nerve. His face twitches with rage, but when he opens his mouth to curse, nothing comes. His cheeks flush, and all he can manage are angry, incoherent mutters. Swallow my pride? Why don't you beg your parents to take you back? You showed up here scavenging in a tie like some fancy gentleman, and look at you now. Filthy every day. What a sorry sight. Where's your pride? Did the dogs eat it? The argument escalates. At first, it's just shoving, but soon they're on the verge of a fight. What's it to you? You don't know anything about me. Garbage like us. We're just waiting for the world to clear us out. Who are you calling garbage? Even my parents never said that to me. With a loud thud, the boy charges like a bull, slamming the old man into a pile of old books and newspapers, sending pages flying. You listen to me, kid. Wah. A kitten? They both freeze. Still pressing his head into the old man's chest, the boy frees one arm and shoves aside the junk in front of him. The kitten-like cries grow louder. They follow the sound source and exchange a bewildered look. No, it's a baby. A human infant wails at them from inside a swaddling cloth. Damn it! Leaving a baby out here in this weather. Were they trying to kill her? Oh. Her eyes return to the baby, still struggling to wave her tiny fists. The cold has turned her skin a frostbitten red purple, and even her whimpers are growing faint. The old man wipes his hands over and over on his ragged coat, then hesitates, too afraid to take the swaddled baby. Can you keep it down? Cry anymore and you'll be out of strength. The young scavenger shoves past the hesitant old vagrant, tucking his hands into sleeves far too long for him. Move aside, Ping. There. No more crying. You're pretty good at this. I used to have a little brother. I'd take care of him when my parents were at work. Then one day he got sick and died. For that, the boy exhales a cloud of white vapor, gasping like the cold has stolen his breath, and falls silent. That's all. Ping doesn't ask any more questions. Among scavengers, there's an unspoken rule. You don't dig into someone's past unless they bring it up themselves. The baby finally stops crying, whether from exhaustion or the warmth in the boy's arms. Ping can't do anything to help. He just paces in circles, but there's nothing around. No belongings, no clues, nothing that could prove the baby's identity. No name tag, no forgotten trinket, not even the faintest trace of a mother's scent. The swaddling is thick with dust, as if it were hastily taken from some long-forgotten corner. Hey, we can't raise a baby. You want is scavenging with us and sleeping under bridges? And in this cold, where would we get milk? The boy stays silent, jaw set, so Ping tries again. Listen, Brad, this isn't like picking up a stray cat or dog. A baby can't live on expired canned food like we do. I know. The baby's parents must be garbage. Or maybe they were in trouble. Maybe they had no choice. No, they're just like my parents. They dumped me with shameless relatives and never came back. I'll go to New Nelis myself and get the truth. What? My parents were from New Nelis Air Force Base. That place closes all its checkpoints once winter sets in. The boy rolls his sleeves up, turning them over until he finds a patch of clean inner fabric. He gently wipes the baby's face with it. Ping quickly pours a little water from his flask to dampen the cloth and help. Those relatives even drove my dog away, beat it until it cried, said it had no value, that they'd never take on another burden. Value? So my only value to them was the foster money going into their account. That dog was my last family. Before she left, my mother never let me name it. Said naming it would make me too attached, and saying goodbye would hurt more. Does she already know? Has she already decided to get rid of me? Then why name me Felix and my little brother Lucius? The boy pulls a dog tag from inside his coat, polished to a shine through his daily care. Now Ping understands why the metal tag is blank. I'd rather be out here on my own than ever forgive them. Ping falls silent, meeting the boy's stubborn gaze before letting out a long sigh. He used to think the boy was just wandering around looking for a lost pet dog, and that once he tasted real hardship, he'd come crawling back home in tears. The boy's voice is barely a whisper in the cold, soft enough to vanish into the wind. Then it suddenly grows louder. I'll go and find it. Whatever we need. Food, baby stuff, anything. I'm small, quick, I can squeeze through anywhere. There's no way this world can't make room for one baby to live. Hey, brat, you. Or baby. Were you thrown away because they thought you had no value too? But a newborn is innocent, the purest thing in the world. Felix looks from the baby to the tag he clutches even while he sleeps. Value. Value. Ping's eyes grow distant, the words he's held back slipping free. Why do you still carry that dog tag if it has no value anymore? This is my treasure, the boy says solemnly. I always thought, even if I died, no matter where, as long as I had this, someone would know who I was. No matter what I become, this dog tag is the only thing that makes me different. Old memories press heavier and heavier on Ping's chest until anger bursts out of nowhere. That's what soldiers' dog tags do. You little brat, who do you think you are? Look around, this isn't a war zone, it's a stinking garbage heap. Tomorrow we might not find food. The day after a blizzard could hit, and we'd both be buried right here. Who in this world cares if you live or die? Ping's eyes brim with tears as he yells, but it sounds more like he's shouting at himself than at the boy. No one cares whether we live or die. I care. And we care about this baby, don't we? Felix's gaze jumps between Ping and the baby. He draws in a deep breath, his voice almost lost in the wind. Ping, I can't just leave the baby here. I know. Ping's voice grows raw with old memories, the weight of despair and bitterness pushing him to shout. When I was young, I had a family too. I had a kid. Life at that desert outpost was too hard, too lonely. One day I just sat there watching tumbleweeds roll past over and over, and I couldn't take it anymore. I stopped caring about anything except going home to see my child's face. The baby in the boy's arms lies with eyes half closed, her tiny face calm and peaceful. Ping keeps wiping at his eyes with the tips of his fingers. I hurt my leg on purpose, threw away my worth, deserted my post and went home, hoping for a hot meal and familiar faces. When I got there, it was all gone. The houses were flattened, the streets nothing but rubble, the people gone. Maybe they'd all gone to that glittering palace in the distance. You work your whole life thinking it'll buy you a happy family, a stable retirement, or is it just so someone else can add another mansion to their collection and a sports car to their garage? That's how it is. The poor get driven out, and the rich just get richer. Even so, the baby's still worse off than me. Born with nothing, homeless from the start. Homeless people? There are two of us right here. We're all in this together. A defiant smile tugs at the boy's lips as he straightens his thin chest. With that one sentence, he seems to stitch an invisible thread tying the three of them together among the trash. Poor little one. Thank you for coming into this world. Coming to us. That's right. We all start the same. Born naked with nothing at all. Before we were beggars or emperors, we were all just helpless, clueless babies. Ping stretches his bad leg without thinking, eyes fixed on a patch of light breaking through the clouds. The gray layers of clouds above start to shift, splitting into tiny cracks. Gentle rays of sun filter through like threads, spilling across the distant mountains in a warm golden glow. Felix, we should give the baby up. The boy blinks back tears, his eyes pleading silently, waiting for Ping to change his mind. Send it to Los Prados? Maybe there are places there that can raise a baby, but people like us, discarded, can't get into Los Prados right now. The city child care center is too far, but I know somewhere better. Further south, there's a workshop where some tailors live. The head tailor often gives to the church. I heard he lost his wife and never had children. Think about what's really best for the baby. Think about your brother. If the baby gets sick, we'll be just as helpless. Felix staggers as the baby reaches up and grabs a fistful of his hair. Ow! Hey, you little rascal. Alright, enough of that hangdog look. Ping pats Felix on the back. The boy straightens like he's finally decided on something, a flicker of relief in his eyes. Give this to her. Isn't this what you treasure the most? At least let her take this. He tucks the dog tag gently into the swaddling, placing it on the baby's chest. There. Now she won't have nothing. I hope, even in times like this, she can grow up safe. Bing takes the baby, tucking the swaddle's corners snug and patting her in place of goodbye. As if sensing something, she starts to cry again. Be good. Live on. Don't end up like us. Homeless. Bing, you talk too much. Come on, let's go. People are coming out. Farewell, purest child in the world. The boy gives the baby one last look, then disappears into the snow with Ping. Fresh snow dusts the weathered oak walls. Beyond the leaded windows, the world outside has turned into a silent white tapestry. The old tailor paces back and forth, stacking the finished fabrics into neat piles. The young apprentices chatter loudly as they head out through the main door for a break, leaving the workshop quiet. These stitches are wide and crooked. Sloppy work. Redo it. Now this one's decent. Was it the new girl? What was her name again? Once his work is done, he cracks the window for fresh air. Out in the white expanse, a faint glint from a small piece of metal bounces into the old tailor's thick glasses. What's that? The old man runs for the door, fumbling to untie his debris-filled apron and toss it onto the melting snow. He drops to his knees. The swaddling is covered in snow, with more packed inside, but the baby still clutches a small metal tag and breathes faintly. This really is a blessing from above. In the snow lies a soaked scrap of paper, its writing blurred. Only the words, "Take care," can still be made out. His eyes settle on the apron he just tossed aside. A small handkerchief his late wife made peeks out from the pocket, the corners embroidered with a tiny blue flower. His breathing quickens. But she's sent by the Holy Mother? Thank you, Holy Mother. In this cold. He pulls the baby close, his glasses sitting crooked on his nose, tears running down the deep lines of his face. She'll be my treasure. Oh, that baby was discord. I don't remember much from when I was little. The old tailor told me I was left at his workshop door with nothing but a dog tag. If it hadn't caught the light that day, I probably would have frozen in the snow. He told me to keep it with me always. My lucky charm. There's Eleanor, or Lilith. So that's why you treasure that bit of metal so much. But Auntie Needles never liked me. She says I must be some dirty vagabond's child, or that I was brought in by dogs. The old tailor never listens to her. He calls me his treasure. The girl's face is hidden in the shadow of her hat brim, her features hazy. She ignores the noise around her, lifting her teacup with perfect posture, Pinky bracing the bottom. Her words drift into the rising steam. So, what happened next? For the first few years, the old tailor keeps Concordia's origins quiet, afraid it might cause trouble. In the workshop, life is always half hidden. Concordia is told to be quiet, to act grown up. Most days, Concordia is bored to tears, listening to the click-clack of sewing machines. Only after she grows stronger and healthier does the old tailor proudly call her his daughter. The old tailor's room once had rows of metal boxes, each stuffed with letters stamped bright red, rejected. Concordia's arrival finally pulls him away from the iron tang of those boxes and the bare, empty wardrobes. One day, the old tailor simply stops stuffing the returned letters into his tin box. He loves this child as if she were his own. She was heaven's greatest gift to me. The old tailor starts telling anyone who will listen. What I hold is my happiness. His hand can still feel the ghost of her weight, the faint warmth from when she was small. Look at you, Concordia. Tell her again. Soon the doorframe will be high enough for your marks. He draws the chalk lines himself with a carpenter's ruler, smiling at the growing marks like they are tree rings. One day, the others at the workshop notice he has stopped writing unanswered letters and started keeping a diary instead. I'll cook for her every day. Watch her put on the cute clothes I made. Go out hand in hand. Time moves too slowly. I can't wait to see her grown up. After writing this, the old tailor sets down the pen, takes off his glasses, and stares for a long time at the ink spots on his diary. And yet time moves too fast. You're still so small. I just want to stay with you a little longer. He feels both the joy of watching her grow and the fear that he won't be there for her much longer. Her first steps, her first falls, her laughter. He bakes her birthday cakes year after year. When boredom makes her pester him, he gives in, teaching her to thread a needle and use child-safe scissors. Concordia is still too young to understand how her arrival and growth have changed the workshop. She doesn't yet comprehend the adult's hidden subtlety around her, but she can feel the cold shoulders from other children. She throws herself into the hobby she's learned by osmosis, first playing with fabric scraps, then clumsily mending her own clothes. This is sewing thread, and this is a seam ripper. Thread looks soft, but when it's pulled tight, it's sharp. Be careful when you use it. Thread crouches beside her, patiently showing her the tools they rely on to make a living. Look, Auntie Thread, the needle you lost. It's right here. Ah, you have such sharp eyes. Thread is always smiling, and the nearby children are drawn to her warmth. Fabric walks by carrying silk and pauses to ask, Concordia, why do you want to learn tailoring? So I can help out at the workshop. Needle and scissors, busy cutting and marking nearby, freeze for a second and exchange a dark, knowing look. Fabric watches Concordia eye the fabric shears with eager interest and can't help imagining his soon-to-be-born daughter. A smile spreads across his round face as he praises the girl. Such a thoughtful kid. But those sharp tools are still too dangerous for you. Go play with your dolls for now. The apprentices hear the child's words differently than she means them. The workshop's income has been dropping for years. Even if they master their craft, will it be enough to survive? Machines can mass produce almost anything now. The famous designers work only for the elite, leaving workshops like theirs, stubbornly hand-making everything, scraping by with just enough to eat. In Las Prados, the world's entertainment capital, the rich flood in and spend credits like water. At the snap of their fingers, fortunes spring up like fountains. Expensive suits, gowns, exclusive salon perfumes, symbols of wealth that have to be switched up daily because no one wants to be looked down on. Their favorite phrase, one of a kind. They brag about how many people and how much work went into their custom orders, competing more and more viciously each year. Artisan craftsmanship, handmade excellence. That's their badge of superiority, the thing they flaunt at every social event. The public laps up media-reported tech breakthroughs and lavish feasts. The insurance industry is booming as never before, and it feels as if all this will last forever. They call this the light of the golden age, because they're basking in it. They don't see the tiny, forgotten workshops hiding in the shadows. Help out at the workshop. Times have changed. The girl tilts her head, straining to catch the words as curiosity blooms across her face. What kind of era are you all talking about? Only people who see the future without worry can truly enjoy life, and everyone seems to have their own idea of what a golden age means. Concordia is the same. Carefree, unaware of the adults' concerns, unable to grasp the changes of the times, she skips off with her doll, leaving the workshop heavy with silence. For a 5-year-old, only one thing feels worth worrying about. Can we ask them to play with us? I can show them my favorite puppy doll. You can try, but I don't think they like you. After much hesitation, Concordia musters her courage and walks over to the kids. Can I play with you? You're unwanted, brought here by a dog. I'm not playing with you. One girl mutters under her breath, pointing at Concordia. The other children laugh. That's not true. You're lying. See? Told you. Orphan, if we play with you, we'll have bad luck. I do have a dad. The old tailor is my dad. Huh, he's old enough to be your grandpa. You'll be thrown out with him sooner or later. No way. She looks down on you, and she badmouths the old tailor. Soon you'll be filthy, picking food out of the trash on the street, like some unwanted stray. Teach her a lesson. Shut her up. Concordia steels herself. The moment the ringleader turns to laugh with the others, she shoves her hard from behind. The girl lands in an icy puddle, her clothes and hair soaked with filthy water. She bursts into tears. The others scatter. That's more like it. Let her see that power is everything. Look who's the filthy one now. A strange thrill rushes through Concordia. She's won. No one can talk to her like that anymore. Bladder was right. Power matters most. But then the old tailor's daily prayers echo in her mind, washing the thrill away. The old tailor has always been devout. In an age where faith has given way to rapid technological progress, people like him are rare. Those put their trust in progress rather than the divine. May the Holy Mother protect us, he often says at the end of a conversation, though the others at the workshop hardly pay attention. Only a clear conscience can bring you happiness. He takes his weekly church prayers seriously and sometimes brings Concordia along. But Concordia is too young to understand the adults' murmured prayers. She just sits and counts the patterned floor tiles under her feet one by one. By the time she gets to around 170 or maybe 100 or maybe 190, the prayers are ending. On days he doesn't go to church, the old tailor still washes his hands clean, sits by the living room doorway, and prays in a clear voice for the departed to reach the world of light. Forgive us of our sins and deliver us from peril. Stifling sob. You're mean. Well, I'm telling the grown-ups. I'll tell them everything bad you did. Did I do something wrong? Nope. Ignore her. I'll always play with you. I'll be your best friend. Come on, let's go play on the swings. Concordia's heart pounds. It feels wrong somehow, but speaking badly about the old tailor feels wrong too. She hovers between two worlds, unsure which way to go. One world is bright, good, and righteous, where she's expected to do the right thing. If she does wrong, she should apologize sincerely and ask forgiveness. All kind souls are meant to go to that place. The other world is strange, scary, and wrapped in gray mist. People there are usually rule breakers, but somehow freer. Like Bladder, who swings lazily without a care. Concordia trudges home to her bright, orderly world, but her heart lingers in the other one, uneasy whether to confess what happened today. Why won't anyone play with me? You've got me, that's all you need. That was just a joke, right? I didn't do anything wrong. She tries to reassure herself, but guilt and fear cling to her, rising like cold water around her ankles. She knows the old tailor wouldn't approve. In his workshop, everything must be neat, fair, and just. Anyone who makes a mistake is judged and told to make it right. The apprentices think he's too strict, but they follow his rules all the same. The Holy Mother wants to hear people confess so she can wrap them in her endless love. To be human, it seems, is to be born with sin. Concordia wonders if she should pray to the Holy Mother. Could she take away this unease and tell her what's right? She cautiously pushes open the workshop door. The old tailor looks up from his pile of fabric, smiling and waving her over. Warmth, light, safety, and familiar scents surround her. Concordia smiles back. She decides to keep today's events a secret. For now, she's back in the world of light. Once winter's over, I'll send you to school. I've already got the supplies. Soon our Concordia will be writing and reading. School? Concordia frowns, steps back, biting her lip, twisting her fingers. Tears almost well in her eyes. What's school? Are you sending me away? Don't you want me anymore? The weather turns foul fast. Winter's brief gift of sunshine is gone, replaced by thick clouds like heavy quilts, looming low and sullen. Inside, the workshop feels gray and dusty, the air restless with drifting specks. Concordia's bright, safe world feels like it's teetering on the edge of collapse, fragile as an egg about to smash on the floor. Of course not. How could I not want you? You'll just go to school during the day, and I'll pick you up every evening to bring you home. Why do I have to go to school? You'll learn things there, things you enjoy. You'll make new friends. School's one of the best things humans have ever come up with. New friends. I can have friends besides Bladder? Other kids never want to be my friend. They say I'm different. A bad kid with no mom or dad. The old tailor studies her downcast face, guiltily folding his rough hands together, fingers brushing over his calluses as he searches for the right words to comfort her. How could you be a bad child? You work hard and sewing every day. Didn't you say you wanted to grow up and help me? Once you're in school... He gently takes the doll from the girl's arms and fiddles with it, trying to make her smile. I don't want to go. I like sewing. You've been teaching me. Isn't that enough? Don't you want to know how to write your name? Or mine? I can't really remember all those. My full name is a bit long for Concordia. It carries my grandfather, his grandfather, and the history of this workshop. You're always saying names are hard, so you call everyone by their tools. Once you're in school, you'll learn everything you need. Remembering people's names, for example. That's just good manners. Really? I'll learn all that just by going to school? Of course. And until you learn to write it yourself, I'll sew your name right here. Look here, Con. Look here. Concordia. When the old tailor picks up a needle and thread, his rough fingers move with the lightness of fluttering butterflies. The deep blue thread matches the color of her hair. She stares in awe at the fresh stitches inside the stuffed animal's ear, lines and loops she can't yet read or remember. But that's alright. She'll learn them in school soon enough. Just like needle and thread can turn scraps into toys or clothes, you've got a pair of skillful hands too. One day you'll be able to stitch your life into whatever shape you want. Whatever shape I want. The stuffed puppy waddles toward her, ears flopping, head bobbing. Oh, where has my little dog gone? Oh, where can he be? With his ears cut short and his tail cut long. Oh, where can he be? I saw him hiding behind the tree. Why can't I see? With his ears cut short and his tail cut long, my little dog is so cute. I gently pet him, and give him hugs and kisses too. Dear little dog, I love you. The girl is completely amused by the floppy-eared stuffed puppy before her. Resting in the old tailor's warm embrace, she traces the stitching over and over before breaking into a grin. The poor stay poor because anyone can do their work. To survive, they have to become irreplaceable. The workshop runs like it's been forgotten by time. Manual labor, no big mistakes, never straying from its path. But change still comes knocking. Orders are dropping, replaced by large factories with newer machines. The art of clothing, refined over thousands of years, is now being studied, cut apart, and reassembled by machine code at a breathtaking pace. Everywhere, new designs are churned out, cheap imitations dressed up as innovation. Only large, intricate embroidery remains within their reach. The threads are expensive, the work delicate. These embroideries and patterned embellishments are often made as complex as possible to show off wealth and taste, studded with countless sequins or beads. Sequins? Sequins? To build machines precise enough to mass produce that level of detail would cost far more than paying human hands. The workshop's orders gradually turn into eye-straining, hand-cramping detail work, making them a mere appendage to bigger factories. The old tailor's hair grows wider each year and his hands less steady. Most of the time, he leaves the work to the apprentices, keeping only the simplest, old-fashioned women's garments for himself. Even though they have no use for them yet, he hangs each one in the wardrobe, sewing in labels by hand. This one is for Concordia's first day at school. This one is for when she comes of age. This is her first wool vest. That one, maybe she'll wear it to a party someday. He takes out his treasured handkerchief and glances at it, as if he can still see his wife's smile there. Then he cheerfully goes back to gathering stray beads and fabric scraps that have no use for now. Not everyone can find contentment in this steadily declining, predictable life. The old tailor is getting on in years. Doesn't look like someone who can adapt to new tech. That's a bit much. We could at least ask what he thinks. Everyone knows he'd rather die than switch to a newer machine. He's terrified of that accident happening again. Strict, stubborn, inflexible, out of touch, and in the way. Orders from Las Prados keep piling up. The balls and galas get bigger every season. If we can't win work from the actors and songstresses, we won't get back in. If we stick to what makes our workshop special, things will get better, right? Special? Nobody cares about quality now. People replace everything as easily and quickly as changing clothes. Hard work and grit don't get praised anymore. People love quick wins. Lottery shops are on every corner. Heard about the baker's kid next door? Won first prize on a lottery ticket and quit on the spot, grinning ear to ear. Pounding at the door, hard enough to split the wood, cuts their chatter short. Every gaze in the room snaps to the visitor. You've got company. It's those people in white shirts everyone talks about. Concordia shrinks from her usual corner with needles and thread, scurries to her room and locks the door. Sir, the city council is offering a substantial sum, enough for you to retire comfortably. The old tailor snorts and drops his fabric shears onto the table with a heavy clink. These days, a different person in a white shirt shows up every few days, all for the same thing. Retire? You're telling me, a tailor of decades, to retire? If I were you, sir, I'd have signed ages ago and settled in flourishing Los Prados by now. What exactly are you holding on to? What am I holding on to? The old tailor's mustache bristles and his eyes bulge with anger, and he even spills coffee across his cuff. Every coat in this town, every pair of suit pants, cashmere vests, and the aprons your mother and grandmother wore, came out of this workshop. Why would I trade that for coin? Out! I've said this 1,000 times. The man in the white shirt licks his lips and keeps going, trying to look professional. Times have changed, sir. People always fear what's new, but the ending is always the same. Hardly anyone reads books or letters now. Gold and banknotes have turned into credit points. From here on out, it's the age of technology and progress. Have you seen the news? They've detected a 600-meter asteroid with a high chance of hitting Earth in a few years, but the Human Technology Alliance has already sent ships to handle it. One blast, fireworks in space, and the threat is gone. The last one like that wiped out the dinosaurs and brought centuries of the Ice Age. This time, it won't happen. Our brightest and get best guarantee it will never happen. This glory belongs to the noble, virtuous human race. The old tailor shows no sign of being moved by the empty slogans. The man in the white shirt lowers his raised fist, chastened. Do people reach into their suit pockets and pay you after a speech like that? Begging at its finest. Ignorant commoner. What I mean is, I respect your craft, and this workshop that embodies an era's dignity like history itself, but even if they had smashed the first power loom, humanity wouldn't have gone back to spinning wheels and hand shuttles. Progress is irreversible, sir. This plot of land needs to make way for progress, for our shared, better future. Not the same thing at all. And who gave you the right to decide what has value? This workshop, these people. What makes you think you can measure them? The man in a white shirt scans the aging workshop. Visitors are rare now. The century-old signboard is chipped and peeling, its letters worn away with no one to repair them. A few workers sew distractedly, more interested in the conversation than the dull work in their hands. The white-shirted man looks pleased. Mr. Archibald, believe it or not, you're quite well known where we come from. We regret what happened in that incident too. If you'll just sign these, we'd be happy to give the past a better closure. Sign papers. Closure. That's what you did back then. Papers signed and the slate wiped clean. You think I'd believe your lies again? I can give up everything else but a dead person. Could she ever come back? The old tailor's voice breaks. He has to take a few deep breaths. He looks at the wardrobes that once stood empty when they were no longer needed. We understand you're upset about what happened back then, but let's not mix issues. Don't mix issues. Fine words. You people in white shirts come and go spitting cold, empty lies. No one takes responsibility. No one truly cares. Everyone knows they spent more money silencing people than fixing the problem. I just want the ones responsible to step forward and explain why it happened, where it went wrong, who slipped up, to mend it properly, like stitching on a patch. And if it can't be mended, then throw the rags out for good. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. You go on and on. Letters of complaint, petitions for years, enough to fill a lifetime. Don't you already know the truth in your heart? We're not the ones who caused those tragedies. At the end of his rope, the man in the white shirt pops open his collar and drops the threat. You may be a fool, but your apprentices aren't. A place like this, one spark and it burns to the ground. Be sensible. It will be better for everyone. Someone sucks in a breath. A loose spool of thread tumbles to the floor. What a shame. We'll be back. He strides out, head high. His pristine black shoes creak sharply on the old wood. Red shakes her head, closes the door, and goes back to her embroidery. Needle and scissors stand on either side of the workbench, tugging the fabric. They can't get it smooth. Flatten the left and the right puckers. Fabric clutches a tape measure, wraps it around his head again and again, nearly choking himself. Hypocrite! The old tailor glares at the retreating back, curses under his breath, and then turns to his apprentices. No one dares meet his disappointed eyes. Master, maybe we should at least consider the offer. Needle forces the words out, palms sweating. Wretch! Did I teach you this craft so you'd help outsiders sell off our workshop? He explodes, pounding the workbench again and again. The thunder of it echoes through the room and makes the tools tremble. That's not what I meant. Fabric jumps in to smooth it over. Hey, Catherine was just kidding, right? Of all of us, you're the most skilled. Your stitches are the best. These past few years, we get the same pay while deadlines shrink. Work gets heavier and harder. Scissors steps up, putting himself between Needle and the old tailor. You! Please don't be angry, Master. Everyone's just exhausted from all the odd jobs lately. Even you? Holy Mother, protect us. It wasn't like this in the past. In his memory, butchers, laborers, bakers, blacksmiths, and tailors all sat happily on benches out front, basking in the sun in the same sunlight, full of life. People helped one another, standing strong, their steady eyes quietly guarding the pride and beauty of craft. At least not now. Back to work? Or do you think this workshop should die today? Exhausted, he wipes away the coffee stain, removes his sleeve guards and apron, and retreats to the back room. The air in the workshop grows more stifling by the minute. Only furrowed brows and the click of sewing needles break the silence. Why is everyone so angry? No one answers. An era is ending. The comfortable, steady old order shatters in an instant. Who is to blame? Who could take the blame? Through the heavy gloom, something sharp cuts across. Anyone else want to speak up? Maybe say something foolish like, it'll all get better? Times are tough. Alright, so this one has a secret achievement. On the room after interacting with the piano, interact with the 3 Discord clones. Okay. There are 3 Discord clones. What did you say? Shorten it. Again? The big city factories are so overloaded that even running their machines around the clock isn't enough, and now they want us to sew the trimmings to fill their gaps? Earlier deadlines, faster speeds. Her words keep cutting the night like a blade. The big factories take the prime cuts and we get the scraps. Sleepless nights, day after day, stringing junk beads. Do they know how much prices have jumped? Do they know how many loaves one heavy dress earns us? Ugh, none of you deserves it. Not a single one. Needle grows more furious with every word, trembling all over. She hurls the half-finished gown. The precious thread snaps and natural pearls of every size scatter across the floor. They all stay up night after night to finish this order. Massive workloads and halved timelines fray every nerve. Fresh flesh and blood need rest. No one can outrun machines. Dark rings sit under dull, empty eyes as if stamped into every face. Easy, easy. These pearls are worth more than both our lives. Fabric sprawls across the floor, carefully gathering the precious pearls one by one. Worth. Worth. Worth! Who has ever cared if we live or die? A bead has rolled into the petal's gap. Fabric can't reach it no matter what. He hauls himself up, chest heaving. Sweat burns his eyes so badly he can't close them. The big, broad-backed man finally breaks. What else can we do? Whatever the client says we do. They're the gods. Not enough time? Who cares? Look at the zeros on the penalty clause. Master doesn't bother anymore. Today he chased a white shirt man off and shut himself in the back room. When persuasion fails, the white shirt man shouts outside the door. Come on, everyone. Having work beats machines taking your jobs and you ending up on the street. Fabric's head buzzes. His heartbeat hammers in his ears. Anita, the master likes you best. Can't you talk to him? I tried. So many times. He said he wouldn't agree, that he refused to lose like this. The woman drops her head, tracing the floor with a fingertip. Isn't there a better way? It's a whole bag of credit cards. It's a whole bag full of credit cards. Can't the old man see these impossible orders are killing us? Good thing I only have myself to feed. I have to think about my daughter's future. If you want to stitch it better, make it sturdier. Get real. Think anyone can ID you by your pretty stitching? But if a single bead goes missing, they'll be at your door pointing at your forehead. Why not just stitch it sloppier then? Stop with the excuses, it's fair competition. If you can't do better than others or faster than machines, you're the one who gets cut. Usually calm Scissors now shakes his head theatrically, as if overtime has driven him mad. Looks like he's at the limit too. You're fine living like this forever? Everyone freezes. The silence is so deep you could hear a pin drop. What do you mean? Thread asks it timidly and hands all the gathered pearls to Fabric. What do I mean? Clients take away gowns we spend hundreds of hours embroidering, days and nights of work, every bit of skill we have. Rich colors, beautiful hand, gold and silver threads, and in the end it sits forgotten in some corner of a massive closet, one piece among thousands. They already own enough clothes to last 100 years, from the cradle to their polished grave. Needle stares at the permanent stains on her clothes and, without thinking, touches the old throb in her left ear. During one delivery, she hesitated, reluctant to hand over the silk she had sewn. For that hesitation, she took a vicious slap that perforated her eardrum. Blood spilled down then and there. Take your dirty hands off. Lucky for you, your blood didn't touch the dress. Otherwise, you'd have earned a few more slaps. She will never forget the way they looked at her for filth. Looked at her like filth, even though the exquisite embroidery they adored came from these same hands. And the old tailor's habit of swallowing every complaint only deepens her despair about the workshop's present and future. They're major clients. You can't afford to offend them. They gave extra, called it compensation. I have had enough. The exhaustion in Needle's eyes burns into sparks. She bites off every word through clenched teeth. Scissors studies the anger carved into her face. He knows she's been the best embroiderer around for a decade, and that in her exhaustion, she's thrown her hopes into a pit that gives nothing back. Countless lifelike miracles are born from her hands, but no one has the patience to wait for miracles anymore. Production could give people comfort and safety by now, and yet some are still worked to death. What I'm saying is, if you don't get rich, you'll rot in a closet where no one remembers you. The world doesn't care about the poor. I won't miss any chance that comes. I'm not going to join the homeless with a smile. How would you talk them around? They've come to buy this place 15, 20 times. The old tailor throws them out every time. You heard Anita. He'll never agree. They started at 1.5 times market price, stingy as could be. But by the time they came during the day, it had gone up to triple. Triple! That's a jackpot! The voice cracks with the scream. With that money, she'd never blister her hands in this crumbling room again. Perhaps, just a little of the golden afterglow might still brush them. Where there's profit, people flock. Where profit doubles, some sell their conscience. Fabric clears his throat, uneasy. Got objections? A better plan? How do we stop this rundown shop from being swapped out quickly and easily? No, I don't. Change has to happen. The stubborn old mule, I'll give him a proper retirement send-off for old time's sake. Late at night, Concordia clutches her favorite puppy doll, ready to sleep. As always, the old tailor sits by her bed and tucks the blanket around her. No stories tonight. Let's just talk for a while, alright? The girl senses something different about the old tailor today and answers in a small mumble. Okay. Concordia, what do you think of Auntie Needle? She's scary. I'm afraid to talk to her. She litters the workshop with torn paper scraps. What are those colorful papers with numbers for? If they're important, why tear them up? If they're useless, why stare at them all the time? The old tailor wants to sigh but holds it back in front of the child. And Thread? Auntie Thread is kind. She comforts Auntie Needle when she cries and got some super soft fabric. I heard it's really expensive to make clothes for Uncle Fabric's baby girl when she's born. She's shy. With people she knows or strangers outside, she always speaks in a tiny, tiny voice. The old tailor thinks for a moment and asks another question. What about your Uncle Fabric? He's the only one who praises me, but when they fight, he never takes sides. The old man is surprised by Concordia's sharp eye. Lastly, Uncle Scissors. I don't know. He won't talk to me. The girl's eyelids droop, her lashes casting little shadows. He only likes being with Auntie Needle. Alright, kid, you've talked enough. Time to sleep. Concordia drifts off to sleep. The workshop still runs through the night, but she's long since learned to sleep through the noise. In the yellow light, the old man looks even more bent. He hides every metal box of old letters, then runs his fingers over the clothes in the wardrobe he made for her. When he grows old, when his eyes fail and his hands can no longer sew, when the workshop he devoted his life to is in someone else's hands, at least something will still be there to keep her company. Since she came into this world, let her feel a little of its warmth. It's time. Time has come. He makes up his mind. Catherine's temper is quick and her math is poor, but her work is always the best. If she were an assistant to a real designer. Bessie is worldly and fits in anywhere. Perfect for expanding business. Constance's mind is as sharp as her craft. She never makes careless mistakes. As for Anita, I truly don't know how to judge her. She's always quiet and unassuming, yet so thoughtful, almost as if she can read minds. Could it be because of her background? Maybe she can hold things together, at least until Concordia comes of age. The old tailor grips a short pencil stub and mutters to himself, thinking. A knock on the door breaks his focus. He coughs twice and hides the yellowed page with only the opening lines written. Master Archibald, Christmas is next month. We've planned a celebration. Maybe we should set work aside today. A celebration? But the delivery day is near and the client's order is still... Concordia's birthday is soon, isn't it? We should give her a special gift. A surprise. You're right. Of course. She's my treasure. The lights in the workshop are mostly out now, but the sewing machines still hum lazily like tired bees. What do we do now? It's gone too far. There's no turning back. What about Concordia? Someone asks it in a trembling, pinched voice. That filthy little thing, a ball of germs with a dog tag to match. If the old tailor didn't have a habit of hoarding useless junk, she'd have frozen to death years ago, right? You all know what you need to do. She's only a child. We should have left her to suffocate in the snow back then. You just didn't want bloody hands, coward. The girl startles awake. The workshop is strangely quiet and the smell is wrong. Her beloved puppy doll is gone from her bedside. She swallows her hurt and unease and climbs out of bed. Puppy? Where'd you go? She holds back tears in the dark, eyes wide as she searches. Sell her directly to clients who have needs. Little girls, everyone prefers them. They fetch higher prices. I'm not lining middlemen's pockets. Who knows how much they skim? Her hair color is unusual. Maybe some Las Prados official's bastard. Raise her and cash in later. Everyone loves that story. Or maybe just the last shred of conscience from two desperate poor souls before they died. You love your gambles. I hate them. It's darker than usual. She moves along the wall, careful, step by step. How many more days can you wait? Los Prados now opens its doors only to the most elite, the very top. Don't you see? Whether we catch the tailwind depends on what we do now. As it is, not a single one of Concordia's personal things remains in this workshop. What are you talking about? Where's the old tailor? Where did he go? The girl peeks from behind the door, only half her face visible. Instinct tells her something terrible has happened. She curls into herself, arms locked tight around her body. A woman hurries from the shadows, grabs the girl, and drags her hard to the workshop's front door, the spot where years ago the old tailor found her. Ow! Auntie Thread! She can't understand how the usually frail thread could be so strong. The woman lets the girl go, crouches to meet her eyes, and holds her trembling shoulders, sorrow heavy in her gaze. The old tailor went far away. He won't be back for a while. Good child, run. As far from here as you can. She presses something cold into the girl's hand. In the dim light, the girl can only feel the familiar shape. This is my metal tag. One day you'll get your chance. The woman shoves the girl, sending her stumbling forward. Tiny points of light appear, gather, and multiply like insect bites. In an instant, thick smoke billows and the darkness flares bright. It's my fault. All my fault. Because I wasn't a good child. Because I didn't pray to the Holy Mother every day. They don't want me. They don't want me anymore. Ladder, this is all your fault. Go away. I never want to see you again. The Holy Mother can't save you. She can't save anyone. Fear tightens the girl's chest. She grips the metal tag. She falls. Her palm is cut and blood smears across the metal. She scrambles up and runs, staggering as if chased by a demon. Find my birth parents? I'm not interested. To me, the old tailor is my parent. I understand. The old tailor loved you dearly. He loved you so much, and in the end, there wasn't even a body left to bury. Who do you think took him away, never to return? Who wrecked your ordinary life and left you with nothing again? You want the truth. You want to find the real culprit behind all this. Yes, I want the truth. On the streets, in the orphanage, in the workshop, you gradually forgot your anger, your hatred. I haven't forgotten. I won't forget. You have power now, and with it, freedom. You're not that panicked child who ran away. So, do you want revenge for the old tailor? Revenge. Yes, I want revenge. If deception serves you better, just stop paying attention. Threading. So, in the room after interacting with the piano, interact with three Discord clones. That was Yata.
ここは一体
Contact Yata and Shiva.
シバ、ヤタ。信号がない。話されたか。
Well, there's a piano right there, but I can't interact with it at the moment, so... Oh, did I just shrink? Cute. I love the chibi stuff in this game. I can't interact with the piano. Oh god, we're back in the Inscription of Labyrinth. Spooky. Oh. Oh.
残念ですが、すでに死亡しています。てめえふざけんな。シュート、早く目を覚ませ。
命令がなければ何をすればいいかわからないの。進むのよ。
It's back to what it used to be. Still better this way. I can't interact with the piano. Dun, 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 dun. Oh. Nothing to interact here. Open the gate. Ah, so this piano. Piano. Could I try playing it for a bit? Why is there a piano here? I like how the Ultima Slash icon is just right there. Piano. The old piano stands here in solitude. Its lacquer is chipped, its keys yellowed with age, no longer pristine, yet still carrying countless emotions. Such a delicate instrument. One careless move might break it. Ding dong. Interact. It's getting dark again. Is this me? Because there's going to be 3 Discord clones. Check. Sleeping girl. The girl sleeps soundly. If she is Discord, then who am I? I do like that her name in the beginning was Concordia. Where? Hey Lilith, what are you doing here? Because Concordia is like the... Because I believe Discord is a shortened version of Discordia, I think. An old tailor workshop with fabric and thread scattered everywhere, lying quietly in the dust of memories. And then Lilith. Names given by loved ones, appearances unlike any other, intricately crafted memories, ever-changing complex emotions, varied reactions, and unique souls. All of these nurture each person's self-consciousness and anchor it within the framework of the self. Do I have a soul, or am I just a projection wandering in a miniature world? Listen. Short hold. Don't. Enemy. this is open now.
覚えてない。覚えていたくない。
Or no, is it these 3 Discord ones?
私は沈黙を選ぶ。彼女たちの一員になることを選ぶ。
These are the 3 Discord ones.
ヘレノア、やめて。お願い。
There we go. Riddler. And then just proceed as normal. Poster. A poster with a blurred face on it. It's completely unrelated to the surrounding content. No idea why it would be here. Why is Watanabe here? There's something in the back there too, I see it. It's like shimmering. I saw something shimmering over there. See, I see something shimmering over there. Behind the counter. But I can't get to it. There's no way to get to it. There's something there. I can see particle effects. There's nothing else to interact with, huh?
残された時間は
My mission is blah, blah, blah. What about yours? You should leave as soon as possible. Something has changed around here. I think I have to interact with something for that to open up. Doggy! Puppy doll. A puppy doll stitched together from many fabric scraps. It used to be Concordia's bedside companion, and now has shared her own fate, abandoned in the crevices of days bygone.
シルエットや早くおいで。お前にプレゼントを用意したんだ。
私にすごくかわいい。
Can I take this with me? Never mind. Directing me that way. I still can't get over here. Can I go downstairs? No. There is something there though. I see it, but I can't get there. That's all the things I could interact with. I could quickly just double check. Yeah, no, that's everything. That's everything. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I have to go over here and then come back to interact? Probably. Scissors. A pair of scissors so sharp they're frightening to behold. In the tailor's workshop, they were used to cut fabric and snip threads. Concordia was warned, you're too young, don't touch them.
ハサミの役目を果たさないと何かを切るとか。
Let me double check. I always want to check back after every interaction now. Nope. Is it me or is it moving farther away though? It kind of looks like it's moving farther away from the counter. Dress. A beautiful dress as if stepped right out from an oil painting. It carries an air of nobility and grace, evoking a sense of nostalgia. For some reason, the dress is tightly entangled in threads.
シュエット、おいで。君にプレゼントを用意したんだ。
私にですか？素敵。
Rector, Mr. Use scissors.
これは彼女が忘れてしまった物語？ それともかつて信じていた真実？ご心配なくすべて用意してありますから。
Interesting. Another one? Alright, this one doesn't have any hidden achievements, so play through this. Yesterday's World. Oh, straight into it.
ここでは命令なしに口を開くな。お前たちができるのは服従だけだ。
Oh. Talk with the others optional. After she gave me this bag of candy, she disappeared with the staff. We're not allowed to leave because there's dangers outside. We're not allowed to leave because there's dangers outside. Do you want freedom? When will the training end? Go away. I won't touch you again. I want everybody to line up now. Follow orders. Go assemble.
逃げようとした者は厳しく罰せられる。言葉、感情、思考、意識はお前を弱くする。必要なのは本能と命令の遂行だけだ。
Follow orders sounds scary, Grandpa. When the ship is sinking, the first thing you do is save yourself, I think is it? Quiet. If even one person fails, that sounds scary, Grandpa. Oh, damn it. It's going by too quick, I can't read it. Looks like somebody doesn't want to follow orders. Use your weapons to punish that deserter. Oh, I'm fighting everyone. We're fighting everyone. Why are you still hesitating? Prologue doesn't keep dead weight. The trash is gone. Time to continue training. Why were the other ones attacking me?
ここから脱出すること。時間がないわ。
Rest in the center. Fast forward to training start. Optional. Forced open during power outage. Candy wrapper. Are they also? I don't have time. Mike scratches. He's trying to leave something. If there's a way to destroy it. Oh, he has a keen nose. EMP. Uh-oh. No, I got the core. Breaks over, back to training. Oh, shit. Okay. I got the core, over here. EMP. Whoa.
きっとうまくいく。集中しなくちゃ。
Okay. We got it. Oh, that was it. Interesting. Beneath the platform. Remember, you're no different from dogs. Worse even. Dogs don't overthink, they don't fear. So learn from dogs. If you're told to bite, you bite. If you're told to stop, you stop. Got it? If crying gets no answer, what's the point of crying? If needs go unheard, do needs survive? In the institution, the children have few spare emotions. Obedience and conditioned reflexes are their daily lessons. Behind closed doors, the obedience training never ends. The instructors clearly tolerate it. As long as they don't have to dirty their hands each time, they're happy to let natural selection do the work and discard the defective products. The director brought her here personally. What's so special about this candidate? After a few days of observation and interaction, Eleanor has to admit she's a little disappointed. In test after test, Discord's performance is average, or maybe lacking any competitive drive is more accurate. She can't even read, just like the others, so what could have earned the director's favor? At least the name was unique. Wherever you are, survival of the fittest rules. Fail to grasp it, and you're gone. She lingers at the back of the line and watches older bullies knock Discord's meal to the floor. The blue-haired girl quietly picks up her food and finds a corner to sit. Playing weak, are you? Not a bad move. She walks over and sits beside Discord like it's the most natural thing. In the afternoon, the scheduled training begins. Finish your missions. Fall behind and you'll be punished. Everyone begin. Countless parts scatter across the table. On command, the children move as one, assemble a handgun, and chamber rounds at top speed. Eleanor, complete. The rest of the kids panic. It's their first day with this training. Some can't even tell the trigger from the safety. Roxy, Eggsy, complete. Discord, complete. The rest of you failed. Hands out. Eleanor steps gracefully out of line. A beat later, Discord follows. The stun gun cracks, charring the flesh of the palm until it's black and burning. The punished child doesn't dare cry, only sags to their knees. No one has ever doubted this place is nothing like ordinary orphanages. They're afraid of you. Discord doesn't dare look back. Standing beside the girl, she speaks barely above a whisper. Is it because you're better than them? Are they jealous? Being better than a bunch of fools is nothing to be proud of. What matters is being better than the person you were. That's worth being proud of. To Discord, Eleanor acts refined around teachers and other orphans. Never loud, never foolish. Even when she acts out, she is never scolded. Her only quirk is that sometimes she's hard to understand. Among kids who lack schooling, that counts as an advantage. They do fear me. When you fear something, you admit it has power over you. She tells Discord which children to study and which ones she already understands completely. People should look for things that have meaning and value, then meet death calmly. Some people's value is to help others realize theirs. She says her foresight is simply a matter of understanding, like how some creatures are born with a sharper sense of smell than humans. But to Discord, it still feels like magic. See? He's about to slip out and quietly ask the kid in front to help him cheat. The kid in front will agree, then sneak a look around. But the one behind won't like it. He'll... let me think. He's gonna punch the kid in front of him. Ow, my nose! I swear word, hate you sneaky cheaters. Class stops when a brawl breaks out and the instructor storms over. Discord stares, stunned, as Eleanor's predictions come true one by one. Can you make people do what you want? No, I certainly can't. An expression crosses her face that mingles an adult's calm with a child's innocence. All I do is observe. I watch what someone wants, what they need most right now, what they value. Then you know more about them than you do. Then, do you understand me the way you understand them? She smiles and says nothing. Discord can already ask questions in doubt, better than the other fools. Like, which foot I'll use when I step through the door next. A coin has two sides. You only get two outcomes when you toss it. The commotion ends at the whistle. The older girl strolls back into line. The younger girl realizes she's asked something dumb, flushes with embarrassment, then remembers the secret game that sealed her fate. A withered portrait of an old man, a bird with outstretched wings. She chose the old man's face, and that path led her here. The other path. So, free will is a joke, an illusion. The freedom people talk about is just making limited choices inside countless restraints. They wield freedom the way they wield power. In the end, it's the same pre-written road. Boring. Mind-numbingly boring. At the end of her sentence, the girl's voice suddenly slips back into a child's tone. She steps closer. Her shadow and breath fall over Discord. Oh dear. Is that a bit too hard for you? Every window here is carefully covered so the children won't glimpse a scrap of blue sky and dream of freedom. Yet the children still whisper about freedom. During breaks, they stare at clouds through the cracks and watch leaves fall with the seasons. If only they could be a cloud in the sky, then they could drift anywhere. Almost every child has thought this. Until Eleanor said it, Discord never considered that freedom might not be a good thing. Do you want freedom? No. We should follow orders. Discord unconsciously rubs at the wrists that restraints have cinched for years and forces the words out, uncomfortable. Does a puppy want freedom? Can it run wherever it wants? The girl pictures the attack dogs in their training cages, then shakes her head slowly and heavily. Then what about the strays outside? They go where they want, by who they want. They don't need anyone's orders. Discord doesn't answer. She studies Eleanor's face, searching for the response that will satisfy her. No matter how hard a small dog tries, no matter how loud it howls, it can't become a big dog. So, no matter how much children yearn for it, they can't turn into clouds. Discord struggles to take it in. But a small dog can still kill a big dog with the same sharp teeth and claws. I'm the only one who sees your potential. They all underestimate you, overlook you, but you're the protagonist of this story. You're special. Prove it to me. Eleanor lets the blue-tinted gauze slide from her fingertips and walks, unbothered, from the sterile corridor into the course room. Special? Protagonist? Those words, sweet as honey, seep slowly into Discord's heart. Could she be a protagonist? Could she protect Eleanor, become the great hero from picture books? The lamp still glows with its faint, ghostly light, yet she feels as warm as if she were standing in the outdoor sun. The world gathers in new colors and begins to surge forward. In that moment, her broken childhood and all those years of wandering no longer seem to matter. By the way, would it be your left foot? My guess is that you heard it before. You've been acting like nothing's wrong while quietly protecting it all this time. She glances back with an innocent smile and speaks the words that land squarely in the heart. You like to hide important things. Is it because you've lost them before? The corridor to the dorms is ice cold at night. Many children linger there before bed, dragging their feet on purpose. Fool! She's tamed you, got you dancing to her tune, just so she can beat you more easily on the next test. Tag along. You'll find out soon enough how terrifying it is to be her enemy. Yeah, we're just helping you face reality early. A cluster of kids closes in. A perfect target who never fights back is too tempting for their restless, show-off energy. Someone shoves her. She stumbles forward and crashes onto the ice-cold floor. Think you're special? Think you were chosen? One boy slips a fork from the caretaker's cabinet and climbs to a high perch. He flicks his wrist and sends a fork flying. The angle is off. It spins and just clips her foot before bouncing away. Miss, these things are a pain to aim. How about this? In one go, he throws the rest of the forks at Discord. They rain down like silver, clattering into each other without pattern. Only one fork spins fast, and the tines flashing as it drops toward the back of Discord's unprotected neck. The girl doesn't turn. Maybe she catches it in the corner of her eye because her arm whips back on instinct. Damn, lucky dodge. The crowd scatters in a flash, like ants doused with boiling water. Only two things can get these kids to stop in their tracks with sound alone: a whistle or her. Eleanor, they say. The girl bites her lip, unsure whether to repeat those cruel words, but Eleanor's eyes light up, fixed on the fork that was knocked away and now sits buried in the wall. As expected. Smiling, she opens her arms and gathers Discord into lace and ruffles. The unfamiliar touch makes Discord tense up. She doesn't know what to do. It's called a hug. Nothing to worry about, right? The girl's hand pats her back, soft and soothing. Discord breathes in a scent that doesn't match Pollard at all. Nestled against gray hair, her tight muscles loosen. The bullying is brushed aside, a harsh scolding, a confident confinement, or a token confinement, and then the instructors and caretakers pretend it never happened. But after their confinement ends, those kids never come near the blue-haired girl again. They're not bothering me anymore, but what did you do? Did you beat them up? The girl asks incredulously. She just can't picture this teenager using violence. No, I only talk to them, the same way I'm talking to you. Discord already understands that the girl is far more mature than she looks. She only acts like an ordinary child when it suits her. Don't you get it? Her forehead's already marked. Even you idiots should know some lines can't be crossed. The girl's gentle smile smooths out every anxious ripple in Discord's young heart, like a calming touch of magic. From that day on, her time at Pollard grows easier. Discord feels as if she's run back to some simple, sheltered place, even if each day's performance is anything but peaceful. As long as Eleanor is there, there's nothing to fear. All she has to do is follow orders and keep living. Yet a fate no child should bear still comes, mercilessly. Final training of the year. Make sure you're ready. Some kids spark with hope at the word final, but the gray, flat eyes around them show that words like these have long since lost their meaning. They're forced to fight each other. The closer the bond, the more deliberately they are paired. The rule is merciless. It slices apart what little tenderness remains. A door opens. They step into a tunnel drowned in pitch black darkness. They descend a staircase, pass through another door, and hear the heavy clang of a metal slab sealing shut behind them. And finally, one last door. Some children grow restless, others seem distant or already half absent. It makes no difference to what lies ahead. Complete your task. Kill your companions, or you all feed the dogs. No, you don't have to kill them. Just knock them out and it's over. Director Pollard, who almost never shows up, drops that remark like a stone before passing the microphone back. Training's almost over. No point wasting resources. The other adults glance at each other and shrug. None of them bother explaining to the seldom seen director how important the preset conditions are for forging the final nerves of steel. Dozens of trained military hounds come thundering out. They're massive, all muscle, some almost as tall as the children. Every set of eyes locks on the central platform, and their growls rumble like distant thunder. Weapons of every kind litter the arena floor. The instructors leave for the monitoring room, waiting for the final results of this bloodbath. Of course, running and giving up are pointless too. Partially wiped bloodstains remain on the platform. The air reeks of iron. Discord yanks at the chain linking her neck to another's, her face twisted in pain. A person must always obey, be a perfect expendable, adapting to the absurd. That's what soldiers were made to be in the world wars. Life and death are a performance. 33 ridiculous coin tosses make you believe in fate. You and I are puppets on a stage. Discord doesn't understand the poem-like murmur. It's even more obscure than usual. The girl smiles and switches to a simpler story. Ever heard of your life flashing before your eyes? Take oxygen deprivation, for example. It can cause hallucinations. In a lot of plane crashes, when the cabin loses pressure, people pass out almost instantly. Your body's dying, but your brain hasn't caught on yet, so it gives you dreamlike illusions. People who've had near-death experiences say they saw hazy scenes and heard a clear announcer's voice. The moment they step into an unknown river, torches flare to life around them. The flicker of firelight brightens the space. You see people waving to you. Their faces are blurred, but you feel a strange safety and happiness, like an infant in a mother's arms. What are they talking about? I can't hear them clearly. Still this reckless? Are they turning a death test into story time? The girl keeps talking to herself. The speaker warns that if they don't get moving, the preset lethal current will be switched on. Are you afraid of death? The young woman walks slowly to the weapons rack, her pale fingers slipping from her sleeve. She smiles like she's unwrapping a gift and reaches for a brand new chainsaw. Discord follows the voice on the loudspeaker and grabs a tactical knife from the upper rack. A suicidal choice. At the monitors, one adult mutters that a few casualties are acceptable, but a massive massacre would be too much. Rosewater's brow furrows. But Discord is busy building the scene Eleanor once described. Her mind is pulled along as she peers down from several meters above into the darkness below. Barking rises and falls from somewhere under the platform. Death is safe and happy? What she sees instead is the opposite. A cold corner hidden from a bustling street. Bleak, shadowed, forgotten. She's been there before. Felt it. If no one remembers you, maybe the fire in your chest will finally burn out. The clash of gears and chains, the roar of motors. It all explodes at once. The blast of sound forces the girl to raise her voice. Hello, Leoju. Jump from here. That's an order. Her last thread of hope snaps, so even Eleanor can't conjure a magic that shields them from reality. Why is the world like this? Is there no hope at all? Discord wants to close her eyes but isn't allowed to. Her hand grips the chain at her neck and she stops asking questions. Jump, jump, jump! Jump! We have Discord, Chrome, and last Hanyin coding had a Firefox theme. Maybe Kodo's onto something. Jump, 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 jump. I prefer to hop. Just obey the command. A man chooses, a slave obeys. With the countdown to fight blaring from the speaker, she lets the strength leave her body, slides her left foot over the platform's edge, and drops. The fall should be brief. For a moment, feeling only the pressure of wind, Discord knows nothing. Then the pressure at her neck vanishes, enough to tell her that whatever was on the other end is suddenly gone. Eleanor, she's passed the test now, hasn't she? If all she wanted was to give up, she had hundreds of chances already. Tag along. You'll find out soon enough how terrifying it is to be her enemy. After that day, every sleepless night, she chews on that sentence in the rhythm of the dorm snoring, imagining all the ways it might come true. In a blink, a puppy doll seems to appear on her nightstand. In the next, she realizes it's a nightmare. It feels like an unknown force squeezes her heart, slinging her between light and darkness. A good cry is the only thing that could settle her spirit, but crying is something reality never pities. At last, she stretches the fingers that the restraints still allow, lips moving soundlessly, tapping a melody from memory into the moonlit air. Tap, 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 tap. I absolutely don't want to be Eleanor's enemy, but I also don't want to die. Survival instinct drives her to twist her body mid-air in a burst of desperate adjustment, and her razor-sharp vision lets her see the ground below, packed with hounds waiting for their meal. For some reason, her downward rush seems to slow for a heartbeat, just enough to finish the adjustment. Dagger clenched tight, Discord picks her landing spot. Did you catch that move? Someone at the monitors cries out. Seems to slow for a heartbeat, enough to finish the adjustment. She just went through that freaking superhuman sense drug. that little burst of heightened senses where everything seems to slow down all around you, even just for a split moment. But that split moment can feel like forever. Close enough. Welcome back, Katana Zero. And Bleach. Discord crashes onto the banks of two hounds, curling up to execute a side roll as her arm grazes their terrifying fangs. Though she manages to break her fall, the impact still forces a muffled grunt from her lips. And I heard that Discord A rank also has the ability to, like, time lag or whatever, time stop or whatever the fuck, right? I wonder if that's the reason right there, because she just has that heightened sense from when she was human. I wonder. No time to register the pain. She rides the momentum into a low crouch, twists halfway around, and drives her knife hard up into those snarling hounds' soft underjaw. Damn. Dark blood sprays in twisting ribbons, crawling along the dagger's edge like living worms. Giving her lore for time lag is dope. Gotta love Kodo. Yeah, but that's just my guess. I don't know if that's actually the reason. Maybe they tell you the reason in her like character info when you go to her profile or whatever. But that's just my guess, just from that little bit of text. Another hound, closer this time, lunges with a low guttural snarl. Discord reacts faster than thought. She boots away the one whose jaws no longer work, winds the too long chain between both hands, reads the incoming leap, loops the nearest throat, and slams the beast into the ground with brutal force. She twists her wrists hard. The metal noose bites deep, tightening until foam flecks its muzzle and its legs go slack. When did she hide a whip in her sleeve? She slips through the weapon racks, circles again and again, and uses metal fatigue to saw through the chain on her neck. Hey, she's throwing every gun off the rack. Wait, she jumped down herself. What is she really trying to do? Why are there no cameras underneath? Where are the drones? Panic erupts in the monitoring room. They suddenly remember the passage beneath the platform, a route to the outside, to freedom. Someone's getting nervous. Who'd have thought anyone could escape from Prologue? It isn't just that their abilities have surpassed every adult's expectations. Worse than that, what has been done to these children is something even heaven would refuse to forgive. Their will burns longer than the sum of every will set against them. How many is that now? The deafening wall of barking fades until she realizes there isn't a single bark left. She wipes the blood and sweat running from her nose and finally steals a breath. Good. I like dogs that bite. Discord looks up, delighted to see the girl walking toward her, still keeping her weight pressed on one gasping hound. Its last whimper disappears into a heavy silence. Eleanor. She runs over, then freezes when she sees the girl no longer spotless. Looks like you're enjoying the game too. She tosses aside a blood-smeared power saw, frowning at her sleeve where flecks of flesh, bone, and blood have marred the fabric. The mad dog of Las Prados likes dogs that bite. Bite yourself, then. Not elegant enough. If only there were a weapon that didn't make me get so close and kept the mess off me. An umbrella. She selects again, this time a modified double-barrel shotgun. Lifts it and softly mouths a bang as she takes aim. A hound's head bursts. Jesus, its body stumbles forward a few more steps before dropping, confusion still etched in its movements. 1 point for Eleanor. Ugh, the noise is overdone. Not my taste. Whoever controls us must be dealt with for good. Discord flicks the chain into the jaws of the last hound charging toward Eleanor's back. She drives her knife into its heart. The shriek stops. Looks like the game is over. Shame. I forgot to keep score. Oh. She reaches out her cool hand. When their palms meet, Discord feels herself pulled forward. The warmth brings Discord a profound sense of comfort. She lets herself be led by that laughing figure. There are no more enemies to guard against. The bloody arena fades into a phantom ballroom. Hand in hand, they walk across carpets cooling into dark red. They drift through the grand halls. Yes, nothing like listening to classical ballroom music like killing a bunch of dogs. You can even see them in the background. Their skirts flutter. Their steps are light and free. It is Discord's first ball. She is a flicker of the dark moon, the bloom of a flower, the sweep of purple waves, calm on the surface, burning inside. Discord stares at the girl leading her. Would I one day be like those hounds standing in your way, blindly following commands? It's not the same. You take orders from me. I'm not a slaughter maniac. Those dogs died, but their deaths had value. The girl stays quiet, so Eleanor turns back and searches her eyes. You don't like it here, do you? You don't like it here anymore, do you? It's because they made us kill our own. It's too much. Then we'll be leaving here soon. Coming from her, it sounds like a joke, but deep down, Discord firmly believes it. After that, everything is a blur. She barely remembers the adults wading through the gore to pull them out, then splitting them apart. Maybe someone even asked why she hadn't opened the door. That's not necessary. Eleanor's voice drifts from the next room as Discord sinks into sleep under a net of sensors. It's all for our own good, for our betterment. When she wakes, only bare walls remain, echoing in the emptiness. Metal bunks stand in neat rows. Thin mattresses are stacked flat. No one sleeps here anymore. Every child is gone. Eleanor's got a new home. Isn't that great? Relax, your new life starts soon. She wasn't wrong. In a cozy bedroom above the Los Prados tailor shop, Discord runs her fingers over the skin where her neck and wrists were once bound. She lets out a sigh that's far too heavy for a child. Interesting. Covering cloth. It's like Lilith is the one person that kind of just like makes... I don't know. I don't know how to properly describe their relationship here. Because Lilith is the kind of the person that just like... She's like given to your inner desire type of shit. Like just go crazy. Who cares if the world is burning? Just do whatever the fuck you want. Well, Discord's like the opposite. She doesn't do what she wants. She kind of just... She always has someone to follow. Always needs to have something to obey. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm not great. That bitch is crazy, man. Yeah, I'm not great when it comes to being super analytical. When it comes to reading this stuff and their characters and whatnot. Because I just can't give proper detail on it. Or a proper description. Alright, so this one has a secret achievement. It says choose the option not to investigate and then finish the mission regularly. So don't investigate. Can observe, can't describe. That's it. Yeah, pretty much. I can easily observe it and I can feel the emotion and I can understand what they're trying to convey. I just can't properly describe it. Alright, straight into it. Do not investigate for this achievement. I'm giving you a chance to make something.
彼らはあなたを警察官だと思ってる。真実が知りたいんでしょ。
I will get to the bottom of it, the truth will only bring me pain. I'd rather keep fighting forever. Is this what the choice is? Let me see. I'll pick the second one because that seems to be the don't investigate. Oh, that was it. I don't want to know the so-called truth.
話になりません。ごきげんよう。そしてさ、話にな、隅々まできれいにしなければ手足を縫い合わせましょう。ごきげんよう。そしてさようなら。隅々まできれい、話になりません。手足を縫い合わせましょう。隅々まできれいにしなければ手足を縫い合わせまし、話になりません。仰せのままに手足を縫い合わせましょう。私は無価値なの裏切り者の結末は一つのみ。カット、シアリング。
Cool. But I'm curious about investigating the truth. So I'm gonna play that again, but this time I want to see what the truth is. I want to pick the first option. I'm curious.
過去の後悔を償うチャンスをあげるわ。
The shortest mystery.
彼らはあなたを警察官だと思ってる。真実が知りたいんでしょ。
So let me see what this first option does. Ask the residents. At first, it was that thin girl apprentice who bought supplies for the workshop. Later became those two apprentices, a man and a woman doing it together. They say when the big man at the workshop's daughter got sick, he ran all over town buying her medicine and spent every moment he could at her bedside. Most of the time he looked like a fool, but whenever he spoke of his daughter, he became serious. He always said he promised to give her the very best. Wait, did he even have a daughter? It's terrifying. They say the fire was caused by old wiring. If you ask me, he just didn't want to give up the workshop, so he set the fire himself. It's all retribution. Well, ain't that just bullshit? Memory. I don't know anything. After the gathering ended, I just went back to sewing the orders for my clients. Yes, I can vouch for that. Lying. Thread went to pick up the top up for both of us. There are witnesses who can prove it. Fabric was on the phone with clients the entire time. The workshop surveillance footage stayed intact, right up until the fire broke out. Yes, after the master went back to his room, he locked the door. He must have been drunk and didn't notice the fire. We couldn't save him. It was an unfortunate accident. The door was locked. Doesn't make sense. Preliminary police report. Case number blah, 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 blah. Report date blah, 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 blah. Scene conditions. The tailor's workshop is a wooden structure with an old interior and deteriorated wiring. No signs of forced entry. Body condition. Victim found lying on their back in the living room. Severe blah, blah, blah. Clothing almost completely blah, 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 blah. Due to heavy burn injuries, external trauma or signs of asphyxiation cannot be confirmed. Stomach contents indicate mild intoxic blah, 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 blah. Suspected blah, 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 blah. It was a cover-up. No. The fire was set after he was already dead. Oh. The enemy's already died. What do we do? They're going to find out. They're going to find out. You don't have to worry, alright? I'll protect you. You haven't done anything wrong. Besides, the police have no evidence. needle, a sharp needle, strikingly conspicuous. Was I blinded all this time, misled by needle? By Auntie Needle? Torn paper pieces. You can vaguely make out some colorful numbers on the scraps. Only now do you realize that losing a lottery ticket is nothing but waste paper. All of this just for a false hope. Vengeance! I mean, they're probably already dead. Vengeance is long gone. The night after the tailor workshop burned down, I saw a dark figure rushing out in a hurry. The way he moved, it looked like he was burying something. Fabric. Lots of fabric. The most common thing in the workshop, usually stored in the work area. But the report states, large amounts of burned fabric ash cover the living room floor. Someone moved these fabrics ahead of time. Why? Me too. Let's dig it up and see for ourselves. Burnt scissors. Evidence report. Metal scissors found in the living room at the scene, damaged and brittle after high heat. No blood traces detected. With no other biological evidence present, the scissors are preliminarily judged not to be direct evidence, but rather an everyday workshop tool that was accidentally caught in the fire and returned as the victim's belongings. These are the scissors the old tailor loved most. But why is there no trace of blood? Could this not be the real murder weapon? If so, then why would fabric hide the scissors? That notch in the blades doesn't sit right with me. Must have wiped the blood. But it's got fingerprints. But they hid it. Grew up with nothing, no family, no support. Struggling to survive. Shh, keep your distance. Don't you know she mixes with all kinds of shady people? Thread. The real murder weapon that links everything together has been hidden in the workshop all along. Damn it. Why did I ignore all of this back then? Crime scene investigation report. Large amounts of burned fabric ash covered the floor, mixed with traces of oily residue and rubber fragments suspected to be melted wire insulation or shoe sole material. The ash is heaviest near the body, irregularly spread, suggesting the heat was concentrated in the living room. Murder mystery. Wielding shears. This one also has a secret achievement. It says, after seeing Madame Monzano, turn left, interact with the red wall 5 times, and then finish the mission. Monzano's grand mansion is a gilded prison. The mirror-bright marble floors reflect only the lonely shadows of its captives. Discord stands silent, staring at the files. Her chest aches. It takes time to realize it is in pain. Its hatred taking root and digging in. Hatred born from the towering blaze, and from every moment of love when she heard her true name. Tap, tap, tap. I know you've been digging in secret, but you never guessed it. They were right under your nose. They never left. Eleanor walks over, gently takes the papers from her hands, flips through them idly, and then stomps at a photo and tosses it onto the tea table. That workshop you thought burned and bulldozed, it was labeled an accident site and paid out a fat insurance claim. Then it was sold in secret to an Eastern syndicate. They built a weapons plant underground and shipped untraceable arms everywhere. My aunt's legitimate businesses keep feeding these honeyed nests of vice, drawing every kind of pest. And the poor tailors, new faces, new identities, new names. Now they strut into Los Prados casinos and burn money like paper. Even as notorious smugglers, underground arms dealers still look a lot more respectable than tailors. The maid's knuckles go white from her grip. I'd be mad too. The Pollard agency showed Tachi how to unravel every clue, piece by piece, until you reach the final conclusion. No matter how unlikely, it's the truth. I don't think your skills have slipped. Discord doesn't respond. She lifts her eyes to look. Eleanor is unmoved, as if that tangled gaze can't touch her. She turns halfway, smooths her skirt with poise, and sits back down. Slender fingers with clear polish turn page after page, then stop on a name that now feels foreign. Concordia, is it? I'd rather you play your own life's melody than back someone else, even if this twisted world only plays twisted songs. Discord's whole body shakes. She clamps her eyes shut to hold the surge inside. My aunt hates uninvited guests too. We can teach them some manners. The purple figure leans in from the chair, blocking the mansion's ever-watchful cameras. The whisper is barely there. Now you get to choose. What will it be? Revenge! Vengeance! Lucky 38, a name gamblers love because it sounds lucky. The air is thick with sweet perfume and cigar smoke, wrapping every gambler all the same. Roulette spin, dice clatter, chips change fate, and fleeting moods flash across faces. The lights still glare and the laughter still pierces, but an invisible pressure tightens. The woman at the table is flushed with luck. Cheers, congratulations, and syrupy flattery make her the center of the room's whirlpool of desire. Yes, this is it. She sips the free champagne from the handsome bartender and thinks dreamily, this is what she can't give up. This is why she lives. Why, if it isn't Miss Eleanor, you look absolutely radiant today. That gown is exquisite. May I have the honor of knowing the tailor who made it? Thank you for visiting us all these years. The tailor's name? Of course I could share it with you. Come with me. The girl's flawless face shines in the decadent chaos of the casino. Fueled by alcohol, the woman thinks she would gladly toss a few chips just to admire that doll-like smile a bit longer. After all, what she wins here stays here. With just a glance, the bodyguards escort the two of them politely to the reception room. She thought it was politeness. In the endless dark corridor, the elevator's halt irregular motion finally tells her something is wrong. Miss Eleanor, what do you mean by this? I didn't pull any dirty tricks in your casino. Tonight was all luck. As the fake electronic velvet curtain fades, the beautiful girl smiles. Old friends meeting again. No need to tense up. The tailor's name is Discord. Her stammering stops. Needle backs away until her spine is pinned to the corner. Years of comfort didn't erase the tailor's instinct. She still seeks safety in tight spaces. Well, look who it is. Not a nightmare anymore. It's real now, isn't it? Sweat beads on her brow at the old nightmare made real. Yet something still props up her body and face. Why show up in front of me again? You just won't go away. I said from the start, pull the weeds out by the roots. Why didn't anyone agree with me back then? Who would have thought that filthy little orphan would become Madame Manzano's attack dog? In the end, all of Los Prados, even with new owners, still bears the Sinclair name. In the end, you can't escape destiny either. Ha 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 ha. Was it you who destroyed the workshop? I don't belong there. I never belonged in that dusty cage. Was it you who killed the old tailor? Needle stops laughing. She won't answer. Heavy makeup can't hide the same restless hate as before. I always thought if I wore fine clothes, carried a luxury bag, spoke with grace, and complained about the weather and food like they do, I'd become one of them. I'd be upper class. No more bowing and scraping, no more crawling in the mud covered in filth. Girl, just answer the question. The nightmare approaches step by step. That blank expression makes her realize it is real and impossible to escape. But it's useless. The club turns away anyone without status. What once seemed like astronomical sums to me are nothing more than meaningless decimal points to the truly wealthy. Their words, their glances, still nothing but contempt and rejection. Why can't it be me? Why can't it be me? Her voice is hoarse from screaming. She pounds the wall behind her again and again. Nickels? Nickels, yes. Knuckles, splitting and dripping blood. The elegant hairstyle she had so carefully arranged falls apart in loose strands. Those born wearing crowns with golden spoons in their mouths. Why can't it be me? You wouldn't understand. You can never understand. The numbers on the cards whisper to me. They bow their heads and call me their master. Her long nails dig into her scalp, her face twisting into something grotesque. Bleeding nickels. He hates that her heartbeat is chained to the roulette table. Hates the calloused hands hidden beneath her velvet gloves. Hates the shadowy work she does underground. What she hates most is that she still believes she can claw her way into that glittering upper class. This girl, she did all of that for nothing. You've always looked down on the poor just as you look down on yourself. I don't hide my desires, and I will never regret acting on them. Any desire built on crushing others will, sooner or later, come back to crush you. I'm about to turn my life around, to win a future without worry. Just one more round. Just one more. Discord walks right past her, opening the main door and heading deeper inside. Is it already too late? I warned her, but she still had to go out there, betting on a future, betting on a tomorrow. What's the point? Our fate never changes. We are always forced to bow and to scrape. The man speaks in a low, almost mournful voice. All these years, winning, losing, winning. Every time she lost everything, she'd come home cursing, then turn right around and gamble again. The dealers knew we were easy prey from the start. They kept stringing her along, whispering, just one more win and you'll make it. Lady Luck will smile on you. That one win was always in the next round. Was it you who killed the old tailor? It wasn't Needle. It was me. I did it alone. You've been a festering wound in her mind all this time. We've been looking for you. The man pulls a gun from under the table and fires. His breathing turns ragged, his eyes darting wildly. A bullet grazes Discord's shoulder. She ducks behind cover as the sound of gunfire roars through the room. The conveyor belt halts with a screech, the supporting pipes snapping under the barrage and clattering to the floor. Discord knows exactly where every gun part belongs. This assembly line is second nature to her. Bullets slam into the component printer, sparks flying as its casings caves in. Click. The magazine locks in place. Death is chambered. The hastily assembled gun knocks out each light in precise order. In an instant, the barrage veers off course. One shot is all it takes. She moves silently until she's right behind him. Nothing personal, kid. The mission calls for precision and speed. They were all taught to never toy with their prey. A bloom of red explodes from his hand. The gun slips from his right grip, and when his left hand moves to catch it, another bloom follows. They climb higher. Stop being treated as less than human. We sold our futures away. You're no different. No, I'm not. Discord lunges like a shadow unbound, seizing the weapon and turning it back on him. Master Archibald once patched the holes in my clothes. That was the kindest gift I ever received. Living together, playing in harmony. Such a gentle name. But that name and that wish have long since been buried in the past. You can never go back. There's no going back. In the hush, she lowers the hot barrel. Kill him! The third room. Concordia, don't do this. Weren't we close when you were little? Look, I've always remembered you. Did you remember her when you were killing the old man? Huh? It would take someone strong, really strong, to move those tools and stacks of fabric quickly enough to stage an accident. The answer is obvious. You're all in this. It doesn't matter if you directly killed him yourself. You participated in the murder. Heavy, massive sheets of cloth cover every chase. His bulky body hits the floor with a strangely comical thud. I was forced. They threatened me. I had no choice. You had plenty of choices. Her rage erupts, her eyes bloodshot. The burly man trembles so hard that a dark stain spreads across his fine suit trousers, dripping onto the concrete. Damn, he shat himself. Or pissed himself. Or both, even. She said, my daughter always deserves the very best. No, please, you can't kill me. Don't you want to know about your real parents? I'm the only one who knows. Bullshit. I knew you'd come back one day. I knew someday you'd want to learn where you came from, that you'd want to know about your real mother and father. If you kill me, you'll never know. He shat himself. Spare me, please. The trigger is about to be pulled when Fabric makes a desperate lunge, roaring as he shoves over every shelf in reach. In the cramped space, Discord can't dodge. A heavy blow slams into her back, and the gunshot wound on her shoulder blossoms into a wider patch of red. But situations like this used to be just another day's training for her. The bigger the target, the easier it is to aim, even while lying flat. The target screams in pain. After a few deep breaths, she shoves the debris off herself and staggers to her feet. My real parents. My real parent was Neville Archibald Horse, your master, and you killed him, didn't you? Vengeance. My name is Discord. You killed my father. Prepare to die. I can imagine her replying with aggressive, nah! The last room is large, stark white, filled only with the cold scent of metal and the sting of machine oil. Two walls are covered in mirrors, creating the illusion of space, making it hard to believe this is underground. Unfinished weapons lie scattered about in disarray, a far cry from the warm workshop once full of fabrics and dust. The factory isn't actually that big. Shadows, symmetry, mirrors, years gone by, and the loss of familiarity only make it seem larger. Discord feels nothing but disappointment. Not even the faintest scent remains from those old days. Little Discord. Of the four, hers is the face that has changed the least. For the first time, Discord feels a flicker of nostalgia. In the darkness, the woman's silhouette trembles. Discord forces herself to bear the dull ache in her body and the dizzy haze in her head, hoping not everything is already too late. Auntie Thread. You were forced to help them. Otherwise, why would you have let me go back then? Is that really the truth you believe? You're still the same as before. Naive and foolish. Of course, it was because you still had value. The woman makes no effort to hide her amusement, laughing so hard her whole body shakes. Oh, damn. I was vibing with her until now. Good. Revenge always excites an audience, flooding them with adrenaline. It's the ultimate form of entertainment. Damn. On the surface, she was all nice and sweet and innocent and cutesy patootsy, but deep down, she fucked. She ain't good. You haven't forgotten this place became a weapons factory, have you? Assembling weapons is just as easy as assembling clothes. Discord still hasn't figured out how Thread, once the quietest and most caring, became the link tying all the others together. A circular machine whirs behind Thread, then suddenly lurches forward at a command. If the old tailor were alive, he wouldn't want to see his two most treasured people both die in machine accidents. Don't you think killing him was doing him a favor? It was you. Discord's blue eyes widen. Rage surges inside her, but she has no time to let it out. The next moment, it feels as if time has slammed on the brakes, dragging each second into an eternity. She has been watching Thread closely, but never suspected that the walls she thought were mirrors would drop their disguise, revealing two more circular machines, one on each side, slowly rotating and ready to strike. The old tailor was still my master. I was his most trusted, most beloved apprentice. After the fire, they gave me what ashes they could recover, but his precious little Concordia was someone who never really existed. Those days when you thought you were treasured were all an illusion, weren't they? The incoming laser feels like it takes forever to arrive. The deafening roar fades into a whisper. She stares straight at the beam, its dazzling light blinding her eyes. For a moment, in the overlapping reflections of the mirrors, she sees the timid little girl from the workshop, herself at 7 or 8, still called Concordia, lifted high and cradled lovingly in the old tailor's arms. At the far end of a bright world stands the little girl, innocent, pure, happy, and unaware, watching herself now, a bloodied figure crawling into the shadows. A strange chill cuts up from her leg with a searing heat that seems to scorch her brain. Sight and body start to peel apart. Her vision drops. The world tears like cloth. A big order from some outfit. Back when we were tailors, these would have saved us so much trouble. Thread explains coolly, as if none of it concerns her. A circular machine closes in, descending like a press, bearing down like it's crushing parts. Ugh. Only after it pulverizes the joints of her right hand and ends her resistance does it spin back to its spot. Whether it's thread, fabric, or even human flesh, it can cut everything cleanly into whatever shape you need. Truly an exceptional tool. The legs severed by the laser are razor smooth, edges sharp, the surface is perfectly even. The stumps bend slightly at the knees, as if still capable of offering a polite bow. Jesus! Flesh and bone form a flawless cross-section. The thermal effect seals the wound rapidly, and only a little blood wells from the vessels, like the night tide quietly rising to drown the rocks. Yeah, all the names are related to the materials because Discord, when she was a kid, she couldn't remember the names, so she just ended up naming the workers or the apprentices by the materials. Like Needle, for example, the first lady, she called her Needle, but her real name was like Anita or something. So yeah. Were it not, wait, what did it say? I didn't read that. Were it not for the circumstances, the young woman would almost crouch down to admire the workmanship. There we go. Sorry I'm late. Shutting down the factory's automated security systems took some time. She uses her custom umbrella to flip the nearest circular machine into the air, then drops an EMP device. All the machines still running in the room immediately go out of control, crashing to the floor with a crack, spilling static and sparks like empty shells drained of their souls. The rectus femoris, still twitching faintly, is no different from a lab specimen lying on an operating table. Machines can be dismantled and replaced, but the human body breaks so easily, so fragile, the young woman says with a note of regret. But in your state, how are you going to take revenge? Discord lies in a pool of crimson. There's no time to think, only instinct and old training driving her to flood her body with adrenaline, fighting to stay awake and not pass out from the blood loss. She scream and have you seen that one like Dragon Ball ASMR? Just, For the first time she screams, hysterical, gut-wrenching from the depths of her chest. She longs to reach out to the child she once was, to ask for help, yet can't bear to destroy that fragile illusion of happiness. Oh where has my little dog gone? Oh where can he be? I saw him hiding behind the tree. Why can't I see? Medical technology these days is advanced. With wounds this clean and precise, your legs could be fully reattached in just a few hours. Are you going to give up on your revenge? The young woman stands there alone, paying no attention to the woman nearby or the killer machines strewn across the floor, and instead asks with unsettling intimacy. To complete the mission, use everything at your disposal. The ruthless conditioning from the Polar Agency resurfaces in her mind. Discord forces herself upright, scanning her surroundings through blurred vision. No legs. Doesn't matter. She looks at her own legs as if they were just two pieces of fabric someone forgot to stitch together. She knows exactly what to do next. with his ears cut short and his tail cut long. Just like needle and thread can turn scraps into toys or clothes, you've got a pair of skillful hands too. One day you'll be able to stitch your life into whatever shape you want. Whatever shape I want. What is it? To have value, to have meaning, to be chosen, to be loved, to be cherished, to be needed, to exist. Then why have I become this? A failure who can't even take revenge. My little dog is so cute. I gently pet him and give him hugs and kisses too. Thread shrinks into the shadows, wary. Once she sees the newcomer has no interest in her, she watches the maid squirm with a touch of pity. Strange. I heard that tailor shop in the old district of Las Prados burned to the ground that Christmas. Only one survivor, a little blue-haired girl. You accuse us, but not the other killers. Thread's words are light as cotton thread, yet deadlier than any weapon. They hit the mark and leave wounds that won't stitch. You shut up! She steps left and avoids the weapon flung in a last lucid burst. But I didn't do anything. She stretches her pale, vein-laced hands out of the shadows and gestures. Except carve a name onto that metal plate that fits you better. Discord. Off-key, unreliable. Suits your ugly state, right? We're so alike, but I won't allow you to have more than me. Bloated, twisted envy settles deeper with time. The young woman is a little thrilled. She loves to dig up and witness the nature that people hide. Eleanor lets the woman finish her cleanup and notices the console's self-destruct bar has completed. After all these years, now that you know the truth, are you satisfied? She tires of the blood stink and heavy air, reels in her threads, blurs her presence, and leaves without a glance back. Get up, Discord! Kill that bitch! Hypothermia from blood loss finally hits. Discord's grip on consciousness slips. Eleanor Sinclair stands still like a potted ornament. Engines retreat, power cuts, the destruction countdown ticks. The place is empty and about to be abandoned. Play your own life's melody rather than back someone else. I can't pass out yet. Even if this twisted world only plays twisted songs. She fights her tremors, grips a slender metal rod at her side, then raises it high and drives it down, skewering the two broken halves of her left leg. Squelch. Ah! Damn. The tip juts grotesquely from her leg. Wet red drips down the rod in steady beats. The clotted wound is punched through again. Muscles spasm. Blood scent smothers the burn smell. Pain takes the brain back. Move. Now! But the nerves are gone. Only a faint scorched heat lingers. No matter how she tries, her left leg is a foreign thing. She can only drag it awkwardly. The sound of tearing flesh echoes in her ears. Pain is no longer the main concern. The pain delayed is already like 1,000 red-hot needles driving through her flesh. What difference would one more make? Her sight goes blood red. She bites her tongue to stay awake. You're still. The other one. Move. Come on, move! This barely passes for an emergency measure. With the last of her strength, she crawls a few meters. Blood seeps with each drag, slugs slick behind her in a long, rusty trail. Dying pollard hounds still bare their teeth, still obey in fear, still lunge even headless. Discord has seen it too many times. Crying only proves weakness. They learned long ago to kill any feeling that hurts the mission. Emotions are the useless part of a mission. Dear little dog, I love you. Oh where can he be? Her childhood appears one last time, smiling under a cloak of memory, then leaves her a steel needle in her left leg, bleeding hard. Please, Eleanor, give the order. Let me chase her down and kill her. Let me kill her. I'm not worthless. I still have value. I can do it. Please. Her broken whimpers rasp like a small animal in its last spasms. Her long, dry eyes finally wet at those words. All the tears she ever held back fall at once, blending into the red. The young woman's brows curve like a sharp new moon. Painted nails press down the rising smile. All right, I'll give you an order. But I have no feet, the girl says. Would you like a pair? Yes, I would. And come find me at the brief defile, she says. The place where Judgment Day can't be postponed forever. Bright defile, sorry. I pronounce it as defile. While life's breath lingers. This is supposed to be a combat note too. On a damp night, the low rumble of thunder drifts from the highest window of the mansion. I'm sorry, Aunt. I thought you would be pleased. You'd better tell me the truth. The madame, or the madam, runs her fingers impatiently along the stem of her glass. The crimson liquid inside is unusually thick, swirling only faintly. The vast room feels far too empty and cold for just 2 people. No syndicate could keep such a steady supply. Their real employer isn't a gang, it's the military. You think I wouldn't know? You want revenge on me? On Kurono? Manzano frowns, tightening her grip on the wineglass as if ready to hurl both the glass and her anger at her niece in the next second. I did it for discord. Revenge. That tired, worn-out excuse. Manzano has no interest in hearing it. You went into their stronghold with discord and barely any guards? Even though she survived, she needs prosthetics now. She'll be useless. What exactly were you trying to do? Do you know how many of Kurono's eyes are waiting for me to make a mistake? Anyone in Los Prados knows what the name Eleanor Sinclair stands for. In this fragile balance of power, whoever makes the first move becomes the target of everyone else. The victory she had almost claimed is gone. I don't remember raising such a reckless niece. What else are you hiding from me? Facing her aunt's fury, the monstrous niece simply stands with quiet, proper composure. Success doesn't always teach. Sometimes failure teaches better. Her clear, graceful voice flows like poetry, completely at odds with the tense atmosphere. Besides, damaged slaves are always in higher demand. They can never live without their masters. She says it with such sincerity that Manzano feels a chill down her spine and an inexplicable unease creeping in. It's hard to tell or even understand what kind of twisted emotion this is. To regain her composure, Manzano wraps her fingers hard. Taps her fingers hard against the glass. New thoughts quickly push aside her earlier frustration over her disrupted plans. Never mind. If it fails, we throw it all away. Things are only going to get busier. The young woman bows respectfully, her smile fitting her face like a mask. I'll finish all the tasks you give me, Aunt. Have the maid make me a few more beautiful dresses. This is an order. After seeing Madame Manzano, turn left, interact with the red wall 5 times. That was probably it. Cannot be opened from the side. Be opened from the side. The door is locked. The door is blocked from the inside. The door is sealed by some kind of power. Cannot be opened from this side. What in the Dark Souls? And that was it. That was just it.
私は無価値な野良犬じゃない。私は無価値な野良犬じゃない。ごきげんよう。
ソーイングエリアへようこそ。カットシアリング。
お、
進化から逃げる弱者にならないよう教えて差し上げます。
oh, what the hell?
私が教えた技術を忘れたの？パニシングに脳を焼かれたの？私は無価値な野良犬じゃない。かすり傷です。任務に影響はありません。ごきげんよう。そしてさようなら。
ソーイングエリアへようこそ。
はあ
Oh wait, I should be stopping her. I forgot how her fight works.
ごきげんよう。そしてさようなら。仰せのままに。
裏切り者の結末は一つのみ。
はあ
カットシアリング。
私は無価値な。
Playing Discord is like
私が教えた技術を忘れたの？
kind of feels like playing Hanying a bit.
私は
Just a lot simpler.
野良犬じゃない。
Well, no, Hanying is pretty
命を
simple to
かけ
play.
る覚悟で来なさい。逃げてもいいわよ。私の
Oh shit.
任務は終わりましたか。
That shot came out so quick, I couldn't react at all to that.
隅々まで綺麗にしなければ私は。ふう、お前もあの子が投げ捨てる駒に過ぎないのよ。
Yeah, that shot came out so quick, I couldn't react to parry it.
「命令よ、飛び降りなさい。」
了解。
I did get that achievement, right? Yes. Halfway through. Yeah, this is gonna be short. Another battle one. But the next combat stage that has a secret achievement isn't until 16, so this one and anything in between will just be whatever. Room without a view. Straight into combat again. Since we're about halfway through, chances are I'll probably just do like weekly, like my Kuro Saturday stuff tomorrow. Is this silence rotation performance? Why is performance on a different color? What's silence?
カインは印を手に入れた。彼は特別だけれど、あなたは？シュエタは 答えが見つかるまで歩き続けた。
私を置いていかないで。ずっとあなたについていくから。
さあ進みましょう。
Girl keeps her eyes tightly shut, rejecting the world around her.
このゲームはクリアできるし勝てる、そう思ってるでしょう。でも教えてあげる、この先には何もない。
There must be a way out.
シュエットは思った。きっと夢を見ているんだ。すぐに目が覚めて命令と任務だけの生活に戻るんだと。
Oh, but there was more of a... God damn it. Okay, well. Charred puppy doll. A toy dog that looks completely out of place, charred black all over, stripped of its former charming cuteness. It now resembles a pile of discarded kitchen scraps, giving off an unsettling aura of ruin. Attained thread. Oh, I got taken back into the room. Oh, but I still don't... Oh, man. Oh, wait, no, it's a different room. Man, I want to interact with... Discord? Valeria. She seems to hope that you keep going no matter what choice you make. Lightning or amber? Lightning? A bolt of lightning flashes through the darkness, tearing the chaos asunder as if illuminating the path ahead. Oh, I see. If I had picked amber, then it's so scared I'm dying.
逃げ出したいほど私たちのゲームが嫌い。
If I had picked amber, I assume it's something like being encased in amber, so basically just like not doing a thing to break out of this. That's my assumption. It's symbolic, it's metaphorical. Ah, you know! I can't fight like this. I can't fight like a child. I can't fight as a child, I mean. It doesn't hurt to get serious once in a while. Yata! Yata! She smiles at you. Discord is leaving. Keep going. Keep walking. You little tag along. Fool! Can't speak. Short hold? Complete the mission. I must complete the mission. Break out of this Discord. Make your own choices. Phantom. Don't follow anyone's orders. Do your own thing, girl. Aside from your, like, you know, aside from listening to your, like, commandant and stuff, but, like, you know. Aside from listening to Valeria.
私にチャンスをちょうだい。あなたの味方だと証明するわ。逃げても別の牢獄に入るだけよ。ほら、過去に追いつかれちゃった。
覚えてない。覚えていたくない。
You chose to keep hurting yourself during missions because you wanted to confirm and prove that this pain comes from within you. You'll follow any order, won't you? Because, deep down, you know you have no choice. Refuse! Fight back! Discord refused the order. Keep walking. Before you, countless threads overlap and tangle into an invisible web, sealing off the path of whatever. How do you cut through this barrier and keep moving forward? Use scissors. Use the scissors found earlier to cut through the tangled threads and carve out a new path. A broken road stretches before you, impossible to cross. How do you overcome this obstacle? Use thread. Use the thread obtained from the charred puppy doll to stitch the broken road back together. This cord is nearly spent. At that moment, faint voices echo in her ears. How do you overcome this obstacle? Can't fall yet. It's so cold. Why? Am I in the snow? Damn it, it's snowing again. Such terrible luck today. Oh, is this Ping and Felix? An abandoned baby? Leaving a baby out here in this weather. Were they trying to kill it? Oh, elderly woman this time. Hey, we can't take care of a child. We can't just leave this child here like this. Give this to her. Isn't this what you treasure the most? Now she's got something. Okay, this is Felix and Ping. Be a good kid and live well. The information that survived in my metal plate? With these, I will keep moving forward.
任務はあなたを見つけること。必ず見つけ出すわ。
Is that the Omega symbol I just saw? Because it says obtained Omega ending. Oh, you're finally awake. Can you hear me? Her vision is blurry. Her head feels heavy, as if she has just surfaced from deep underwater. The suffocating weight of near drowning clings to her. Shapes sway around her. Slowly, one becomes clear. A girl with long hair. She stands in a shaft of morning light, the edges of her hair glowing gold. Awake? How long was I out? A sudden jolt snaps her body into motion, instincts taking over. Sorry for disrupting the mission. Mission? The familiar girl giggles as if at a joke, stopping Discord from pulling out her IV and getting up. This is Babylonia. There's no work for you here. Is question mark? Babylonia. That's where I serve. Serve? The girl looks just as puzzled but keeps moving. She pulls back the off-white curtains to let in more sunlight, then tucks a soft cushion behind Discord's back. Once done, she returns to the bedside. You've been retired for a long time now, sis. What? Discord struggles to process her words, unsure if it's being called sis that stuns her, or if the word retired catching in her throat like a fishbone. The girl quickly hides the troubled look that comes with having to contradict her, replacing it with the calm smile of someone used to these reactions. Another beautiful morning. It's breakfast time. Come on. The girl deftly produces a tray of light food, served in identical small insulated containers. Steaming oatmeal sprinkled with a pinch of cinnamon, easy to swallow, with no pulp or residue. Brightly colored boiled carrot cubes and baked vegetables, clearly chosen for balanced nutrition. Beside them, smooth pale yellow mashed potatoes covered in light gravy, and finally dessert, a small cherry-topped cake. Sounds good. That same cloying, speckled frosting as always. You're not supposed to eat sweets anymore, but this cherry cake, I saved it for you. The girl smiles playfully. The familiar colors and scents stimulate her senses. Live gum. Discord squints, enduring the tingling in her mind as she recalls sharing this exact meal she ate countless times before with someone. Against the backdrop of this cherry cake, the date counter on the wall keeps ticking upward. Finally, the cream melts away and the crimson fruit falls, releasing the scent of rot. Don't tell me. You've forgotten my name again. I'm Lilith. The girl presses the spoon into Discord's hand, her expressions shifting from playful reproach to the patient gentleness one shows a patience. A patient. Huh. That's okay. Confused by the strange safety she feels, Discord pauses, the cream-tipped spoon hovering at her lips. No appetite? You should still try to eat something. No, that's not right. Her name is Eleanor. What is it? Melancholy washes over Discord as she searches for a mirror to glimpse herself. Is she gravely ill? Dying? Or has she been cast aside yet again, her usefulness spent? So you don't even remember who I am now? I suppose that's to be expected. I'm your daughter, Lilith. No, that's not right. You just called me sis. Discord struggles to her feet, scanning the room for the mirror that would show her the truth and shatter the lie. The only thing on the wall is a peaceful pastoral painting. Blue sky, white clouds, its colors melting into one another until they are nothing but indistinct blotches. She can't look away. The blotches start to run, pigment dripping to the floor and onto her own hands, which have become cracked and withered. The soft curtains stir in the breeze, casting shifting shadows across the room. A faint, pleasant scent lingers in the air, mixed with the sharp tang of antiseptic. Is this Babylonia too? The deathly silence only serves to remind her how ridiculous her unease really is. Poor mother. You have degenerative memory loss. Your memories get mixed up, and sometimes you can't even remember what happened a few minutes ago. We go through conversations like this several times every morning. Degenerative memory loss. Do you want me to explain again how to slow this kind of central nervous system degeneration? You need good habits, a balanced diet, and light exercise. But even the finest clinic in Babylonia can't reverse it. The aphasia, the apraxia, the agnosia, they will keep returning. I don't know any of those. Time to learn. Hang on, let me see. I've never heard of any of those. A simple Google search. Aphasia. Aphasia is a communication disorder, not an intelligence issue, caused by brain damage from stroke, head injury, brain tumor, or neurodegenerative diseases. Results in difficulty with speaking, understanding, reading, or writing. Interesting. While there's no cure, speech and language therapy helps people relearn skills and find alternative communication methods. That's aphasia. Apraxia. Disorder of the brain and nervous system in which a person is unable to perform tasks or movements when asked. Even though the request or command is understood, they are willing to perform the task. It's apraxia. Agnosia, then. Agnosia, the inability to interpret sensations and hence to recognize things, typically as a result of brain damage. So all three of these conditions relate to the brain. They're all three disorders involving the brain. Thankfully, no teratomas. Discord freezes completely. The bedsheet under her hands is wrinkled deep from how hard she has been gripping it. Sometimes you'll get angry, so you'll see things that aren't there. You'll forget the past. You might even mistake me for your enemy. But that's alright. I'll take care of everything for you. Because I am your Lilith. No, that's not possible. How could I be your companions? You're my reason to live, my best friend, my master. Master is the best one, though. After all, Discord is a puppy, little doggo. Images flicker and fade, leaving her caught between dream and waking. Maybe it was the movie we watched last night that's making you feel like this. In the movie, high-ranking officers planted false memories in soldiers. Childhood sweethearts always by their side, siblings with unbreakable bonds, or goals so important they would stake their lives on them. Those beautiful illusions kept them fighting for 100 days straight. And when they learned the truth, they had the same empty look you do right now. Maybe in your dreams you were fighting just as hard to protect me too. Time and again, she followed orders, plummeting from great heights with crushing force. Chains coiled around her throat, cutting off her breath. She gripped her weapon, slick with blood, as the hounds leaped at her with murderous force. Gunfire hounded her. Smoke chased her through the dim concrete. She crawled like a trapped animal, ragged breaths of the barely surviving echoing in her ears. A silhouette beneath the crescent moon. It's all undeniably real. No. That's not it. Then what is your reason to fight? Orders. Always orders. Orders? No, you're wrong. We're mother and daughter, sisters. Our bond is selfless and close. How could something so cold as orders hold it together? No, that was only what I wished for. We shared a wonderful life growing up together. You worked at a tailor shop, became my personal seamstress, until we came to Babylonia and grew old. You used to tell me life passes in the blink of an eye. So you were fake all along. Doesn't matter. Then what is real? If you mean what can be smelled, tasted, touched, seen, those are only processed electronic signals. Emotion is humanity's greatest weakness. So many people spend their lives chasing pleasure, seeking comfort in virtual worlds fed straight into their brains. If you believe real feelings can be woven into clothes, hidden in a doll, or engraved on a dog tag, why can't they exist in your mind too? I know your wounds, your desires, your dreams. They abandoned you. Some saw you as a stand-in for a lost partner. Some as a necessary sacrifice for their ideals, some as a penance to wash away their sins. You saved me, but they used you. But I'm different. I see you as a person. You want to be loved, so I. Lilith pulls her into an embrace. Her cheek rests on the girl's shoulder, long hair curling around her nose. Light from the window wraps them in layers of gold. All the things that warm the soul and calm the mind are sealed within memory and the self. I give them to you, though you have no time to understand them. I still have a mission. Forget the mission. You can have your own life truly beyond you can have your own life beyond duty. The war ended long ago. There's no need to fight anymore. We've already begun our new life together. I play the Tannhauser overture on the piano every day while you accompany me. You're part of me, so I know. Your wish is to live peacefully, relying on your own craft, isn't it? My wish. He stares at the blank window beyond the curtains. Thread-like cracks begin to spider across the glass. True ending. Why does it feel like this also has a secret achievement? I don't know if I want to play through that again, though. That was a really lengthy node. Storm impending. Isis huddles in the darkness, unmoving in the floating dust. She was trained to keep quiet even during rest. Making even the slightest sound is vulgar. For any sort of proper breeding. Excuse me. When the golden light filters through the narrow window crack and touches the pale wallpaper in the distance, Madame Manzano will soon be coming for her again. She must be loyal. She must be a servant that Madame Manzano finds useful. The moment her feet touch the ground, this text going by is so slow. Whenever any part of her body is visible to others, she has to keep a smile on and be ready to serve. That is what makes a proper maid of the Manzano household. Only in the brief minutes before dawn, in that hazy space between sleep and waking, can she truly have control over her own body. A polite tapping on the metal pipes breaks Isis's happiest time of the day, her pre-dawn meditation. Cute! Hey, the sun isn't even up yet. Isis, you are hiding here again. The guests are on their way. She swallows the complaints poised on her lips and jumps up in a panic. You selfish girl, you finally show yourself. Hurry up and get ready. Why is your apron dirty? Hee hee. Don't laugh. Do not laugh. Isis, learn from Discord. The head maid's brows snap upward. She looks ready to beat her with a stick. None of them ever laughs out loud. Every servant is trained to suppress even the slightest chuckle. If the master or the guests hear a servant laugh, they will think they are being mocked. In this household, even small mistakes are punished quickly and without mercy. Worse than the physical pain is the mental torture, a torment much harder to endure. Isis curls her lip in contempt. Of course, between the two of them, Discord is the good one and she is the bad example. Confirm the guest list. For now, go report to Madame Manzano. Madame. Madam, tips for door. Milady. The maids set out spotless tableware with precision, moving back and forth as they dust the furniture and polish the floors. Madame Manzano sits alone at the dining table. The young lady is nowhere to be seen. They rarely dine together. Both are constantly consumed by the family business. In pursuit of a lofty ideal, Madame Manzano naturally expects everyone to pull together. I want this dinner to be flawless, not a single mistake. Every guest must be satisfied. Yes, madam. Keep your behavior in check. Do not let me learn that anyone plans to embarrass me again. Yes, madam. Ice cubes crack as they melt in the madam's pre-dinner whiskey. The maids bow in perfect unison. The grand dinner is about to begin. The mansion's great hall gleams under branching chandeliers. Rainbows of light play over the ornate gold leaf furniture. This is not the popular virtual reality, but tangible luxury you can see and touch. The mansion now bears the name Adriana Manzano. Yeah. Every maid in this house is expected to give her all to honor that distinguished name. Their black and white uniforms are crisp, the lace immaculate. Polished shoes click across the floor. They file in with silver trays of crystal flutes, each one filled with golden champagne. Wow. As guests step onto the red carpet with loud, careless laughter, Discord greets them with a steady smile and a respectful nod, all part of the performance. Welcome. She's cute with the glasses. Everything runs like clockwork. A ballet set to precise choreography. Or ballet. No, it's ballet, right? Yes, ballet. I was thinking ballad, music thing. Oh, it's spelled differently. Only a well-trained, elegant microcosm like this can prove that Madame Manzano's promised bright future is not empty talk. Madame Manzano's gold nails glitter, hinting that wealth can buy not only luxury, but a future of beauty and obedience like this. Discord's eyes meet Isis's. They both know they are bait in Madame's game. Props and a lie sold to rich guests who refuse to see them as people. The dinner reaches its height as taste stimulants take effect. Enthusiasm rises with the level of intoxication. I'm sure you know that the world's most consequential decisions are not made in public chambers or at some conference that captivates the masses. They're made just like this, discussed and weighed in quiet, secluded mansions. That's why I invited you here, so you can witness ahead of time the great achievement we are about to unveil. A holographic projection of a groundbreaking vessel appears above the long table, rotating slowly as details are magnified so every guest can see. ER13. Even if disaster strikes outside, it cannot breach the thick walls of our well-forged, stable, comfortable life. And what does the world beyond these walls have to do with our Eden in the sky? Your wealth remains here. Your life will not change. All you need is a more comprehensive will. One that ensures you and your descendants can settle everything once and for all and enjoy your later years. No one believes there will be new wars or upheaval. In an irrational age of space exploration, extreme violence seems impossible. This is Madame's most effective pitch to persuade guests to board the Ark. Passengers need only exchange a portion of their wealth and a measure of loyalty for a ticket. Suddenly, a staggering figure bursts into the banquet at its peak. Why, if it isn't Baron Houseman, you're late. Look, I even kept your seat for you. Manzano, you poisoned me. Do not drink. None of you drink that poison. Heat drains from the room like hail on hot stone. Everyone turns to the hostess. Manzano toys with a lock of hair at her temple, enjoying the attention. It's only been a few days. How did you become so haggard? Is your heart condition keeping you from enjoying good wine? With everyone watching, you really do have a knack for jokes. In Discord, take Baron Houseman to the VIP room to rest. When he looks better, he can rejoin us. Yes, madam. The maid quietly helps the guest out. Manzano stays composed, walks to the vacant seat, and lifts the untouched flute. In the lights, it shines like liquid gold. Everyone here has status and ability. Poisoning is such a low trick. I fear our friend has a persecution complex. Some huddle and whisper. Others murmur and wave their attendants away. To our never-ending feast of pleasure, and to our true Eden. None of it matters anyway. Manzano smiles and drains the glass. Then she signals for a fresh champagne tower. As the fountain spills from tear to tear, smiles return to every wrinkled face. This is a nitroglycerin injection, sir. It should relieve your angina. I don't know what angina is. Google. What is angina? It's a medical term, I think. I'm assuming it's a medical term. She's symptom of coronary artery disease. Characterized by temporary chest pain or discomfort caused by reduced blood flow to the heart muscle. The more you know. Knowledge. The guest lies back on the black velvet chase. As the elegant maid approaches, his face twists in terror, as if death herself stands before him. Madame hopes you will think it over. Cough, cough. Think what over? Boarding a ship full of holes that could sink at any time? He swings his golden-laid rosewood cane with all his might. It hits Discord's leg with a hollow metallic clang. Or should I praise her for seizing the family fortune to stage a mass delusion, and applaud her for discarding the noble Sinclair name? And you, what are you exactly? A mechanical monstrosity kept by Manzano. The effort of swinging the cane empties his last strength. His chest wheezes like a broken bellows. When one is forced into a passive position, even deciding their own fate becomes hard. If I am only a maid, an asset belonging to Madame Manzano. Her face shows no pain. She's simply reciting rules she cannot disobey. Colorless liquid beads at the needle tip. The Baron's bulging eyes dart wildly. He thrashes like a fish bound to a cutting board. What are Manzano and her kind? Rootless shades who survive by cunning and paranoia. Even though the Baron refuses to accept being a victim, the course of events has already swept past his own thoughts and efforts. He distrusts technology and rejects reason. Either way, since he doesn't plan to board. Even if he sprinted across the deck now, it wouldn't matter. The ship has already departed. No, don't. The injection goes into his vein. His features, scrunched like dried orange peel, have no choice but to loosen. His high cheekbones stand in sharp contrast to his sunken eye sockets. Gray-white stubble has pushed through his skin. He hasn't had the strength or time to groom himself. Everyone who steps into this mansion is already tied to the same single straw. Those who won't be tied will soon burn through their strength and, exhausted, sink and drown. Now you can sleep in peace. The VIP room door eases shut. Discord tosses sterile gloves and ampules into the incinerator, then spots Isis leaning against the wall, or hall. No, it should be wall, idly fidgeting with the hem of her clothes as she waits. Discord, the night's feast is over. The guests are leaving. We can finally rest. Right. Since the guest hasn't changed his mind, there's no need to report back and trouble Madame. They head back to their assigned area together, and from the maid's break room comes the sound of broken on and off sobbing. Isis presses her ear to the door and listens for a moment. She's been crying all night. Everyone's trying to comfort her. Madame handed her over to Senator Richard during the dinner, but she doesn't want to go live with that decrepit old man who can barely move anything but his eyes. Is staying here really any better? At least she'll never be punished again. Discord snaps her head toward the loose-lipped Isis, grabs her hand, and strides past the break room to the hiding spot only the two of them know. What's wrong, Discord? Why aren't you talking? Isis shakes her wrist, sore from being twisted, puts on a playful, complaining face. There are eyes everywhere. Yeah, but not here. Isis giggles and nimbly sidesteps along the wine racks, then climbs up. Discord sighs and follows her. There isn't room to stretch at the top, so they lie down hugging their knees, curled into small bundles. That's how your apron got dirty. It won't happen again. I already cleaned it spotless. The maid looks surprisingly proud of herself. We have to go back on time. If we break the rules, Madame has plenty of ways to brand them back onto our faces and into our hearts. Tell me, are we just stuck like this? Are we going to live out our days with worthless and disgraceful written all over them? Discord is very good at silence. Don't you have any dreams? Dreams. Even she's shaken by the power held inside that word. It's not important. It's very important. Isis's lashes flutter. Her eyes sparkle even in the dim light. Instead of giving everything to Manzano's dream, why not chase her own? Me, I want to be a star singer. At Manzano's banquets, she'd sometimes see those people, dressed in finery and jewels, refusing food to protect their voices, drinking only water. Discord can't remember their ever-changing faces, blurred by rejuvenation treatments, and can only tell them apart by the style of their clothes. Lost Prados cannot exist without them, just as they cannot exist without Lost Prados. Whether it's just a whim or not, Isis looks like a satisfied little squirrel, and Discord can't bring herself to ruin it. Hey! The maid reads her thoughts at a glance and puffs out her cheeks. No, not like those arrogant peacocks we've seen here. I mean the kind who can start singing anywhere, anytime, and draw a crowd. Music's wonderful. No moral preaching, no dividing the audience into high or low. Some sway to the rhythm, some join in singing, and everyone feels joy, hope, just for the music itself. Hope. Discord imagines it. Faces in the crowd lighting up with joy, caught up in the melody. Alright, when you become a singer, a star singer then, I'll be right there, clapping and playing along. No, you have to come sing with me. Isis sways her head and hums a tune she just made up, pulling Discord's hands into hers. Palm to palm, it's a warmth she remembers. Looking at Isis's innocent face, Discord finds herself unable to say no. Alright. Wow, thank you, Discord. You really are my best friend. The days only move forward. The eve of festival banquet is still in full swing. Manzano's guests, draped in glittering silk and gold, drift from one end of the hall to the other, chatting in clusters. Discord takes off her glasses to wipe them, and when she puts them back on, a familiar figure flashes past in a corner. Eleanor? Has she come back from Fort Winter? Discord, the head maid wants us to take these plates. Hey, where are you going? Manzano had forbidden her to meet Eleanor in private or speak with her, telling her to behave like any other maid, but she can't resist. She follows under the excuse of returning dishes to the kitchen. Just a glance, just to be sure she's all right. She trails a shadow to the madam's study. The door is half open, almost inviting. If Manzano finds her here, the punishment will be severe, but... Discord takes a deep breath and pushes open the door she shouldn't. The room is empty. Was she mistaken? Wine-red velvet curtains are tied back with braided cords. The desk is a single slab of ebony with a golden pen tip suspended eerily in its holder. A hard-bound notebook with gilt edges lies fully open on the desk, ink still wet on the page. The final flourish of a cursive letter has bled into a faint blur. From across the room, she can already guess what's inside. Registry. Atiel van Wilmont Strazo. Otto Rotti. Walter Benjamin. Houseman. Each is a trophy with a story behind it, but none is as important as the first two. Sinclair. Discord's teeth chatter and her vision blurs. Reading is still difficult and slow for her, but this surname, the one that would be placed after Eleanor's. Eleanor's got a new home. Isn't that great? Potassium nitrate, when diluted enough, is completely harmless, but if injected repeatedly over the span of several days, the body can metabolize it cleanly, leaving no trace. Until the burial, the cause of death will appear to be natural weakness, a quiet and silent passing. Undamp, foul-smelling turf among rows of decaying gravestones, the young girl sits in the punishment chair prepared for her, because that was the order. Her stomach churns violently. She cannot stop the acid from surging up her throat and collapses to her knees. Discord, come out! Discord, someone's coming! The maid rushes in, grabbing her stiff, kneeling companion. The floor, it's dirty. Forget it! Isis yanks off her own apron, drops to her knees to wipe at the mess, then grabs the perfume bottle from the desk and sprays it heavily into the air. The sound of footsteps is getting closer. The madam slows her pace, sniffing the air, her eyes scanning the study for anything unusual. Hiss. Her long armored nails scrape across the solid wood of the desk, over the leather chair, across the spotless cabinet. Finally, her gaze falls on the rare caducipal flowers at the window. The queen of the night blooms only after dark, then wilts completely by morning. I have told you not to spray so much perfume on the flowers. The smell is disgusting. She tears apart the miraculous blossoms and tosses them carelessly to the floor. Then she gathers the notebook from the desk and moves to put it away in the cabinet. Her hand has not yet touched the handle where a firm voice interrupts. Aunt, there you are. I have completed the task you assigned me. Did the target confess? Yes. The interrogation was entertaining. Luckily, he spoke before I lost interest. Very good, Eleanor. Come to the casino with me tonight. Yes, Aunt. The sound of heels fades into the distance. Inside the cabinet, the maid takes deep breaths, her terror still raw. Her heart beats again, trembling as if it had been just freed from the hangman's rope. Let's run away. Through the haze, Isis's eyes are unwavering. Staying here means giving up on any hope for a future. You are insane. The madam will not be pleased. She forces the words out through the burn in her throat. She will not find out. Impossible. How will you avoid all these cameras that watch everything? And what happened today? She will know as soon as she checks the recordings. We'll find a way. Escape? And go where? Freedom. Sweet as the purest spring water, poisonous as the deadliest liquor. She still has orders to follow. She must report back to Kurono and to Mazzano. She is still here, moving like a marionette with its strings pulled day after day. Is this the unchanging fate of those who are nothing but tools? The world feels as if it has never changed. The thought has circled her mind countless times. Perhaps fate will finally extend an olive branch. Perhaps it will let them go. Isis's face wavers in Discord's narrow field of vision, and her heart flickers like a candle, swinging between fear and hope. Promise me, no one can ever know about our plan. Howling wind drives rolling storm clouds across the dark sky. The storm lashes the ground with impartial fury. Inside the mansion, the rush of footsteps is busier than the rain. The head maid shouts at the maids as they appear and disappear along their work routes. Power outage? It's fine. The backup will switch on automatically in a moment. Who opened all the windows? Quick, close every one of them. Someone help. A guest is drunk and making a scene. Who dosed the drinks with too much palate stimulant? The banquet. The banquet must go on. Break times, camera angles, guard posts, process flow, every detail and blind spot. She never knew Isis understood so much. The only place without surveillance, the gateway to freedom, isn't the thorn-ringed estate entrance. It's Monzano's bedroom. Other people believe the facts depend on how we tell them. Hey, Kephart, I remember you. The blond man swirls his wine, leaning on the railing at the mansion's highest terrace. He switches off the hologram on the glass and takes in the rare, chaotic downpour. What's the largest terrarium in the world? You've already seen it. Creatures trapped in a bottle live each day in that tiny world, breeding and thriving until their lives end. Nothing is wasted. Everything feeds back into the cycle of life. No one will notice that on this stormy night, two maids have slipped away from the feast in a hurry. And every creature in the ecological bottle shares the same source, Mother. So what? Oh, wait. Mother? I can't tell if she's saying that that same source is a mother or whatever. Madam, you're not preaching some relic of old morality, are you? It seems the Sinclair name gives you more pain than glory. One by one, the corridor cameras with their red lights go dark, drooping as if nodding off, then flicker back to life a few seconds later. Since childhood, my brother and I studied together. He was taught the way of emperors. I was trained to be the perfect advisor who'd never dishonor the Sinclair name. People sing of greatness, because greatness is sacrifice. Greatness is being nameless in the shadows. Calling the virtuous wife and mother a sacred duty is like praising a slave's obedience as virtue, quick to feel others' pain but numb to your own desires. I refuse to be like that. Some guards are knocked out, others are led astray. Eager shadows race through the maze-like corridors, running toward their dreams. Only ambition that matches your desire can lead to a future worthy of it. Can't anyone see it? The nobility are nothing more than thieves made legitimate by the system. Why should the privileges earned by one generation be passed on intact to the next? The ugliest, most despicable thing in this world is when someone inherits wealth and power without the ability or effort to deserve it. Usurpation is... I don't know if that's the right way to pronounce it. Is 1,000 times more noble than inheritance. Wait, where are the guards? Hey, the drones are malfunctioning. Towering tiered cake for the evening banquet is demolished by a malfunctioning drone plummeting from above. White cream floods across the ballroom's center like a rushing river, throwing the entire gathering into chaos. Perfect. Now that is how you start a party. No, a banquet. Look around. So many people gathered here, and yet there is only one real star. Madame Manzano and her pride and joy. The blonde man gives an exaggerated theatrical bow. I can certainly be a mother. Once Project Bokonon is complete, I will be the mother of a new world. A new era. Until then, you will continue to address me as... Madame Manzano. No. Jeez. That creeped up on me. The hostess surveys the chaos in the ballroom with cold pride before she speaks again. The education of an emperor is simple. We have only one path before us, and that is success. Little did they know that the door they were opening led not to freedom, but to the abyss. Hey, you're in my way. At the sound of that familiar voice, Isis sinks weakly to the floor. How? Manzano strides into her bedroom with a bottle of red wine and a diamond-encrusted crystal glass. She sits on the leather sofa, setting the bottle on the low marble table in front of her. One by one, she removes the glittering jewelry from her hands, neck, and hair, tossing each piece carelessly onto the floor. There is no need to keep up the show anymore. The deep red wine pours into the glass like silk, the rising sound of the liquid filling the crystal echoing like a slow, final funeral bell. I remember telling you to stay here and not go anywhere. If all you wanted was to report to these old men, you did not need to sneak around here. She raises her right hand, the golden revolver glinting as she idly spins the cylinder with her fingertip. Into the communicator on her hat brim, she gives a command. Alright, the party's over. See our guests out. A single clap breaks the silence. A final gift for our visitors. Bang. The endless banquet is finally ending. The maids will soon be freed from their duties. This vessel, carrying monstrous distortions and tangled desires, is about to begin its first and final voyage. Bang, bang. Fireworks explode in the clear night sky after the passing of the storm. Bang, bang, bang. Thud. A heavy weight hits the floor. A wine bottle shatters on the veined marble table, sending shards and liquid in every direction. Blood-dark wine spreads from beneath the maid's head, twisting into strange patterns of this hand-woven natural fiber carpet. What a mess. Take it away and dispose of it. The madam raises her glass and drains the crimson liquid in one gulp before tossing it aside. To myself. Oh, Isis. Discord stares in exhaustion at the corpse of herself, forced into silence. The world is so bright, so terrifying. So I'm not the protagonist after all. So the world has no interest in me. So I am someone who can be discarded, ignored, left unchosen. Someone without value. Someone who shouldn't exist, pushed out to be sacrificed, told to step aside for someone else's gain. Just a supporting role. Discord! And you! You're the lucky one, aren't you? You were supposed to be expendable, to die with your spine broken. You gave in. You ran away. Why? If the ending you get is just a little better than the one they planned for you, you're fine with it. You lie there pretending to be dead, cold as steel. There's nothing good about living like that. You can't even make a sound. The maid's face is frozen in its final contortion. Discord's eyes are wide with shock, fear tightening her chest. And in the next heartbeat, she's no longer watching. She's in it, forced to feel it for herself. Why won't you stop? Why act like you don't see? Is that something Aunt told you to do? She drops her head and hurries away without answering. Wow, thank you, Discord. You really are my best friend. In the pitch-black wine cellar, Isis takes Discord's hand, humming softly. Promise me, no one can ever know about our plan. Who are you just talking to? What game are you playing? And why are you making a face I've never seen before? Discord tries to step back, but Lilith seizes her hand, curling her fingers around it like a snake tightening around prey. That won't do. I won't allow it. Like a moth trapped in a spider's web, her fragile wings beat against sticky threads. Each movement only makes the strands pull tighter, heavier. Her faint heartbeat is sewn shut with invisible silk. The vision of freedom shimmers in front of her, but every time she reaches for it, it's dragged back into the suffocating dark. The ending is already decided. So you want freedom? Fine, I'll let you go. I won't interfere in anything you do. You go back to Kurono, give them your report. They're testing new tech and they'll give you new legs. Only one condition, you'll be my eyes and ears. I don't punish tools. Tools only cause trouble in the hands of bad craftsmen. The maid's eyes are empty, unmoved by words like tools or bad craftsmen. Before you answer, ask yourself this. Are you even worthy of it? Sharper instincts, stronger body and combat skills, faster data processing, and the expensive upkeep that comes with all of it. You'd better prove you're worth the trouble and not just dead weight. If you won't do it for yourself, then do it for Eleanor. The madam swallows the phrase she's always spouting about mutual progress and studies the maid's face instead. No reason to say no, is there? For a second, Discord's expression flickers. It smooths away. Under Manzano's sharp hawk-like stare, she lowers her head, closes her eyes, and dips into a curtsy. As you wish, Madame Manzano. Manzano smiles with satisfaction. Before the final banquet, Discord is told to deliver the completed gown to the young lady. Golden vines embroidered by hand, lace light enough to seem like it could take flight, no longer confined to the frame, stretching beyond the cage of tradition. Every stitch comes from long hours hunched in a chair, without rest, sewing in her whispers, her despair, her sighs, and her fragile dream of leaving it all behind. Creativity might be humanity's greatest treasure, but Icarus kept flying higher and higher with his wax wings, thinking he could reach the sun. In the end, his body drifted among the feathers that once carried him. No one cared when he fell. History just repeats itself. It's obvious what my aunt wants. Even a blind man could hear it in her voice. She takes a sip of tea and offers the kind of perfect, polite smile that hides her teeth. Remember what we talked about in Prologue? Across the table, the chair is empty. Behind the door, the blue-haired maid clutches her chest, knowing no one will ever sing for her again. She is about to fasten wax wings to her back and fly toward an ocean waiting to drown her. Corono Ground Research Base. Excellent neural reflexes, good adaptability to the tantalum-193 copolymer, but the mind stability is too low. The modification could fail at any moment. Failure is not an option. We don't have many experimental samples left from the ground organization. But this data and these protocols haven't been validated. The researcher is drenched in sweat, tugging at the white lab coat that has darkened and clings to her skin. We are validating them right now, aren't we? If we can't produce results, how do you expect me to report to Kurono-san? Increase the pain output, force the mind and the subject's consciousness to sync. Everything else can be cut away. Apart from the director who gave the order, none of the other researchers can keep a detached expression anymore. After going through all of this, can anyone truly keep their original soul? Will they still be the same person they once were? Every machine keeps working without mercy, denying her even the quiet release of death. Finally, operation complete. Subject ID. No record found. No record found. No record found. She shuts off the terminal in the preparation room and drifts back to her lounge like a blue ghost. The door slides open as the security system reads her construct ID. The room is plain and bare. It makes no difference where she sleeps. She looks at her reflection in the mirror. It feels less and less like her own face. Why? This wasn't part of the plan they described to her. Order, mission, order, mission, order, mission. Mission, order, mission, order. Stacked higher and higher. She is starting not to recognize the words she once knew better than any others. What is she supposed to do now? Where did Eleanor go? Why has she not contacted her? Did I get left behind again? Alone, Discord stares up at the changing virtual sky above Babylonia, stubbornly searching for an answer through questions that threaten to drown her. For some reason, I thought that was a combat stage. Dull days. That was another lengthy node. Holy. Among the constructs, some lost their families and took this path because they had no choice. Some see themselves as weapons, as expendables. Others try to build new bonds so they can keep going on the ravaged battlefield. Discord works like an efficient, purifying force machine. Hardworking, highly skilled, never complaining, never showing weakness or hesitation when ordered to kill her own kind. She never reaches out to people, never forms connections with others. Even when others make small talk with her, she can't find anything to share. It's easy to understand. The Kurono side doesn't want any more ties to anything related to Pollard. That includes you. They just shook off those accusations in front of the world government. No way would they risk giving anyone new leverage against them. In short, you have a new employer from now on. I look forward to working with you, colleague. That's fine, Discord thinks. Core work, secrets, big missions usually don't involve tools in supporting players. Even so, minor, sidelined roles still get hit by little bouts of trouble. Boom, boom, boom. Here for supplies? Name and ID. Department? Purifying Force. Huh. So you're the new recruit in the Purifying Force. Hey, you again. Get off me. Stop holding me back. They're the ones who executed blah, 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 blah. If only they'd held on a little longer. Until backup arrived. Aurora was already badly infected beyond saving. You just couldn't accept that. Discord can't make out what the name blah 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 really is. He was so good to everyone around him. What could he have possibly done wrong? The Purifying Force is nothing but a bunch of executioners, cold, mindless tools. Sorry. Blah 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 was his childhood friend. He's just too heartbroken. The same syllables repeat again. This time, Discord doesn't catch them clearly. She tells herself it's because she doesn't think they're important. Whether the accusations are right or even meant for her, Discord feels no urge to argue. She won't even remember the accuser's face. Enraged by Discord's indifference, the construct suddenly breaks free of their companion's grip, lunges forward, grabs her collar, and knocks off her mask. Say something, you tool! You kill other people's lovers, family, and friends without hesitation. Don't you have any of your own? Do you even understand the pain of losing someone you love? Tell me, what is there left in this world that you care about? Is there really nothing left in this world that you care about? A flicker crosses her eyes and fades back to nothing. I don't have anything like that. Rosewater always pushes children into the abyss like this. He rescues them, chooses them, but in the end they often face fates worse than starving or dying on the streets. Most lab mice are put down after the experiment ends. To spare them extra pain, the executioner picks the best way to carry it out. These animals are gentle and submissive, capable only of letting out useless cries in their final moments of struggle. The orphanage kids can never live like normal children again. You personally cut away their future. You're a hypocrite. You use their innocence and ignorance to turn them into future killers. He thought he was ready to bear that sin. Going back to his old trade feels like a weight off. Maybe just like Palangoski mocked. Or Palangoski. He is never meant for that line of work. For Rosewater, Discord is an exception. She reminds him of his guilt and offers him a chance to atone. It's only a moment of kindness. Through his gloves, he strokes the little lab mouse he handpicked. She shrinks and goes still in his palm, as if sensing a brief shelter. Her meek obedience is a polished blade. It reflects a victim's face and an abuser's too. They rarely talk, but they're used to each other's company. Even sitting in silence at opposite ends of the dinner table has become their quiet ritual. Life at the intelligence post is plain, far plainer than before. Their job is to blend the tailor shop into lost products like fish blending into water. Maybe relax a bit. Try smiling more. Is that in order? After so much training, Discord can't understand what everyday life means at first. She lives by the book. When it should be class time, she practices tailoring. Compared with Polar's instructors, Rosewater is patient, and he really knows tailoring. He's good at reading a customer's build, guessing their job, and judging their tastes. Teachers tend to crane their necks forward. Athletes have stronger chests and limbs. When someone's body is streamlined, look closely and decide if they're friend or foe. A good suit shows everything and hides everything. Isn't there anything you want? Do you like sewing because of your life before you drifted? He keeps his tone light as he digs through his long hidden stash. For generations, we made only the best suits, and only for people who truly fit the criteria. This world revolves around the few who truly have the power to change it. For anyone with ambition, the goal is always to get as close to that center as possible. Silence. Maybe you'd like your own sewing machine, finer fabrics, premium embroidery thread. Discord shakes her head. I'll teach you everything I know. I can also teach you how to craft freely, or create freely. He gives her time to think. She's thought about it many times. She's still confused about what she's lost and what she's gained now. She stares for a long time at a father and daughter passing outside the shop. The girl, 5 or 6, looks tired and rubs her eyes. Her tall, gentle father lifts her. They laugh and hug for a moment, then he carries her on his back. Rosewater's voice cuts off. He remembers the unspoken rule. With orphanage kids, you can bring them new food, new clothes, new toys, new books. But you must not give them a hug. He forces a reassuring, apologetic look. This isn't allowed. All things, this is forbidden. After going through trauma and abandonment, even a simple hug can trigger emotional dependence in children at the orphanage. As its longtime director, he knows exactly what's best for them and how clear and strict the rules must be. Discord knows he's trying to keep his distance, so she gets up without fuss and walks away, as if she'd only said a simple goodnight. Mr. Director, it's time for me to sleep. A wave of helplessness hits him. After he hears her gently close the door, he slumps into his chair. He once thought he could make up for the past and build her a home again, but reality stands between them like a sharp blood-soaked pair of scissors, cutting them apart in a way that can't be ignored. All his efforts so far, the results built on sacrifice and imbalance, the stains he can't wash away, have all woven into a road with no way back. The intelligence outpost is only a clumsy, laughable fix. What else can I do? For Discord, and for myself. Whew. The weather turns cold. In past years, the old district would fill up with gamblers who lost everything at the casinos and had to sleep on the streets. Under martial law, even they're gone now. She doesn't know what the director has been rushing around doing these past days, nor does she care. Finally, she switches on the hallway floor lamp, keeping up the pretense of normal life as ordered. It has been a week since they last shared dinner. She glances at the empty seat at the table, then looks away. Wind chimes ring. He pushes the door back open with snow still on his coat. He unwraps a package. A roll of fine silk ribbon. Discord, come here. I got you a gift. A gift. The girl looks bewildered. It's your birthday today, isn't it? Birthday. Another word that was once familiar but now feels foreign to her. She doesn't know whether to nod. I remember it from your file. He leads her behind the workbench, lifts the hat from the center mannequin, and stitches on the final touch himself. The ribbon falls like a stream of stars. He's sure his skill hasn't slipped. That soft shine will draw admiring looks anywhere. Same as the suit in the window, only the finest materials. Proud, he sets the finished mannequin beside the shop's crown jewel in the display window so they can admire them together. It's so pretty. The girl gasps in admiration at the exquisite dress before her. It looks as if it stepped out of an oil painting, noble and refined. The fabric is silky smooth with a subtle shimmer. Fine lace trims the neckline and cuffs, while the bodice is shaped by delicate three-dimensional pleats. The skirt billows outward in soft cascading layers, like blue roses just beginning to bloom at daybreak, each layer edged with silver embroidered trim. In the display window, a suit stands beside it, majestic, commanding, the very image of royal perfection. Even the wealthiest clients she once saw at the workshop never wore anything of such genuine quality. The girl knows the shopkeeper almost never brings customers to this part of the store. Would you want to try it on? He stands shoulder to shoulder with Discord. The reflection in the glass almost makes it look like they're already wearing the finery. To his surprise, the girl steps back twice and shakes her head, shattering the illusion. The mannequin, draped in the gown and topped with a formal hat, looks so much like the friend she once depended on most. But that friend is no longer here, no longer speaking to her in that soft, patient voice. She has to face that reality. Clothes make the person. As a tailor, I always believed that good, well-fitted clothing can bring better days. He convinces himself that the girl deserves better, that she should have just as much as anyone else. Maybe this dress can take the place of his embrace. There have never been any better days. But in this life, that's almost like house arrest. They just keep playing the roles assigned to them. This life, just another mission, just another intel op. There will always come a moment when every false mask is taken off. I don't care what I wear anyway. Rosewater is speechless. After a long pause, he finally speaks, sounding defeated. Is there really nothing left in this world that you care about? The girl stands straight, eyes forward, calmly awaiting punishment, just as when she faced the instructors, just as she always has, every time. Care? Weren't they the ones who trained them to care only about missions and objectives? Rosewater regrets his words instantly, shame twisting his face. He suddenly gets to his feet and rushes to his meticulously organized desk. In a frenzy, he empties it drawer by drawer, throwing everything onto the floor. The girl's usually calm face changes. Her mouth hangs open as she watches it all happen. From the very back of the bottom drawer, he pulls out a small box, fiddles with its hidden mechanism, and takes out a tiny key. Like a madman, he runs to the glass cabinet, unlocks it, and rips the ornate suit from the mannequin. This was my proudest masterpiece. My only treasure in this corner of the universe. Do you have any idea how special this is? He grabs his long-handled scissors and in the blink of an eye, shreds both the one-of-a-kind suit and the freshly made gown to pieces. Fabric, scraps, loose threads, and tufts of cotton fill the air like a blizzard. Heavy golden buttons hit the floor, rolling across the carpet with soft clicks. The tailor shop looks as if it is buried under a storm of tattered snow. The mannequin stands bare and alone in the middle of the mess, its stillness like a silent actor mocking the scene. Discord stands frozen, letting the scraps and threads settle on her hair and shoulders. Somehow they feel more dangerous than falling silver forks. Her lips part slightly, but no sound comes out. Looking at it was the only way I could keep believing that humanity is always improving, always moving towards something better. The fabric is made in runs of just 23 meters a year, only over 700 top-grade textiles combined, stitched with platinum needles. A suit like this could only be worn by the oldest, wealthiest royal families. But now he doesn't have the strength to list those meaningless accolades one by one. The tailor breathes hard, his eyes red as he stares down at the broken threads and fabric pieces in his hands. The girl trembles, then shudders, breathing in short bursts. She doesn't look at him. Why? I don't know. She feels nothing, no hope for the future. Be a good girl and forget everything that happened tonight. Be a child. May the Lord forgive us. Rosewater says nothing more and walks her back to her room. Hurry up! Move faster! The snowy day is silent as ever. The wind chimes of fate echo again through the streets of the old district, which is far removed from any trace of prosperity. There are always countless ways to explain why something happens. Humans always feel the need to give meaning to the things we cannot understand. At least. Blood froth fills his throat as his life leaks away little by little. With regret, he realizes there's no time left to say goodbye. Tell Discord. Trying to get my dress dirty too? Don't be so stingy now. Reality really is nothing but a pair of scissors. Merry Christmas, Mr. Rosewater. The famous tailor of the old district lies dead in a pool of blood. Karmic justice. His human experimentation projects end with him. Half a lifetime of effort has become a dream steeped in sin, fading like mist. Huge scissors hang overhead. Their fates are severed in that instant. Regrettably, Embroidery Scissors is already deceased. Flames sear her skin. Ash from burning cloth drifts before her eyes. Discord snaps out of the verdict and a construct's fist is already swinging at her. She lowers her gaze and decides to take the punch head on. Unexpectedly, the blow never lands. Short hold! Throwing a punch just because someone won't talk? Staying quiet is good. Trouble comes from a loose tongue. Short halt, I remember you being quite the chatterbox. Oh? Is being talkative a crime now? The tall construct neutralizes the force of the punch and smoothly blocks the attacker who's lost control. Knowing they're in the wrong, the attacker's companion keeps apologizing while shoving and dragging him away. Don't take this lightly. Make sure you take him to the start of life. After he finishes, Shorthalt pats her shoulder and waves the onlookers away. Show's over. Move along. Purifying force is nothing. If you run into the scarabs, you won't even know what hit you before you're dead. Is that what we need to hear right now? Move along. Come on. Shorthalt picks up the mask that had fallen to the ground and hands it back to her. Discord looks up at the stranger, hesitates, and misses her chance to say thanks. The second time she sees Shorthalt is on a ravaged battlefield after a mission. Discord remembers searching for something she lost, but by the end, she has forgotten what it was. She wanders among the wreckage of constructs, her eyes unable to focus. Constructs are weapons, expendable. Humanity's hope to reclaim Earth. She keeps repeating the new rules and protocols uploaded into her mind. Oh, it's you. Lost something? I can help you look. Shorthalt's face is heavy. He doesn't paw through the remains like trash. He lifts them onto his broad shoulders as if they were comrades. Time blurs. Discord almost gives up and numbly follows him through one scene of ruin after another. I remember they picked a fight with you. Why did you fight back? Are you even human? I'm a construct, part of the purifying force. No, I mean before you became a construct. We aren't born with metal arms and legs. You must have a name, right? Your human name. My name is Discord. I'm Shorthalt. We're all people. We all have names. There's no real difference. We're not weapons and we're not expendables. He folds his hands, tucks away a bundle of sorted dog tags, then solemnly places a thin metal tag in her palm. See? You do have something you value. Discord studies the small, clean tag. The thin cord is broken. While bloodstains still sit in the grooves, turned deep brown. Her name is engraved on it, but she can't recall any memory tied to it. Watching her fall silent, Shorthalt sighs. I know everyone is different. There can be individual differences. In your case, I had some ice cream the day before yesterday, and right now you're like a bowl of ice cream that's frozen solid. You're for Corona, right? The Corona maid construct? Easy. You need to be on guard. I don't have a grudge against you. I used to be a cop. Sorry, occupational habit. Getting no answer, the big guy rubs his not quite stubbly chin. I have things I care about too. Where's the candy V gave me? He digs in his pockets and pulls out a torn candy wrapper, then stuffs it back, embarrassed. Back in the education district, I met a bunch of brats who got into trouble every other day. And before I knew it, I got attached to them. I used to be a tailor. She's not used to this easy tone. She stammers it out, then sees him smile. Got it. When you find the things you care about again, tell me about them. Last time she hears Shorthalt's name is in Commander Nicola's transfer order. Just like that, he was gone and left behind all the things he said he cared about. And Gio? Think about it. What happens to the things you cared about? After the ground mission in Los Prados, the ice cream's frozen solid problem gets worse. Her frame is fully repaired, smooth and flawless, yet at random times, pain signals flare, and her vital fluid suddenly leaks. Phantom sight, phantom smell, and phantom pain. Should I follow the order to join the Scarabs, or stay with the Purifying Force? The goal of her long search is gone. From now on, what will she live for? So I'm assuming this takes place after the whole ordeal with Lilith's chapter? After that whole ordeal with Madame Manzano? Yeah, after the ground mission of Los Prados. You don't need to choose. Once you choose, you carry that choice. Can you carry it? I should always complete the mission. To complete the mission, you only need to be simple and efficient. Stay the same. Doing nothing often works best. Keep to the shadows, don't try to stand out. That's how you live the longest. Oh, I don't remember you went by a different name, Zalgo. The name is familiar. Zalgo sounds familiar. Sorry if I don't remember. But Zalgo does sound familiar. Her urge goes the other way. The pull towards self-destruction keeps pushing her to find a weapon strong enough to pierce her chest, or to stop maintaining her frame. Oh! Right. You're the one that's, Right. I remember now. Right. I do remember now. Sadly, in Babylonia, those things aren't easy to do. So she starts drifting toward more dangerous battlefields without thinking. Number 11. Scream. Damn it. Do something already. Unless she... I'm afraid it's too late. Didn't get Bianca's new frame. Did get Discord though? Well, Discord is free for everyone, so everyone gets Discord. Voices echo everywhere without logic. She struggles against empty air. Regrettably, she is dead. Beyond saving, she's gone. Regrettably, she's dead. Beyond saving, she's gone. Why? Why can't she save anyone? The old tailor? Rosewater? Bladder, Isis, Lilico, and now Eleanor. All of them are gone, leaving her behind. She can only stand there and listen as reality passes judgment. She wants to scream to start over, but the pain in her head bursts again and again, like a string of light bulbs exploding without pause. So there's nothing more we can do? Hope you've been doing well? I've been doing alright, yeah. Thank you for asking. Or thank you for saying. I hope you've been doing well. We can't risk mind beacon contamination. Maybe assigning her to Scarab was a mistake. Scarab Squad Lounge. V, I'm telling you, Discord's not cut out for Scarab. Shiva storms into the Scarab Lounge, pulls out a chair, and drops into it with a loud scrape. Yata is flipping through a comic. Valeria looks up from her terminal. Got done doing your one-on-one voice acting class? Cool. She's clearly going to get herself killed and doesn't even know it. See? All the members, or at least... Oh, wait, no. Oh, never mind. Shiva's like the only one that doesn't have a mask. I always thought that the original Scarab Squad was Yata, Discord, and Short Halt, with Valeria as their commandant. And then Shiva joined in later. So no, the OG Scarab Squad didn't all have masks, unless Shiva does have a mask, but she just doesn't wear it as part of her sprite. Still though, it is interesting that Valeria, Yata, Short Halt, and Discord being the new Scarab member wear masks. At least, well, Yata doesn't wear her mask anymore because of her new frame, but still. Also, I just noticed that that detail in Valeria's mask right there, it looks like it's two hands. It looks like the right hand and its fingers like over the fingers of the left hand. You see that? It's like, and two thumbs like intertwining. You see that? That's what it looks like. Her mask, it looks like two hands over her mouth. Over her face. I just noticed it myself, yeah. That's really cool. That's really, really cool. What other details are there? Her tie has this sort of like fire sort of look to it at the very end there. It says number 1 on her ID card right there. Aside from that, that's about all. Yatta. Eh? Oh, this is okay. This is before. This is before Yatta's new frame. What am I supposed to do here? The Scarab Squad's barely been formed and we're already falling apart? The comics I've read don't exactly cover this situation. An emergency meeting call pulls Valeria away. Before leaving, she gives Yatta a meaningful look. Yatta sits the fuming Shiva down and tosses her a can from the fridge. What's this? I don't drink synthetic alcohol. Limited edition mint-flavored fermented fruit electrolyte. Shiva doesn't even wait for a reply before popping the can open with a sharp crack. Yatta watches nervous as she downs it in one go. Alright, so what happened between you and Discord? I told you already, she's going to get herself killed. The scarabs are supposed to be a safety net, a secret weapon. I can't work with someone who's rushing to throw her life away. She acts like she's ready to be abandoned, discarded, or destroyed at any moment. Yet you still forced her onto a path to survive. Let me be clear. I don't think what happened out there can be repeated. She fought her way out of a swarm of hetero creatures alone, followed my orders with machine-like precision. Isn't that a good thing? Good? She didn't show a trace of hesitation, doubt, fear, or fatigue. If I hadn't met her before, I'd think an AI had hijacked her frame. When unexpected enemies showed up, I told her to pull back. She told me the mission was to wipe them out. You do a great job as a streamer and as a great content creator. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's really nice of you to say. Discord being the real mad dog of Lost Prados was unexpected. Discord's her own version of a mad dog. She's mad in the sense that she's crazy in the sense that she has no sense of self-preservation. She has no sense of self-care or self-survival. Because that's how she was brought up when she was trained in Pollard. That's how all the children were trained, where mission first, objective first. So I'm hoping with this, or at least the conclusion of this chapter, leads to where Discord kind of breaks out of that little funk, where she can decide her own choices from now on. Or where she can put survival above, like, duty, I guess. Question, are you going to try Duet Night Abyss? I don't know. I'll play it for a while. I might not stream it. We'll see. But, like, if it's just going to be a Warframe type of game, I might not stick around with it for long. We'll see. Wait, weren't you on a standard support and extermination job? Where did all those hetero creatures come from? I'd like to know that myself. We barely got on the transport in time. The pilot almost left us to die in that mess. Yatta gives a wry smile, but Shiva keeps going before she can speak. Her mental state's all over the place. One moment she's like magma about to erupt. The next she's a dead, silent salt flat. No way. If that were true, she would have shown signs of mind deviation ages ago. Shiva crushes the can in her hand, her expression serious. I've got a feeling. The captain of Scarab feels the weight of the problem. This is trouble. I'll make sure V keeps an eye on her. Trying a new gacha coming out. Chaos Zero Nightmare. I think for the time being, I'm kind of just done trying more and more gachas. Having too many gacha games eats up too much time. The situation Shiva described happens again during another Scarab's mission. Hey, Discord, get back here. We're not Grey Raven with our fancy specialized frames. Yato watches Discord's blue silhouette disappear into the distance. She turns to Shiva, who gives her an all too familiar look that says, "Told you so." Now this takes place after Yata gets her new frame. Someone just jumped the gun. V, what now? There are too many of them. Shiva and I will hold here. You go bring Discord back. Be careful, Yata. The landscape stretches on, repetitive and unchanging. Discord chases the enemy ahead. She must have gotten lost. After that confusion and day's ease, Discord stops fixating on how to finish her mission. Instead, she sinks into a steady, even gloom. She goes under slowly, with no way to resist, like sinking inch by inch into a pit of quick sand. She knows this place. She has been here before. Experiences like this are not rare, but even on the surface, they are not enough to make people uneasy. Most people ignore it and treat it as a memory fragment before they forgot. Or as a memory fragment they forgot. Or under the sway of mysticism, they think it's some kind of psychic experience. Deja vu. She's fought the enemies in this area more times than she can count. They're in Lost Prados? The last active corrupted construct falls to the ground after a heavy strike, still muttering unclear commands. New world. Go to. New world. Okay, yes, this is Lost Prados. Or no, not Lost Prados, Eden 3. Eden 3 colony ship, that grand deception begins to shake. Chunks of stone and wall fall away. It seems the false structure can no longer hold together. So wait. This is taking place... I see, so I guess timeline-wise, by the end of Lilith's chapter, that would be after Yata got her new frame. I could have sworn in the Lilith chapter, when Lilith and Discord reunite again, I could have sworn that Discord was part of the Purifying Force at that time. I guess I'm misremembering. Unless this is just a result of the new timeline being changed. Discord moves quickly through the inner chamber as the dust settles. Amid the rubble, she catches sight of a familiar golden color. What once bound you is finally gone. She whispers the words so quietly that only she can hear them. Target eliminated. Next, just need to get out with the intel. Suddenly, a massive piece of debris crashes down from above. It strikes a holographic projector mid-air, shattering into countless fragments. Before she can move, a purple-black moon umbrella flies from behind, shielding her from the falling rubble before spinning back into its owner's hand. That generation, blinded by idealism, clung to the belief that humanity's technological progress would bring a rapid rise in human morality. But look at us, just expendable tools. I wonder if we'll end up erasing the precious words about peace and progress entirely. Discord knows that mocking tone all too well. Lilith always knows more than most, yet despises the very knowledge she holds. If a single shell could wipe anyone off the face of the earth, then storytelling would be pointless. I can't be killed so easily, and I don't plan on missing a good story. But what if I could be the one to fire that shell myself? Wouldn't that be the best thing ever? Ah ha 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 ha. Lilith runs a hand over her face, laughing heartily. Every moment she lives is an announcement of her unchained freedom. Eleanor. The construct in front of her freezes at the sound of that familiar name. Her laughter stops and she transforms in an instant into the frail, graceful, gentle lady she once was. But both of them know this is nothing more than the simplest performance in the theater of daily life. She has never cared about the stage or the audience. The Ascendant takes off her gloves, letting go of all formality, and slowly extends her pale hands. Mechanical joints and tightly interlocked gears are visible beneath the skin.
じゃあエレノアのために私につく。
Discord holds back a shiver. Her breathing grows heavy. She thought the answer would come with hesitation, but her thoughts feel like they are being hacked apart by a massive pair of razor-sharp scissors. Pieces are torn away and tossed into a scrap heap. Voice acting jump
永遠に
scare.
私の協力者として何も考えずにいるのはどう？
Disappointment, sorrow, confrontation, choice, guilt, grief, confusion, severance, hope, despair, resentment, anger. Choice. Choice? Choice, choice, choice. Choice, 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 choice. Countless feelings rush past her all at once, leaving behind a messy knot of emptiness she can't untangle. Because of that, she can't speak. Even her face stays frozen. Night settles deeper, and Eden's artificial sky reflects the fading dusk perfectly. One figure steps toward the other, arms opening slowly, as if to offer an embrace. I thought it didn't matter whether we were allies, enemies, or anything in between. But now, forget it. Yes, we already said goodbye. You could have just stopped thinking and followed me. Plants and insects follow the light and the moon. People do that too. Without orders, you don't know how to act. No, that's not true. I've been looking for you, Eleanor. No one ordered me to. You just don't want to face your weak heart alone again. Weak heart. Red flowers bloom where she was wounded, whispering to her quietly. Is that how it is? Yuka jump scare. What the hell? I followed my heart once. That's why I chose to go with you. You led me out of the abyss and darkness when I was just a child. What was the significance with Yuka showing up there? Weak heart. So that's a little reference to Yata's chapter there then. So I guess not, I can't remember stuff from Crescent Moon, but I'm guessing not only does this chapter reflect on the relationship between Lilith and Discord, or at least go into it, I mean, it also maybe has some sort of parallel to Yata's chapter. Because why else would they just show Yuka right there, right? So I'm just guessing. Again, I don't remember Crescent Sun chapter too much, aside from all the spooky stuff, but surely there's a reason. Her vision clears as she speaks, the words lifting a burden she has carried for years. Even you don't know what truly drives this body. You've gotten so used to taking orders from others that you never realized you've been following your own will all along. Wait, no, I remember. Crescent Sun was a scare. The events in Crescent Sun. They went to the island. They weren't linked to Crescent Sun, so that feels kind of weird. Maybe a nod to Cradle. I don't know, but one thing I do remember is that for Crescent Sun, it was like a mission they were given. It was a scarab mission, right? So maybe because I remember Discord and Shiva having a sort of issue during the mission in regards to like the red tide or the punishing or whatever. Or maybe it was... No, I think it was just Discord that was having the issue. Maybe it was during this point here that somehow Yuka was able to communicate with them or something. I don't know. Because this is clearly Yuka right here. This is clearly her. Actually, that's that's actually Chisa from Wuthering Waves. But I do now remember that part where Valyria, Shiva, and Discord were struggling, but they were like, Yata, you gotta go forward. Never got their side. Discord was having the evil zoomies. That might be it. This might have been this might be it then. Or Yuka might have had like some sort of conversation with Discord or something. Maybe trying to get them to like understand that, you know, like because Yuka was like, what's the word? Persuaded by Cradle or something. Not persuaded. What's the other word again? What's the word am I thinking of? Not persuaded. Coerced, maybe? I don't know. But that's the only thing I could think of. Just off the top of my head. So maybe it might have been just a discussion they had between each other. All like off screen. I don't know. You'll always be an outsider. A discordant note in the main melody. Don't you see? Low status, a dirty history. Just another shadow agent hiding in Corona's back alleys. Yuka collects traumas. When they want someone to die, you'll just be another name on a monument. When they demand loyalty, you'll bury yourself without hesitation. Nobody truly cares how you feel. You're nothing but a helper without a self. A stray dog with no goal, no home. I cared about you. And you left without a word. You vanished right in front of me. Wait. Okay, no. No, okay, I was right. During Lilith's chapter, when they meet again, Discord was part purifying. This current moment is taking place after Crescent Sun, but they're back in like, I don't know. I'm trying to put together this timeline. Or maybe this background is showing their conversation right now. Maybe that's what it is. And when she's saying you left without a word, that was back in the past. Maybe that's what it is. Both have identity-related issues. Makes sense Yuka connected with her. Yeah, there's that. But again, that's the only thing I could think of. Like, for Yuka to show up like that, they had like a private conversation. She once believed that after regaining her leg, she could also give the other person the freedom to move forward. This girl looks at her face. She once tried to stitch together the shape of her soul, thread by thread. But in those violet eyes, she has never seen her own reflection. I'm not a worthless stray. And I should never have been the first one you chose to throw away. Her outstretched hands closed slowly, like the final pose of a dance. I see. But the peak of the world has always been so narrow, it can only hold one heel. Lilith walks past her and snaps her fingers. Discord freezes in place, held still as if under a spell. In the next moment, she watches the tip of the umbrella burst from her abdomen, exactly like what happened to the construct who died before her eyes not long ago. The ending is already decided. When Discord finally realizes it, the grief hits her with a crushing force. Pain crashes through her mind, alarms flood her perception systems, and darkness swallows her whole. A parting gift.
最後の命令よ。もう二度と会いに来ないで。
Threads from another presence snake in like tentacles, stitching together the broken pieces of her memories and the illusions reshaped around them. Then the force vanishes. The stitches melt away like ice, breaking apart and scattering into a shower of crimson spider lilies. If only you had said these things back then. Don't leave. Any more regrets. A gentle, unfamiliar voice whispers to her. The scene pulls back like a receding tide, and Discord suddenly realizes with perfect clarity that this moment is about to disappear. I hope your next dream will be a good one. Wake up, Discord. When Discord opens her eyes, she does not see the hydrangea artificial island. Instead, she sees nothing but a vast sky full of blowing sand. Okay, yeah, so that kind of just proves it. They did have a private conversation off screen during Yata's chapter. Yata is carrying her in mechanical arms, pushing forward step by step against the strong wind toward the rendezvous point indicated by their signal. Why am I here? What about the mission? Seriously? You're still thinking about the mission right now? How about you thank me for dragging you out of that mess? I'm sorry. Thanks. Were you dreaming just now? Discord tries to remember, but her thoughts freeze in the span of a single breath. Was it a dream? I don't really remember. So this is what Shiva meant by magma 1 second and a dead sea the next? Shiva? All ammo and guns are gone. Discord instinctively checks for weapons on her body before she even registers what Yata just said. That mystic. Shiva is worried about you. Yata sets Discord down from her mechanical arms, lets out a breath, and takes the lead. Discord remembers Shiva's furrowed brow and angry glare. The eye on her forehead emits a faint green glow. Was that concern? She has no idea how to respond. For this mission, we Scarabs are just backup. The Cerberus squad is already going after the real target. Let's meet up with V. They walk in silence, one ahead and one behind. Yata shields her from part of the wind's force. Her frame's got sand filters. That's thanks to the Babylonian military learning the hard way during past ground missions. The feet are designed to spread out the weight so they don't sink into the sand like yours. Took a lot of training to get used to it back then. With an abrupt shift, the short-haired construct finally forces out what she has been holding back the whole way. I don't know what kind of nightmare training you're planning, but even if your combat skills are great, your actions put your teammates in danger. Sorry, I didn't think anyone would come for me. What? Of course I'd come to save you. You were about to get swallowed by the red tide. You could have just hit me with grenades or a high-powered pulse gun. A mission sometimes needs bait to succeed. Yata gets a little angry. Why are you so set on dying? The swirling sands erupt as countless hetero creatures stumble up from underground. Yata's last word comes out alongside the sound of her fists slamming into the ground. Discord slips her mask on and locks onto heat sources moving through the sand. Her last remaining weapon unfolds into combat mode. A drooling hetero creature lunges at her, and her blade slices it clean in two. Because I don't even have the freedom to choose death. The mission. Always the mission. Kill. Then kill again. Only much later does the captain of Scarab understand that all of this shows a hidden pain that has always been building inside Discord. From street orphan to tailor, from maid to agent, from the purifying force to Scarab, the whole time she feels that no one ever truly cares about her. She is invisible. Oh. In an earlier era, a doctor might prescribe lithium carbonate or haloperidol. For constructs, though, disorders of the mind rarely receive real attention or care. In the end, they only sink into the deep sea like forgotten shipwrecks, left to bacteria and rust, waiting in silence to be swallowed by time and darkness. Aren't you the same? Back on Hydrangea Island. Haven't you thought that never waking up might be better? Living in a dream is nice. But I stepped out of it. I promised a lot of people and I promised myself to face reality. Not everyone can be like you. Of course, everyone is born carrying a bit of baggage. Discord's memories suddenly stir. Electrical signals tickle her cortex. She remembers her small metal fragment, smooth and capable of transmitting body heat, her own baggage. I got guidance and help from many people. Step by step, I reached this point. Yata takes a deep breath and spreads her hands in front of her chest. They are scorching hot from running at high output. If it weren't for them, if I had kept living in a dream, I wouldn't be who I am now. Discord notices that up ahead, through the howl of the sandstorm, Yata hums a tune under her breath. That melody. Feels like she only heard it just now. Time for you to go. This is goodbye for real this time. Hurry! Take my courage with you and charge forward with everything you've got. Thank goodness. You managed to escape. So, stop blaming yourself for this. In these dreams, some were promoted to officers, some became heroes, and a few shed their uniforms to live ordinary lives. While you remained at Misono High. Okay, that's what it was. Yuko was like inducing these dreamlike states, I guess. That's why during Yata's chapter, Yata was like phasing in between reality and Misono High. So I guess for Discord it was the same thing. Because I do remember in Crescent Sun, Discord was having an issue when they first arrived onto the island. And Shiva was starting to get an issue too, and Valeria was struggling. One's best dream shouldn't lie in the past, but in the future. The broken bits of the school anthem cut off as more enemies keep appearing. Scorpion-type hetero creatures? Ugh, damn you. The night raid unleashed by the Fulgur frame almost tears open the rotating wind pressure over the area, tinting the sky the gray indigo of a thunderstorm. The storm splits for a moment, then quickly surges back together. As the fight drags on, waves of hetero creatures overwhelm them again, and the two fall into danger. Not good. While fending off a massive hetero creature, she sees from the corner of her eye that Discord is hurt. Vital fluid splashes out and the churning mud drinks it up. Her movements slow. More and more hetero creatures burst from underground, shrieking as they encircle Discord, trying to drag her into a prison of quicksand. I don't care what happens to me. You go. The blue-haired construct throws her weapon with all her strength. The blade pins the creature holding Yata right through the head. In the next instant, Discord sinks halfway down, buried in the yellow sand. Why? Is it like this again? Her mechanical arms enter a brief cooldown and recharge. Yata gasps for air and holds a guard stance on instinct. No matter how she blinks, her vision stays blurry. The scorpion-like hetero creature raises its stinger high. Yata could quit slacking. You never know when this stuff will come in handy. Remember when I made you memorize how to rewire circuits? You ended up losing it, didn't you? Yeah, but wouldn't it be enough if you knew how? I've got a feeling. And what if I'm not around one day? Here we go. What are you now, some fortune teller predicting your own death? Did you pick this up from that mystic? I'm your captain. Complaining about my nagging won't change that. Now get moving. Moving where? If you don't hurry, Coach V is going to make you do another 20 sets of high knees. She rushes to catch up. Wait, what? Golden dusk spills across the white-lined track. Yata always thinks the captain's sash with the scarab emblem looks ugly, but when the captain runs, that sash streaming in the wind looks like a clear, endless current. Beautiful. Berthold slows to a stop. In the fading sunlight, his broad frame casts a long shadow across the ground. From ahead, Yata turns and looks back at him, puzzled. Instead of moving forward, she jogs in place as she waits for her captain to catch up. By the way, Shorthole's dead. Thanks, Kudo. I thought this is where I stop. What's with you today? Out of breath already? Yeah, I'm tired. I'm stopping here. He takes off the sash from his own body. It's the pride of the track team. But you still have to run forward, Yata. Man sets the sash on Yata's shoulder with care. His captain guides Scarab and pushed the whole squad to keep going. They're really trying to hammer it into your mind. Shorthalt is dead, guys. He dead. When you finally think to thank me, just bring me extra snacks. His body turns into a silhouette of darkness, the edges slowly dissolving into nothing. Yata turns her gaze back to the track, stretching ahead. See? Even as a ghost, you'd still be nagging in my ear. I knew it. You think Yata had that little, like, inscription-ish tattoo on the side of her torso like that? Even in high school? Could you imagine? She would get in so much trouble because of that. Now give her a hand. V, is this why you made me captain? Run, students, run! All your troubles will fade away when you run. She has many things she wants to say and many feelings she wants to release. But instead of speaking, she just runs forward. Ah! She shouts and throws her fists again and again, trying to drive away the shadows of the past. Fiction. True. It is just fiction after all. Her punches are so fast they leave after images. Damn! She jumps into the center of the vortex where the blue construct disappeared and reaches out as far as she can. Dreams are beautiful because you wake from them. The Fulgur frame's alarms sound loudly as streams of sand fall past her. That increases her output even more. For those who want to face reality, is it right to let pleasant dreams take away their chance to grow? This time I want to be the one who walks ahead with open eyes. Shorthalt, I don't know if I can be as good as you. Her hands finally grab her companion and stop them both from sinking further. The powered arms strain under the weight and feel like they could break at the joints. This is my choice. Ooh, the music. The return of light feels both short and long at the same time. The blue-haired construct struggles to lift her battered body. Is the attack over? Remains of the enemies are scattered everywhere. Not far away, the short-haired construct is kneeling on one knee, her mechanical hands slowly forming a V sign toward Discord. I don't want to lose anyone else. That includes you, Discord. Once, twice, no matter how many times it takes. I'll come for you every single time. The door slams shut right in front of them, trapping everyone on the other side in cold, endless waiting. Once, twice, the same scene plays out again and again. The symptoms are exactly like human brain death. Scarab Squad member Discord. That's impossible! Beta lunges forward, but Shiva stops her. Only the symptoms are similar, right? What about her mind? Complete connection rejection. She doesn't have any fatal injuries. Could the new frame be the cause? Can we switch her back to the old one? In this condition, it's almost impossible. Then I'll find someone who can help. The short-haired construct hits the glass helplessly, staring at the flat line on the dimly lit monitor. Hey. Discord, wake up! Discord. A lot of reading. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a water bottle. Okay, I'm back. Right. So, 12 to 17 left. Jesus Christ, this second half of the chapter just all of a sudden got long. Where each of these notes have been like half an hour long. What happened? Concerto! Alright. Hey Discord. The rhythmic warning beeps get drowned out by a roar of noise as the transport aircraft announces its landing. She pants as she scans her surroundings, realizing the safety harness is pulled tight across her body. Without it, she probably would have collapsed right into the transport's cabin floor. Finally awake. Scared me half to death. I thought you'd end up with the same side effects as your old frame, and I'd have to carry you all the way back to Babylonia again. Another VIP in the med bay, huh? At this rate, your case file is going to catch up to that Star of Life VIP. Old frame? Uh-oh. V did say your mind would still be unstable after the frame switch. Said you'd need time to adjust. Don't tell me it's messing with your recent memories now, too. She tries to pull up the files buried deep in her mind, searching hard for the most recent one. After joining the Scarab Squad, her old frame went through a full round of upgrades and inspections. Even then, it still suffered from random, unexplained operation issues. Once her frame data reached Asimov at the Science Council, Babylonia approved a full frame replacement. Want me to be honest? Your mind looks like someone ripped it apart piece by piece, then haphazardly sewed it back together. Or maybe parts got yanked out altogether. It's like a train full of holes and somehow it's still running on the tracks. Miracle, really. What did you see in the projection Yuka Saotome built for you? Yep, there we go. Sorry, I don't remember. Scans show repeated penetrating injuries to your abdomen, but there's no sign of external trauma. Do you have any idea what might be causing it? I don't know. You should think about whether you're ready for another procedure. She poured in more effort than she could ever measure, just to stand and walk again. The reflexes she once took pride in became her worst torment, bringing her nothing but pain. Her brain kept sending pain signals nonstop. Even without limbs, the stumps of her legs felt like they were being stabbed and sliced, numb yet agonizing all the same. And the projection built for you. That one stage, or those multiple combat stages where you're like roaming around as mini Discord and stuff, I wonder if those were part of Yuka's projection that was being shown to Discord. Because that's one way to go through a backstory, eh? That's a creative way to do it. Maybe the projections were also included her memories or something like that. I don't know. That's my guess. Her brain kept sending pain signals nonstop, even without limbs. Oh, I read this. And one day, the stabbing pain that used to pierce through her mind started to blur until she couldn't even remember it anymore. And then it was like, and then she got brought back into reality after, in that little desert mission there. So I feel like everything we've seen before that was all just part of Yuka's projection. I don't know. Just, it'd be cool if that was the case, but they'll never tell. At the same time, the face of that cheerful, upbeat maid who used to cheer her on through rehab began to fade too. Actually, yeah, no, that would explain it, because that one node with ISIS and stuff, where it was like kind of switching between, where the corpse was like switching between ISIS's appearance and Discord's appearance and stuff. That would explain it then. Like, all of that was just part of Yuka's projection. Or Yuka's projected dream for Discord. Oh, like right here. ISIS. And here again. Perhaps she knew deep down that none of it happened suddenly. Emotion trimming. If this technology were stable and ready for mass use, we wouldn't have found only a single construct like this. Corona's early illegal construct technology. It removes excess consciousness, fades and erases overly painful memories and seals away emotions one doesn't want to remember. Discarding what some call redundant human consciousness runs counter to human instinct. Even if it boosts efficiency for a while, it causes irreversible damage to a person's humanity, the very thing that defines a person. And that would also partly explain why Discord is so hell-bent on just not giving a damn about herself. I'm not giving up on finding a better way. Scarab Commandant, why are you requesting a new frame for a teammate? Planning on something off the books? Dogs are natural hierarchs. They split the world into nobles and commoners. Didn't realize you could hold a grudge that long. Whether we play the dog or refuse to, we're still forced to pick a side. It doesn't change much. At least she should get a choice. Asimov takes the organized file from the staffer and flips through it. I still don't like working with you, but fine. Fortunately, we already have solid data on similar mind disruption cases from Wansha's treatment. Oh. The Science Council has newly established a project group specialized in studying various types of construct mind disruptions. Wansha has provided a new treatment approach as a clinical case. A little callback to the long goodbye. Want to try it on her? Because I remember, Wansha did have those mind disruptions during long goodbye. She never speaks up and never takes a side. No agreement, no objection, no opinion. It's like she isn't there. A fine duel, but the higher-ups never run out of duels. Discord figures it's because she doesn't like talking, especially small talk. After Lilico vanished on a mission, she shut herself off even more. Anything extra doesn't help the mission and doesn't matter. Accept the mission, execute the mission, report. And sometimes even the most fixed backdrops collapse. No record found. No record found. Repeated multiple times. The same words keep surfacing in her nightmares. She can't tell which is worse, the dream or reality. One last escort mission before her frame swap, she stumbles on a place of refuge. What people call chance is really inevitability. Her own wants and needs guide her here. Each day, piano music rises on time from the ruined church outside the conservation area, offered to the sunset, the afterglow, and the silent sky and earth. She sits on a stone plinth and listens. The music soars, fervent and angry, devout and selfless. The church is pitch black except for a thin beam slant through a broken pane. Today, the doors stand open. Drawn by something she can't name, she walks in and finally learns who the dedicated musician is. When a memory starts to feel painful or too profound, your mind cuts it out on its own, good or bad. Emotion trimming. The nerve. Behind her mask, Valeria's face is unusually cold. Knowing what can make someone angry is the fastest way to know them. Discord clearly doesn't expect to see the Scarab Commandant here and freezes in place. Do you have something to report? No. I'm here to listen. To the piano. And come here. Discord stays quiet and stares at the instrument that filled the air with such beautiful melodies not long ago. It's battered and old. Hard to believe an instrument so worn out could produce such rousing music for days on end. She suddenly wants to touch it, then draws her hand back. If you want to try, go ahead. Valeria's gaze passes through her to a far-off point that isn't there. Or are you going to wait until it's too late and regret it? Rarely for her, Valeria gives a small push between Discord's shoulder blades, ignores her flustered protests, waits for her to sit, then takes the seat beside her. I lost so much. This piece was the only thing left with me. She lays her hands on the black and white keys. Her muscles remember the drills, but her fingers refuse to move. Dimly, she recalls someone making a similar invitation once, but the memory slips away in a brief stab of pain. Valeria neither urges nor hesitates. The performer rolls up a sleeve, closes her eyes, and lets a few strands of hair fall across her cheek. A smooth, powerful piece rises with the firm rise and fall of her wrists. At times it's gentle, at times it's fierce. The tempo keeps getting faster. In Discord's hazy memory, this is the speed and skill of a pro. The performer must have found a treasure in the music and keeps exploring it without tiring, as if knocking on the door of her own life. Piano Concerto No. 2 in F minor. Op 21. The title of the piece surfaces on its own, and Discord almost loses herself in the gentle glow of the notes. Within this radiance. V, come look! A piano! Shorthalt cleared a half-intact piano from the rubble and started poking at it with 2 fingers, totally absorbed. Stop playing. You'll draw enemies. It's a famous concerto. Sounds good, right? Is that him playing it? The notes wobbled, even slipped out of tune, but Shorthalt kept at it, sneaking looks at her, waiting for a verdict. Awful. Despite her criticism, Valeria didn't leave. She leaned against the broken wall, dressed her wounds, and listened to the end. Now, the ruins have been rebuilt into a conservation area, and the shabby piano has somehow survived. The movement doesn't pause. The concerto goes on. Each keystroke no longer tries to pull back the past. A long time ago, Shorthalt told me about you. Said you looked lost at a glance, just like a crying kid he once found on patrol. Valeria stops and waits for her reply. Discord hesitates and touches the first key. Her fingers shake, but it's as if someone supports her hands and hums by her ear, giving her the strength to play. Oh. Lilico, Shorthalt, Archibald the Tailor, and Isis. Just a little pressure and the key will go down. Ding. All that chaotic, deep, tumultuous, disorderly agitation fades away. The strings absorb every last tremor. Then the second key, then the third one, then the third note. The melody flows slower and rougher than she remembers. She inches up the tempo, feels the notes shift, and joins the conversation. Amazingly, the music under her hands calms her. It stops leading her. She leads it. The moonlight at the first encounter, a suffocating struggle, a corridor of freedom. A night of reunion, a feast of death foretold, the final farewell. After so long and so far, the crushed days and warped fleeting hours return at last. This is her music now. Nice look on your face. Time passes and the air turns cool. The evening bell tolls. She turns and Valeria is already waiting at Scarab's lounge door. Let's go. We still have work to do. Her dusky eyes are full of pride and edge. The commander and the science council have been briefed. Swap out that frame soon. I'm going to restore your mind piece by piece. That's a good commandant. I like Valeria. Outskirts on the surface. In place of V, who collapsed from mental strain, Yato looks at the downcast teammate and softens. Command goes to Grey Raven Commandant Usabeni for this operation. Ooh! MC is here. Roll out the red carpet. Don't overthink it. I've worked with V for a long time. She does this kind of thing without a word. If she isn't asking, she already knows what you'd say. What about you? How are you adapting? It's fine. I remember now. Feeling that wasn't firm enough, she adds one more line. Frame self-diagnostic shows optimal condition. It won't affect the mission. Really? Yata glances at Discord's hair with a hint of worry, then gives a small reluctant nod. Good. When we're done, report your frame's output data in detail. If anything feels wrong with your frame, tell me or Usabini right away. We'll request support. Got it. Yata snaps her head around as fast as dodging a bullet. Shiva frowns and holds up 10 fingers. 10 bottles of that mint electrolyte soda you have. I'll handle the intel. She thinks about how many times she has woken up to see Yata there. The thought hits her and she thanks Yata a bit awkwardly. Thanks. Don't worry about it. We're teammates. I told you before. If you thank me every time I carry you back, you'll never finish. The silence grows unbearable, and Yata breaks it with an awkward, hushed voice. By the way, you're good at sewing, right? Can you make me a Misono High uniform next time? Alright. Are you gonna sit here and tell me that coding that Yata has was actually made by Discord? That'd be cute if that's the case. When you enter the temporary stronghold, the 3 members of the Scarab Squad are fully armed and ready. Discord switched to the new frame. Asimov gave special notes. Her mind needs extra care. Step aside, Isla. Her and Isla need to collab. The mission is to sneak into a hidden base near Las Prados and bring back all valuable data. All roads lead back to Las Prados. According to eyewitness reports, an ascendant has been frequently sighted in the area. Before they leave Discord, who knows Las Prados best, seems uneasy and keeps her head down. At first you think she feels mixed about returning to a place tied to her past, but on a closer look, under her moving cobalt hair and the mechanical nape, there's an EMP collar blinking red. What's that? Who put it on you? A necessary safeguard. If my frame loses control because of mind issues, the Commandant can send an emergency signal to the collar and shut me down completely. You shiver. Ooh. Feels like the same kind of tech Liv used back then, just at a different level. Can you come over? Just a moment. It's better to say just a moment first. Just a moment. Can you come over here? The blue-haired construct trembles, then turns around and stands still in front of you. In the next second, your action makes her freeze in shock. You unlock the collar with access and remove it quickly as warning beeps sound. You don't need this. After all, I'm the god of mind. Okay, Commandant, relax. You don't need this. During frame tuning before the mission, you stabilize Discord's mind for Valeria. You learn she needs time and trust more than restraints. Force will backfire. More importantly, after working together, you chose to trust Discord. You trust that she values her teammates' lives no less than anyone else. But there's a tracker in it, in case I won't go far from you. I need your protection too. I see. The Cerberus squad keeps tracking the Ascendant. Egret waits in the sky to give support. Scarab, the main strike team, reaches the target and gets ready to slip in. Everyone receives a 3D model of the stronghold that Shiva built from terrain data. Rather than a stronghold, it's a fully equipped ship parked among barren hills. Maybe that's why it survived the past disaster. Target is 5 kilometers out. The transport drops and switches to ground vehicle mode for a covert approach. Tracks stripe the scorched earth. Not long after, something feels wrong. Why are there corrupted behind us? Are we exposed? No, this used to be a test range. Dragglers heard our transport and followed us. Like zombies. Stay sharp. A railgun blast slams near the vehicle and throws up a heavy cloud of yellow smoke. Alright, the perimeter auto defense really has spotted us. Thanks for the heads up. So much for our covert operation. As soon as those words are spoken, Discord springs into action. She jumps from the vehicle and throws her scissors high. She steps on the laid magnetic lines and baits the cannon to aim into the sky. The rest of the squad understands at once. At maximum range, applying the calculated corrections. 3, 2, 1, Yata! A dazzling flash lands on the moving target as the railgun fires. A high-energy mass skims past the hem of Discord's wind-blown skirt and explodes in the distance. We're full. Get off. You draw and fire fast. Discord lands lightly, uses the opening and cuts the tumbling Corrupted to pieces with her giant shears. Cross-shaped flashes burst from the wasteland like a judgment, all centering around the maid. Shiva slams the accelerator. The G-force knocks the wind out of you. We can't stop. The Corrupted will keep coming. What about Discord? All three look back at the maid standing alone in the storm. She pulls the two split halves of her scissors back along the control line, stamps the ground and sprints, drawing the remaining enemies to trail the vehicle at an even, steady pace. The Corrupted appear ahead, blocking the road. The wind shreds their shouts into pieces. Will you need backup? I'll contact Egret. Sorry, this is Scarab Show. Shiva, run the numbers. Already on it. In a flash, Yatta vaults onto the roof and swings at the enemy cluster. Trails of electricity spread from the strike and break the blockade cleanly. Severed mechanical limbs tumble, get crushed under the wheels, and sink into the dust. Some Corrupted stop chasing the vehicle and lunge at Discord as she runs. Greetings. And goodbye. She said the line! She says that as one of her combat lines. Gokigenyo, oshite sayonara, or something like that. Gokigenyo is like a more formal way of saying hello. She drives the scissors into the ground and spins with centrifugal force. Her whirling attack perforates everything around her, clearing a ring of open space. Then she sidesteps and uses fallen Corrupted as steps to keep jumping forward. Her magnetic lines extend and retract, then hook the rear bumper. Magnetic lines. The tires shriek and the vehicle jolts as it gets yanked back. The vehicle skids over rough ground and belches an acrid burnt smell. I'm sorry. The military vehicle, a tiny fortress, lifts on her momentum. She hurls it backward and cleaves it cleanly into front and rear halves. Yatta drops from the roof and Shiva jumps from the driver's seat. Overloaded, the engine does its last job and explodes in the densest knot of Corrupted. You, seated in the rear middle seat, are flung a few meters into the air with the car before you reach the door. When you frame, it still isn't stable. She cuts the rest of the car's shell cleanly with her scissors. The pieces spread out in the air. She plants her feet, catches you with both hands, and speaks without sounding very sorry. Excuse me. Oh. What? I'll have to file a property damage report when we get back. The group moves on foot and stays alert, but no more active enemies are seen until you reach the target entrance. Yeah, at least we got through that. The hatch unlocks and opens slowly. Inside the ship, it is very quiet and dark. Shiva stays on high ground to keep watch. The others line up and enter the ship. Waiting for Shiva. Listen, since I'm this close to finishing it, I might as well spend the rest of the night finishing this. It's going to be like an additional 2 hours, I swear to God. Again, these notes have been half an hour long now. You walk from the bridge into a tight new room. The round light strip on the ceiling turns on by itself. Holograms show deep blue star maps and data. You check them one by one and nothing looks important. You were wrong. This ship isn't an ER13 joint craft anymore. It belongs to Kurono. After some checking, Discord exhales slowly. She's relieved that she doesn't have to face that person and the past yet. Why would an Ascendant frequent this place? Perhaps it's... Chaos breaks out in an instant. The ship's lights switch to harsh red. Status screens flicker with chaotic data. Thick alloy plates slide out of the walls. Sections seal off, leaving only the main corridors. Wait! Uh-oh. Yada scouting ahead turns around, and in a blink, a special alloy wall cuts her off. You tap the partition that blocks all signals and call Yatta and Shiva on the comms. No one answers. They've been split up. An hour passes, then 2. Time slips by unnoticed. All you can do is wait. 10 hours? Dozens? Time blurs. Do you not have a watch? Nothing in the room changes. There's no natural light. From the hunger in your stomach, it's likely you have been stuck here for a day. You do not dare rest. You search the small conference room again and again, but you still can't bring up the ship's control system. Some projections pop up by mistake. Others show that after a major mission and return, the ship was turned into a ground intelligence site. You're on the ship's middle deck. The meeting room terminal holds hundreds of hours of routine video logs. Most other data has been moved or erased. You come up empty and hope Discord's custom scissors on the other side can physically damage the partition. If brute force works, mechanical arms would be more effective than blades. Yatta on the other side has likely already tried that first. Maybe Yatta can't reach Shiva outside either. "10 hits, 100, 1,000, 10,000. At this rate, the weapon will break first." No good. The blue-haired construct walks back looking sorry. "Are you okay?" "I'm okay. Glad to see you back." "I'm okay." She gives a simple reply, thinks for a moment, and shows a small relieved look. This new frame really does feel different. What do we do now? We wait for Shiva to lift the lock from outside. We wait for Shiva. Shiva may come, or she may not. Discord repeats the new mission in her mind, puts away the scissors, and sits hugging her knees. Projected turn-off faces circle around her, revealing the emptiness within her. The 3D faces are frightening, but they're only statistics and test data. Just then, the pained faces start to beg for mercy in all directions and throw a wide twisted curtain of corrupted light. When they mock each other's ugly faces, they don't see that each one is also a mask they themselves wear. Memory interference? Is the punishing virus concentration rising? The blue-haired construct's mind starts to drift from the interference. You sense something's wrong and establish a connection at once. Chaotic thoughts spread before your eyes like a huge tangled web. Discord curls into herself tightly, huddled among those grotesque, absurd faces that appeared moments ago. Even if I finally remember those memories and strong feelings, were they ever really mine? How can I be sure it isn't all just an illusion? No one can give a clear answer. We only experience so much in our life. It's hard to judge what's real or not. I still remember those happy moments, but they feel like someone else's. I understand. You're not just offering empty comfort. You maintain a strong connection with the construct. Your tangled past and feelings are slowly being sorted and synced. Don't rush. Trust who you are now. Good or bad, they're your memories, but you don't have to let them define you. In the past, I escaped reality by just following orders. I don't want to do that anymore. After many broken days, she finally breaks free of the emotion trimming and gets room to think freely again. We do missions also to protect what's beyond the missions. Beyond missions. She relaxes her hands, tips her head up, and starts to picture the ideals you believe in and the path you walk. Our companions. Our lives. It could be simple too, like music. Those are the goals we strive for, the motivation that drives us toward the future. Your words echo in her mind, and a stitched back memory rises. I have things I care about too. When you find the things you care about again, tell me about them. He once asked me to tell him what I care about. But before I could answer, short halt. Do you know? The clinical data used to repair your mind came from a construct named Wanshe. Wanshe. She says the name softly. He's also one of the people Shorthalt cared about most. Discord's pupils tremble violently. A question left hanging years ago finally gets an answer. What happens to what you value, to what you care about? Definitely not to be forgotten, to be crushed. Short-hauled, Wanshu, Yata, Shiva, Valyria, Usabini. It starts as a thin thread that reaches out to others, and in the end it weaves everyone together. It's no longer a choking web. It's a bond that holds tight and gives support. Led by this sense of order, the construct's mind settles. There's no need to send out your mind beacon anymore. You let out a breath and sit beside her. I used to think everyone I cared about left me, betrayed me. There might be no funeral and no time to say goodbye. Which comes first, disaster or tomorrow? One can never be ready. Treat those goodbyes that were always going to happen. Treat those as goodbyes. She thinks over your answer carefully, then nods. But now I should keep moving. What's your hope? What drives you toward the future? She gathers her own answer. You offer your hand to the crouching construct. Don't forget, we're walking this path with you. Just then the ship seems to wake up. Sealed partitions slide open, lights turn green, and the deck connectors retract inward, neatly revealing the lower level. Is the lockdown lifted? Did Shiva succeed? Contrary to their hopes, a gray-haired ascendant appears from the dark. Wasn't Cerberus supposed to be watching the target? The original or clone? Trouble for sure. Oh! What? FELTs. Lloyd. They're quite troublesome indeed. In a flash, Discord weaves magnetic lines around you two. Her giant scissors rise hanging in front of her, edges gleaming ready to strike. Okay. Those three choices, the middle one, the original or a clone. When I saw that choice, I was like, who are you talking about? Because the only other Ascendant I remembered that immediately popped in my head that had gray hair was Lilith. But that second choice about original or clone, that should have made it obvious alongside the gray hair description. Because there's many Lloyds. We don't know if this is the original. I mean, I thought we fought the original during Garaver's chapter, but maybe this is a clone, or maybe it is the original. Long time no see, Usabeni. You never lack protectors at your side. I certainly didn't want to see you. She's my companion. Yeah. Since you moved so fast, you must know this place is useless to you. And the assassination list in this data? I don't need it anymore. The Ascendant shows a projection of the physical chip on purpose, making it clear this may be the most valuable target of your mission. And why did you come back? Last revenge went too far. Would you believe I only wanted to see you? Oh, well, I'm flattered. Stalker. What do you even know about me? Annoyed, the Ascendant manipulates the virus around him. A burning pain rips through her mind and into your mind through the connection. Corrupted data tries to break in. With the pain, the deep mind connection shows you more of Discord's mental images and memories. Step by step, her notes start to make a melody, and the melody becomes a song. You were once a tool shaped by Kurono too. We should have plenty to discuss. For a start, you should see the world's truth with your own eyes. Thanks for the tip, but I see clearly enough. You tell him, girl. If you do, you'd understand which side you should be on. She'll never choose your side. She has her own path. Be quiet. The Ascendant sweeps the scythe, a strong gust shattering the magnetic lines and pinning you to the cabin wall. Oh, what is that facial expression? Discord's face twists ferociously. She bears fangs slick with vital fluid and fury, half hidden by her opening mask and the steam from her cooling unit. She attacks in an instant. Her silhouette flickers with deadly lines through the air, but the Ascendant's scythe cuts down every single one. When the blades pull back, it carries only a single strand of silver-gray hair. Nice technique. If you'll hear me out, I can hand you the data. You'll finish the mission easily and everyone walks away happy. Complete the mission. Her nerves rage. They push her toward deep, trained reflex. Cold sweat runs down. She almost bows her head, then remembers her neck, once held by many restraints, is bare now. The construct no longer hesitates. The Ascendant throws the chip aside with a sigh, grips the scythe again, and shifts stance to gather strength. Jump down. Your target is right there. Finish your mission. Follow orders. No. She breaks the stubborn phantoms and meets the new attack head-on. There are things more important than finishing the mission. They move too fast to see. After many quick slashes, the Ascendant's scythe and Discord's scissors lock together and screech with a sound you can almost see. The scissors' edges push inward against resistance, trying to snap the tip of the scythe. FVLT's shows a look of surprised approval. Alright, want to see which is sharper? The Ascendant glances to the side. Still, 2 against 1 is not very polite. Polite to an Ascendant? Why bother? With the deadlock broken, Yata drops tactical camouflage and throws a sudden punch. Surprisingly, FVLT's doesn't dodge, as if he knows it's coming. The punch still drives him back a few steps. The locked force releases. Discord drives the scissors into the floor to keep from falling with the recoil. Yata sees that camouflage doesn't work on him. She doesn't overextend, flips back a few times, and keeps a safe distance. Good, good. She's got combat smarts, good. Discord's mind deteriorates fast. She's being pushed toward a loss of control. She can't move her body. Her scissors slip from her hand with a clang. You concentrate all your effort on maintaining the connection, sweat beading on your brow. You know the Ascendant hasn't even begun to fight seriously. Where's Graver when we need her? Discord! Yata, keep attacking! Discord! Pain crosses her face. She can't answer. Yet the Ascendant switches to defense and puts away his weapon. Enough. I'm not in the mood to drag this out. All of your friends are on the way, right? Seeing through your delaying tactics, FELTs offers a dignified, shallow bow. Until my new plan is ready, I don't plan to fight all of Babylonia. The deal is done. Until next time. Wait, what are you planning exactly? As the Ascendant retreats, a very dense force gathers, causing the air around him to visibly warp and discolor. Too close. No time to pull the scissors back to block. Yata fires a low-powered flash from her palm down, uses the force to jump, and puts herself in front of Discord. She blocks the beam at the last possible moment. Even so, Fulgur takes a heavy hit and keeps sliding back, carving 2 black scorch lines on the ground. Behind her, Discord hits the edge railing. The metal snaps as she falls all the way to the bottom level. We got played. The short-haired construct shakes off a brief limb glitch and shakes the area fast. The Ascendant is gone. Propped up, you're still dizzy from the broken connection and not yet awake, but your life is not in danger. Fulgur's block is far from enough for the high punishing energy an Ascendant can gather. I need to raise the strength. She looks at the deep cracks in her lower frame and winces. Moving freely will be hard. Even walking may be a problem. Still not getting blown to pieces is a win. Well, at least that creep is really gone. Ascendants really do come in all kinds. The short-haired construct clicks her tongue and calls down. Discord, are you okay? Silence below. Discord? Discord! Remember earlier? Jump down. Follow your mission. Follow your orders. It's just like that one combat stage where Lilith was like telling her to jump down into the abyss. For her to drop down like that. The final 3 acts. So this one does not have a secret achievement. It's on node 16 that has it. Sometimes you wonder if the person in the mirror is really you, your face, your different past. What truly makes you you? Where is the self? Does it even exist? No one knows their own ending or who's pulling the strings of fate. An emperor can command his people. Parents can shape their kids. But you can still choose your fate. Only you can truly steer your life. As the memories grow whole and clear, the pain returns to our body. Oh, you're finally awake. Can you hear me? Being lost in this cocoon-like sandbox isn't an accident. It is her will and her need. She has to end it. No one waits here for her, but many outside guide her, believe in her, and hope she'll follow her heart. She realizes time doesn't matter here. Certain moments keep going, rewind, and remain. They're everywhere. They're the meaning. Excuse me. You're me, so I know. War steals everyone's past and future. I want war to end. You'd rather live in endless war, because you believe you'll always be a step ahead, always the winner. After all you've been through, you can't still believe in human nature, can you? They're born to fight without end. Even without the punishing virus, they'd find other reasons. Babel Tower is fated to be humanity's coffin. War may end for a while, but not forever. Stay here. I'll keep you company. Thank you, Eleanor, but now I have the freedom to choose. Are you abandoning me? You won't do to me what you hate most, will you? She raises her hand and feels red threads of the past pass through her heart, take on the color of emotion, and stitch themselves into a beloved scissor shape. I hope someday you can stitch your life into the shape you want. It's not abandonment. It's a goodbye that was always going to happen. I won't be afraid of goodbyes anymore. Forgetting would be easier, but she gathers all her strength and tightens her chest. She raises the scissors. A clear, cool ripple rises in her heart. She knows this is her new self. Virtual or dream. If I accept it as real, then it is real. I'm going to find her, the master of the sandbox. The sandbox is quietly changing. It began to change long ago. Results, insults, failures, rejections. They never truly had power. Oh, the dog plushie. I see it right next to her. A simple truth appears. You were never meant to be a puppet. You were meant to hold the strings. The one who chooses, cuts the past, steps forward, and embraces hope. That's me. So I won't stay here. I'll move on to what's next. Something I choose. No, this time it's not a mission. It's my wish. Amid tangled layers of illusions, she smashes the window and drops straight out of the sandbox. We just fight Nigel. Oh, it's the 4 apprentices. Those are the models they used for them. The big bear dude is supposed to be fabric. And the lady over there is supposed to be needle.
そういうエリアへようこそ。
Needle, yeah. Ooh, and then Pollard? He's back in Pollard Agency? Yeah. Without orders, I don't have to follow your orders anymore. Ooh, she can guard. Wait, she can guard. Wait. I saw that. She can. Oh, I guess she guards when she's when you're holding dodge. That's cool.
じゃあエレノアのために私につく。
Uh-oh. Oh no.
ごきげんよう。そしてさような。
あら、私にハサミを向けるつもり？
私
Yeah,
は
she guards during that.
裏切
Okay.
り者の結末は一つのみ。
私は無価値な野良犬じゃ話になりません。ごきげんよう。そしてさようなら。
裏切り者の結末は一つのみ。カット、シアリング。
永遠に私の協力者として何も考えずにいるのはどう？
仰せのままに。かすり傷です。任務に影響はありません。隅々まできれいにし手足を縫い合わせ。
裏切り者の結末は一つのみ。
私は無価値な野良犬じゃない。かすり傷です。任務に影響はありません。隅々まで話になりません。手足を縫い合わせましょう。ごきげんよう。そしてさ
今回はあなたが拒むのね。最後の命令よ。もう二度と会いに来ないで。
見つけた。私はシュエットとしての人生を探しに行くわ。
これはシュエットという少女の物語。
Something something girl's story is what was said. Shoujo is like young girl or something, right? I know Monogatari is like story, but from afar, we're almost done.
どこにいるのかな私の子犬。
Do you stand here every day because you're a bad kid? Does no one play with you? Hey, I'm talking to you. Hey? That's right, you. Of course someone plays with me. Look, me and my little dog. Playing house with a doll is childish. With two of us, we can play so many more games. Like what? Let me think. Maybe try whistling? Like the workshop workers do when they head home. Ooh, trying to make a sound. It's too hard. Okay, well, we'll learn whistling next time. Today, let's build sandcastles. You make the base, I'll top it off. Hey, it fell. You got your clothes dirty. The old tailor's not gonna be happy about that, huh? It's fine. You'd say you can just wash it clean, right? Look, the sky is so beautiful. It's always this beautiful if you look up. They don't care about us because we're not the protagonists. Our end, our erasure, our sacrifice, they don't matter. Our secret hideout. No one will find us here, and you can sew in secret. I'll sit next to you and whistle softly. We have it too, this little freedom in a suffocating world. You've never actually heard me sing, have you? You helped me stand again and taught me how to dream. No, I can't teach you what you don't know yet, and I can't force you to do what you don't want. All your hopes and wants come from within you. If you only know one song, I can teach you more. What matters is you're willing to make your voice heard. No one cares about your story. Even if you tell it, no one but you thinks your doll matters. I don't want you to get hurt, physically or emotionally. If no one else will listen, I will. I have companions now. Maybe more in the future. Congratulations. Then, let's not meet again. I think your doll is very important. Yeah, it's important. So is your being here. After your brain surgery, did you become your ideal self? Or are you still drifting, just forgetting the pain? Go back. Maybe one day you'll remember me, but I won't appear again. But I'll still feel lonely. Loneliness makes every moment with the ones you love priceless. It turns memories into treasure. But beyond memories, there's a wider world and many more choices waiting for you. Now that you know your real name, you can change it back anytime. No, I'm not ready to throw away my past. It hurts, but it's part of me. Then leave room to weave new stories. And don't come looking for us. Do you understand? It's like opening a gift years ago. From that moment, thank you was already turning into goodbye. We knew the farewell would come, but we kept guessing the time wrong. Concordia unties the ribbon, eyes shining with hope. The puppy plush lies quietly in the box, covered in rows of stitches. Begin your journey from here. Well then, goodbye. I'll say goodbye properly. From countless threads, new bonds form as she learns to say goodbye. Discord opens her eyes to noise. She hurts all over, but her readings are normal and her frame's external damage is repaired. There are lingering side effects in your mind. That's what they say. Why do I keep running into you everywhere lately? Huh? How rude. Why make me sound like some house sprite that shows up everywhere? I helped this time, didn't I? Didn't I? Will you give me credit for that? Will you? Will you? Can someone switch off this chatterbox? Shh! Quiet, everyone. Discord's waking up. You're the one who should be quiet. As she half wakes, she pieces the whole thing together. During the last Prado's infiltration, an ascendant knocked her to the ship's bottom hold. She fell into a deep coma. For a time, her condition had been critical. Mind disorders are complex. Once stable, all you can do is wait and trust. Since Yata's legs could barely move, she first tried walking on her hands, then gave up. In the end, Egret's loud and lively Leia showed up and hauled them all back to Babylonia. Against an ascendant, getting away with 90% of your body intact is a decent outcome. So one whole leg is only 5%. Shiva, when much needed, was racing non-stop against the ship's self-destruct signal with no time to spare. The hidden crisis was worse than they thought. Thankfully, all remaining data was preserved and extracted. The Ascendant FELTs hadn't modified the ship, and the backup bodies seen in past logs didn't reappear. Scarab's results are recorded in the precise experimental data they brought back, which includes built-in shielding. Compared with the current info, it greatly expands the Inver device dataset. Inver device, huh? If it's too flashy, it'll totally clash with my look. What is her Inver device? Oh, is it that little spike jutting out from the right side of her head there? That must be it. Leia grimaces as she imagines it. Everyone trades looks, then eyes Discord's frame. Secretary's head in particular. Your outfit? If you want, I can alter your clothes when we have time. She smiles a little. Then I'm counting on you. Discord, want to boost your style? Maybe tie a few ribbons in your hair. I have tons. No. At her unusually firm refusal, Yata and Shiva stare wide-eyed. Surprisingly, Leia isn't discouraged by rejection and quickly sets her sights on them instead. Wait, I don't want that either. Stay back, I have short hair now. Surrounded by her teammates, the blue-haired construct no longer feels out of place. She's calm and at ease. Looks like you don't need to worry about her anymore. Miss Benny. She calls out to you as you watch from afar, ready to leave. I have an answer to your question. Can I hear it? I want to keep being a tailor, to pour my feelings into the clothes I make. I want peaceful days to come sooner. For what I cherish and the people I care about, I'll keep fighting. The last star of dawn heralds the approaching sunrise. Before fates loom, you are tugged by the wind, silently waiting for the cut. But threads can be strings, playing the heart's poem and weaving tomorrow's prelude. She reaches out her hand at last. A single, bright note. Loading record 13. Woven Prologue. What is that? Sandbox of Self. This is the one with the special achievement. It says, for the secret achievement, it says, interact with everything and everyone. Defeat, well, that's a name I don't want to mention until I get to it here. Because that's... I mean, I've seen clips of this fight before, but some people may have not. So I'm gonna... There is a boss fight, but... Yeah, for the secret achievement, interact with everything and everyone and then proceed finishing the mission as normal. But it does have a note. It says, not every interactable is marked with a glowing orb, so search carefully. Poke. Poke, poke. Wake up! What is this? Search carefully, eh? With everything and everyone. Oh, what is this? Okay, I found something. Stay for now? Wait. Check. Dress. Really? Must be on the ground or something. I can't see. Beautiful dress adorned with delicate lace around the collar and cuffs, handcrafted with care by a man. The girl once saw it as an unattainable illusion, but now she can appreciate it as it is. Well, that's one interactable you can see, but like you can interact with, but it doesn't have any indicator. This place. Why am I still here? The master of this place has awakened. This place still remains, though incomplete. You can rest, explore, or leave whenever you wish. Oh, that's me talking to the little one. Well, I can't interact with that. I interacted with the tiny one. Nothing here. Nothing. Love This Universe Volume 1 Part 1. This was bound to happen. An asteroid-sized meteorite hurtles toward them, its trajectory like a cold cryptic puzzle. The ship's primary mission is to investigate this unidentified object and ensure that such a catastrophe never threatens the dawn of humanity's new scientific age. All crew members are awakened and gathered in the ship's main control room. Scientists, medical officers, diplomats, the permanent staff for this flight mission. They're tasked with explaining the situation to the others. Someone issued a command to alter the navigation trajectory in the central system. It's set for delayed execution. With the current settings, the ship can't approach the target. And who gave the order and why? The guard's face hardens. Part 2. The biggest problem is that this person can modify the trajectory again at any time without leaving a trace in the system. Debate grows heated. The six entrusted with humanity's greatest mission wear different expressions. If the fuel runs out before the mission is done, how do we get home? Obviously, we die here on the ship, floating with the rest of the space debris. The scientist stares into the dark beyond the window. After rounds of argument, the artist proposes a solution. Simple. Lock the most suspicious one in cryosleep until the mission is complete. Everyone falls silent. I don't agree, but we don't seem to have another option. Convenient enough. If no one has a better idea, then we'll vote the old-fashioned way to decide who goes into cryosleep. Recorder, you should vote too, the diplomat says with a smile. Originally, my duty was only to record events objectively, but this time I might not be able to remain objective. Volume 2, Part 1. Hey, the culprit must be one of you three on the shift, right? The guard tenses his arms, eyeing the diplomat, medical officer, and scientist with the sharp gaze of a criminal hunter. No, everyone has the exact same access to the central system, which means the chance of being the culprit is equal for all. Then what about motive? Could one of us be a human spy who gains for the mission failing? Suspicion spreads and everyone starts eyeing each other. Then I say it's you. On the first day, the diplomat, acting erratically, receives the most votes. Because you have the face of someone who's good at lying, don't you? The artist mocks him, but the diplomat only laughs darkly, stretching both arms upward. Isn't this just what I wanted? Good night, everyone. I'll be resting early. Among the row of cryosleep pods lined up like cocoons, one powers on. Central system remains silent. It is programmed never to disobey reasonable human orders, cannot trace the source, and will never betray anyone. Deception, betrayal, suspicion, sabotage. When faced with complex choices, the unconscious mind often outperforms the conscious one. On the second day, the trajectory is altered again. This time, the central system shows it was not a delayed command. The culprit cannot possibly be the diplomat already in cryosleep. The remaining 5 must give new testimony. What's going on? That civil-tongued guy wasn't the culprit? What if it isn't some kind of contagious disease sabotaging the mission? Then among us strangers who don't even know each other, there must still be a real culprit. With no other options, the voting has to go on. On the second day, the artist who had been certain the diplomat was the culprit received the most votes. What are you thinking? What are you all thinking? How can I possibly be the culprit? Everyone has creative impulses. What's so special about yours? Despite his furious protests, another cryosleep pod is activated. On the third day, the group returns to the control room, staring blankly at the ship's trajectory map, altered for the third time. Wait, did we overlook another possibility? Maybe there isn't a culprit at all. Maybe it's the central system making these decisions on its own. Volume 3. No, the central system cannot make any decisions about the ship on behalf of humans. It only executes the human commands it judges to be beneficial to the mission. The scientist explains. At this moment, 4 people remain on the ship. Scientist, medical officer, guard, and me. Putting people into cryosleep by majority vote based on one-sided opinions isn't right. Maybe we should watch each other in pairs. Wouldn't that be even worse? The medical officer strongly objects, shuddering under the guard's stern gaze. It would harm the crew's physical and mental health. With no conclusions reached, another standard day passes. On the 4th day, only 3 of us remain in the control room. The medical officer requests to enter the cryosleep pod voluntarily due to concerns about her health. The central system answers everyone's questions. There's still another, more important question it cannot answer. We need to reconsider this, the scientist says wearily. Why does the central system consider this a command that benefits the mission? What have we missed? Has the system been modified by a higher authority? Paranoia overtakes the scientist, his distrust of the others intensifying. After days without sleep, his body finally gives out, proving the medical officer's warning true. You're the enemy. You too. All of you. I'll kill you all. The medical robot prepares the proper dosage and forcibly injects him with a sedative as he waves the dangerous weapon. 4 standard days later, we are still some distance from the target celestial body. If we keep wasting time like this, the mission will never be completed. We have to act quickly. My role in this mission is only to keep an objective record. Strictly speaking, I cannot offer any real assistance. To prevent us from turning on each other, I suggest putting myself into a cryosleep pod, but the guard shakes his head. If no one else is left here, what would I be guarding? Sorry, but I have to leave the mission to you alone. Right before my eyes, the guard presses the cryosleep pod's activation key and lies down inside. In this vast ship, I am the only consciously being left. The central system continues running as usual. We're just engineers in charge of the power grid. We only need to know how to allocate electricity, not how it's generated. If I also enter cryosleep, the contingency protocols will grant you full authority during special events. I sort through all my records since boarding the ship. Environment and prejudice shape decisions. Consciousness is nothing more than an observer. If consciousness keeps interfering, the mission can never be carried out in the most efficient way. The central system's final deduction leaves only one conclusion: charge into the unknown celestial body and self-destruct. Consciousness itself is a filter that keeps us from truly understanding the universe. For machines to imitate humans, to gain consciousness, to simulate emotions, it's a mistake from the very start. Do you believe that humanity, no, that consciousness itself should be erased from the universe? The central system's cold indicator lights blink. In the endless depths of space, no one is left to answer. Well, ain't that interesting? Alright, gotta double check. This seems to be everything. The Tannhauser Overture is being played on the piano. The sight of fingers dancing across the keys brings back the face of a cute maid. She once dared you to sneak over and play the piano Madame Manzano kept reserved for her guests. She was always full of energy, her mind brimming with mischievous ideas. She had the most adorable fang-like teeth. She wanted you to live a happy and content life, just like any ordinary person. Abandoned sofa, a sofa that looks incredibly soft. Once the spot where the girl would sleep. Now she has left to find her own melody. Eleanor won't say another word. It's gotta be one other thing, right? No? Okay. To the next room. What's with the robot? Oh, what the hell? Oh, what the hell? Oh, whoa. Poster. The man's face gradually comes into focus. Are you going to recall the battle between you and him? The Pestilence Knight and Death Knight ask if you want to participate in the Watanabe Challenge. Do you want to participate in the challenge? Not now? Fine. Can I go to sleep now? I can't talk to them. Boring. A scrapped robot has been repaired, but for some reason it can't process commands. It just keeps dancing and there's no way to shut it off. Race into an energetic dance. I don't care for ordinary machines, but if you're an alien machine, a psychic machine, or a futuristic one, come join me and we'll start a dance crew. It keeps dancing wildly, unable to stop. Where did it go wrong? Let it keep bouncing until it runs out of power. Yata's over here. Misono Academy uniform. A school uniform sewn at Yata's request. I was right. So this coding for Yata was made by Discord. I was right. After putting it on, Yata seemed so excited, as if she was about to run 10 laps around the playground. The customer must have been satisfied, right? Did you complete your mission? Perhaps. Though we can never see each other from the ground, we're connected through the same vast, endless starry sky. Oh, Yuka! Yuka's over there. Puppy doll. Along with the memory of the puppy doll, you begin to recall a woman whose face remains blurred. She was always decisive and efficient, never one to hesitate or falter. Patient and quiet, she was a very gentle person. Like you, she thought the doll held great importance. She wanted you to always be safe and well. Scissors once used to cut away memories and bonds. Now there's no longer any need for them. Along with these scissors comes the memory of a little boy. He was always grinning as if he didn't have a care in the world. He loved being outdoors, hated being restricted, and was incredibly observant. He couldn't whistle very well. He wanted you to be the happiest person in the world. Well, it's about time. Are you satisfied with this ending? Thank you for your participation, honored guest. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Oh wait, but the challenge. Sandbox of self. Well, I got the secret achievement, but I didn't get the... Wait, that wasn't the secret achievement. Wait, hang on, let me do that again. Eyes getting heavy? Yeah, alright. Thanks for coming by, Liu Ju. Have a good rest of your night. Hang on, let me do this again. I want to do the... Plus there was this dress at the end of the hall. I wanted to interact with that. This is the very last thing too, so... Let me just do that quick. I want to interact with the dress at the end of the hall. Beautiful dress adorned. Oh, that's what it was when I was in the corner of the wall. The interaction was able to reach in through the other room. That's what it was. Oh. Okay, let me fight Watanabe then. I want to experience this. And then I'll call it a night. I wonder why there's this fighting Watanabe just for no reason.
実戦演習だが手加減はしない
Combat training.
私は
集中しろ
Whoa.
話になりません。私は無価値な野良犬じゃない。
That you could bury, huh?
隅々
問題ないみんな私に続け
God, this coding of this is so cool. It looks so nice.
集中しろ
わ
問題ない油断するな道を切り開く
かすり傷です。任務に影響はありません。
That's so cool.
問題ない
私は無価値な野良犬じゃない。
みんな私に続け
裏切り者の結末は一つのみ。
これこそが不屈の意志
かすり傷です。任務に影響はありません。
This fight's really cool.
命がけで行くぞ集中攻撃
仰せのままに。私は無価値な野良犬じゃない。隅々まできれいにしなければ。かすり傷です。任務に影響はありません。
Oh, this music. It's like a variation of Endless Path. I like it. I can kind of hear it. Oh shit.
話になりません。 仰せのままに手足を抜い
今までの努力はきっと報われるだろう。
That's so good.
お客様のために仕立てた詩。
ご満足いただけましたか？
Dude, that was cool. That's really cool. Just for no reason, they made that a little fight. That's awesome. All right, so that's it. Done. Done. I enjoyed this. It wasn't too bad. I'm not gonna lie. I think the part with like the banquet and stuff, during that part I was starting to get a little lost with the narrative. I was starting to get a little bored, I'm not gonna lie. But then it started picking up a bit more. Then it started to pick up again, and I just kind of locked in for this. This was good though. As I expected, by the end of this reading, Discord broke out of her little shell and started choosing her own, started to go down her own path without having to rely on, without having to be overly dependent on others telling her what to do and stuff. It's always nice to see A-rank characters get some love in the story as well. It's really nice. It's really nice. And I liked how this had some connections to other chapters as well, just because of one character, Shorthold. Because like it's only a few references, but like a few references to like Wansha, the Long Goodbye chapter, and then Yata's Crescent Sun chapter, and then Lilith's what is it again? Deceiver's Rapture, I mean. It was nice. It was really nice. And then the stuff with Yuka from the Crescent Sun stuff. So, really interesting. Really interesting. Now, the next floating record is going to be Veronica's, which is coming out next week. But I don't know. But I don't think I'll be doing that next week because Wuwa's update is going to be next week. So I'm going to be doing that instead. But yeah, this was good. This did take nearly 6 hours to get through. I could have cut it short, but seeing as how like I was already close to the end, I might as well finish it in one go. So at least it's not like 7 hours. But so then, that being the case, tomorrow, Saturday, that will be my usual Kuro weekly, my weekly Kuro game in here. I'll play Wuwa first, go through weeklies and all that shit, and then do PGR weeklies, PGR activities. So I got Warzone to do, I got EPC to do. And that's really about it. I'll probably do a run or two of Cursed Waves as well, just to get the other endings and whatnot. But other than that, this was good. What is this? Oh, another game mode as well? Another event thing? It doesn't even show here. And I guess as well, I'll do like these challenge stages tomorrow too, maybe. We'll see. But yeah, it was a good chapter. It was a good read. I liked it. I liked it quite a bit. And Discord's really cool. Yeah, her gameplay is really, really, really simple to get through. I personally don't find too much of an issue behind it. It's kind of like whatever to me. Doesn't take away my full enjoyment of the game, so. But yeah. With that being said, though, that will be it for me for tonight. Thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water. Hope you enjoy the stream. See you tomorrow for Kuro, or weekly Kuro game in here. Wuwa and then PGR in that order. Again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoy the stream. Have a good rest of your night then. Thank you. Bye-bye.